Chapter 1. The Parade Celebration of Eilhenlang. From the Archives of Hanan Star. The text of radiogram document number 010110193342, transmitted by the first envoy, Jinli AI, to the Stabilites of Orler Star on September 7, 1490, according to the Aikman calendar, from the orbit of Gashin Winter Star in the Hanan system. I recount my experiences in a narrative style, for I have long been aware, shaped by the tales of my childhood in my hometown, that reality is but a construct of imagination. Even the most reliable facts may differ or be riddled with gaps depending on how they are narrated, or may stand flawless and unassailable. Like pearls in the sea, they may dazzle when worn by one, but pale in comparison when adorned by another, ultimately dissolving into dust. The substance of facts is hardly more solid, dense, or spherical than pearls yet. Both are equally susceptible to change. This tale does not solely belong to me, nor is it mine to tell alone. Truthfully, I cannot precisely discern whose story it truly is. Discerning eyes among readers will ascertain the essence. Nevertheless, it constitutes a complete narrative, and if facts vary with every narrator, the audience may select the truths that resonate with them. Still, there is no deception here. This is, after all, a cohesive story. The narrative commences on the 44th day of the year 1491, marked in the calendar of Kalahid as Odelhalahade Tua, the 22nd day of the third month of the inaugural spring. This year is perpetually the year one. It is merely the date of the new year that shifts from year to year, akin to how we perceive today as a collective unit that either retreats or advances through time. Thus, the story unfolds in the spring of year one, in the capital of Kalahid, Eilhenlang, where I found myself on the brink of death, yet unaware. I walked in the parade, closely following a troupe of street performers, positioned just ahead of the king. It was raining. The rain clouds loomed low, shrouding the dark towers overhead. As the rain splashed upon the sunken streets, a wisp of golden light winding through the tempestuous stone city. The first to pass were merchants, gentry, and craftsmen of Eilhenlang. Dressed in splendid garb, they meandered through the rain, as carefree as fish swimming in the sea, their faces shining with tranquility. Next came a troop of jugglers, tossing brilliantly shimmering golden orbs into the air, catching them deftly, and tossing them once more, the spheres tracing arcs of light that transformed magically into sparkling fountains. Suddenly, it seemed as if the spheres captured the very essence of light themselves, shimmering like glass as sunlight pierced through the golden globes. Following was a procession of 40 men clad in yellow, playing the gas saw. The sound of the gas saw, only performed in the presence of the king, was shrill and deafening. The resonant harmony of 40 gas saws filled the air, disorienting the crowd, shaking the towers of Eilhenlang, drowning out the final drops of rain from the heavens. If this was royal music, then certainly all the kings of Kalahid must be mad. Last to approach were the royal members, guards, court ministers, and nobility representatives, senators, ambassadors, and lords of the kingdom, all exuding an air of respect, walking with an unrestrained swagger. Among them strode King Agavan 15, clad in a white shirt beneath a white sleeveless tunic, white riding trousers, and orange leather leggings, adorned with a yellow cap. Upon his hand, he wore a solitary gold ring, his only ornamentation and the sole emblem of his sovereignty. Trailing behind were 8 burly men, carrying a palanquin encrusted with yellow gemstones, a relic of ancient courtly traditions, for it had been centuries since a king had been borne aloft. Beside the palanquin marched 8 guards, brandishing assault rifles, another vestige of a savage bygone era. Yet their armaments were far from mere phantasms, being loaded with soft iron bullets. The specter of death walked behind the king, followed by students from art schools, universities, and trade schools, and behind them came the royal family, a throng of children and youths dressed in hues of red, white, yellow, and green. At the rear of the procession moved a large cluster of black carriages, progressing slowly. The royal entourage gathered beside the unfinished archway, assembling on a platform made of new timber, and I found myself among them. The grand parade was a celebration of the arch's completion, linking the new roadway of Eilhenlang to the riverside port. This monumental project, entailing the dredging of waterways, construction of the arch, and roadworks, had taken 5 years, promising to elevate the Agavan 15 dynasty to unprecedented heights in the annals of Kalahid's history. We, ensconced in damp, voluminous finery, jostled closely on the platform. As the rain ceased and the sun broke through, Its radiant light enveloped us. The winter sun indeed is a capricious being. I turned to the man beside me and remarked, "It's quite hot. Truly hot." We huddled together on the platform. Surrounding us were throngs of citizens, craning their necks upward, resembling a vast expanse of brown pebbles, countless eyes glimmering like mica. At this moment, the king ascended a newly constructed ramp leading from the platform to the top of the archway, where its two unjoined pillars soared above the crowd, the docks, and the river. With each step, the crowd buzzed with excitement, whispering Agavan. The king remained unresponsive, nor did the people expect otherwise. The Gassaw ensemble began to play, the cacophony roaring like thunder, only to fall abruptly into silence, the entire audience rendered hushed. The sun shone upon the crowd, the river, the gathering, and the king. Below, the masons had commenced the electric winch, and as the king ascended further, a stone of the arch, hoisted by cables, rose beside him and then descended, a massive slab weighing tons, yet it landed almost soundlessly between the two pillars, binding them together in unison, forming a singular archway. A mason, trowel and bucket in hand, stood awaiting the king atop the scaffold. Other craftsmen scurried like a swarm of fleas down a rope ladder. The king and the mason knelt upon a small wooden platform suspended between the river and the sun. The king took the trowel and began to meticulously seal the long joint of the archstone with mortar. He did not merely apply a hasty smear and return the trowel, but labored with exquisite precision. The mortar he utilized was a shade of pink, differing from mortars commonly employed elsewhere. I observed the king working diligently for several minutes, akin to a bee, before I turned to the person on my left and inquired, "Do all your archstones use pink mortar?" I noticed that every archstone of the old bridge was surrounded by a ring of this striking hue. The old bridge loomed grandly over the river upstream of the arch, a magnificent sight. He was affable, his demeanor both candid and measured, tinged with a hint of mockery, as though he believed I viewed and judged matters with an outsider's eyes, as one belonging to an isolated race. This consciousness appeared curious coming from one so eminent. In this land, he held considerable power. I couldn't ascertain if there was an historical title that matched his high station, perhaps vizier, or prime minister, or state secretary in Kalahid's tongue. He bore the title the king's ear. He was a lord of a fief, a lord of the kingdom, wielding substantial influence. His full name was Selraim Haller Lemel Eswin. While the king's masonry appeared nearly complete, he cautiously traversed the web-like plank to the opposite side of the arch, commencing the sealing of the other face of the stone, for the archstone possessed two facets. In Kalahid, one cannot be hasty. The people of Kalahid are not insensitive, yet they are obstinate and determined, intent on achieving the sealing of the archstone. The crowd on the banks of Sur stood patiently, watching the king at his task, but I grew weary, disinterested in the festivities. Wrapped in layer upon layer to withstand the harsh chill of the glacial age, donning synthetic fibers, furs, and a sizable armor, I felt as though my body had withered within like wilted cabbage leaves. I shifted my gaze to the surrounding populace and other parade participants, observing the banners of territories and families still fluttering in the air, radiant under the sunlight. Casually, I inquired of Eswin what each banner represented. Despite the multitude of banners, some numbering in the hundreds, originating from distant borders of the Bering Storm and the realms, families, and tribes of Kaimi found Eswin well informed, recounting their histories with ease. I myself am a Kame, he asserted as I praised his vast knowledge, for knowing the various regions is part of my duty. They all fall under Kalahid's jurisdiction. To govern this land, one must also govern its lords. Yet, we have never succeeded. Have you heard the saying, Kalahid is not a nation of internal strife, but rather a great family of internal conflicts? I had not, suspecting it a fabrication unique to Eswin, tinged with his personal color. Lost in contemplation, clouds once more gathered, dimming the sunlight, and shortly thereafter torrents of rain fell from the upstream river, splattering violently upon the crowd gathered on the embankment. The sky darkened. Just as the king descended from the scaffolding, the sun broke through the clouds one final time, momentarily casting the king's white figure and the grand arch against the dark, stormy southern sky in brilliant splendor. Dense clouds rolled, and once more a cold wind surged and howled through the palace courtyard streets. While the river lay shrouded in gray, the parade concluded. An hour later, snow began to fall. The king navigated his carriage through the palace courtyard streets, while the crowd began to swell, akin to gravel on a beach being drawn back by slow tides. At that moment, Eswin turned to me. "Tonight, might I invite you to dinner with me, Mr. AI?" I accepted his invitation, though my surprise outweighed my pleasure. For the past 6 to 8 months, Eswin had assisted me greatly, yet I neither anticipated nor desired this invitation to his residence as an expression of his special regard for me. Hag Lemelpatty lingered beside us. Eavesdropping, I sensed he was sent to listen. Such petty treachery angered me, prompting me to disembark the platform and merge into the chaotic crowd, lowering my head as I maneuvered through. I was not significantly taller than the average Gasheen person, yet the slight extra height rendered me alarmingly conspicuous in the throng. Look, there he is, the envoy. After traversing several blocks down Berry Street, I turned to head back to my dwelling. As I neared the thinning crowd, I suddenly discovered Teepa walking beside me. What a flawless celebration! The king's cousin beamed at me. His elongated, pristine yellow teeth shone forth before he pressed his lips together, his yellow face taking on a netted appearance, inexplicably detailed even though he was not of advanced age, etched with numerous fine lines. "It heralds the success of the new port," I replied. "Indeed." His smile widened to reveal more teeth. "The Archstone ceremony left the deepest impression on me." "Is that so?" "That ceremony is a legacy from the distant past. It goes without saying that Lord Eswin has elucidated all of it for you." Lord Eswin is quite the enthusiastic one. I attempted to downplay my words, yet Teepa perceived a double entendre in all I said. "Oh, that's for certain," Teepa remarked. "Lord Eswin is indeed infamously welcoming to foreigners." With that, he flashed a smile, each tooth seemingly conveying a different meaning, dual meanings, multiple interpretations, 32 distinct significances. "Sir Teepa, few foreigners are as unacquainted as I am. I'm immensely grateful for the hospitality here." "Quite so. Moreover, gratitude is a noble and precious sentiment, ardently celebrated by poets. Gratitude here in Aelhenlang is indeed rare, precisely because it stands in stark contrast to reality. We live in an indifferent era, an age devoid of gratitude. Moral decay abounds, and the hearts of men grow cold. You agree?" "I'm not quite sure, sir, though I have heard similar laments on other planets." As the king's cousin climbed into his sleek black electric carriage, he turned to me, grinning, his eyes obscured by the net of wrinkles on his face. I dined on the island that afternoon, and when the clock of the Remley Tower struck 4, I returned to the palace, prepared for dinner. The people of Callahede partake in 4 meals daily: breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, and dinner, with numerous unscheduled snacks interspersed, some savored slowly, others devoured greedily. Winterstar produces neither large carnivorous animals nor dairy products such as milk, butter, or cheese. The high-protein, high-carbohydrate diet consists solely of various eggs, fish, and grains from Hain. The cold climate necessitates low-calorie nourishment, compelling people to eat frequently to replenish warmth. I had grown accustomed to consuming food every few minutes. It wasn't until the end of the year that I realized the Gasheen had honed the skill of both continuously filling their bellies and enduring long periods of hunger. I felt bewildered, but we behaved as required at the table, where business talk was prohibited. Moreover, my astonishment soon shifted to the meal, which was a veritable feast. Even transforming wild breadfruit into delicacies in the hands of the chef, I felt a profound respect for the chef's culinary skills. After dinner, we seated ourselves by the fire, sipping hot beer. Living on this planet, dining in communal halls, one always found a layer of ice upon the beverages, requiring one to smash through the ice with shared utensils for each sip. Thus, enjoying hot, steaming beer here constituted genuine luxury. Earlier, at the dining table, Eswin had been lively and chatty, yet now he sat silently across from me by the fire. Having been on Winterstar for nearly 2 years, I still could not perceive people through the lens of this planet's inhabitants. As I scrutinized him, I often found myself haunted by illusions, seeing any Gasheen as alternately male and female, superimposing this onto their intrinsic nature, yet it felt utterly at odds with their true selves. Thus, as I sipped the steaming sour beer, I contemplated how Eswin exhibited such femininity during dinner, charmingly graceful, yet slightly frivolous, attentive yet overly ornate. Perhaps it was this soft, effeminate aspect of him that I found disconcerting. In the flickering shadows, he sat near me, a dark, sardonic, and powerful presence. How could I ever regard him as feminine? Yet when I considered him a man, a false impression surged up in appearance of a woman disguising as a man. Was he truly disguised, or was it just the illusion I conjured? His voice was soft yet resonant, neither deep nor grand, not precisely masculine nor feminine. What was he conveying? I sincerely apologize, he said. I had long desired to invite you to my humble abode, yet circumstance compelled me to delay until today. At least now, the relationship between protector and protected no longer holds sway over us. Upon hearing this, suspicion arose within me. Thus far, he had undoubtedly been my protector in the court. He had arranged for the king to receive me tomorrow. Could he merely refer to this arrangement as elevating me to his level? I do not understand your words, I replied. He fell silent, evidently just as perplexed. It is such that, you see, he eventually continued, here you must know that I no longer represent you in dealings with the king. It was you who led me step by step towards reliance upon you. I miscalculated. Are you suggesting that in arranging this meeting, you did not ardently advocate for my audience with the king? I deliberately paused just before the phrase promised to. I cannot. Anger surged within me, yet the other displayed neither anger nor regret. Can you enlighten me as to why? After a moment's reflection, he replied, very well, then fell silent once more. In the silence, the thought struck me that a foolish, defenseless outsider ought not demand an explanation from a prime minister standing tall above others, especially since he was unfamiliar with, and may never understand, the intricate power structures and operational dynamics of this kingdom. Undoubtedly, this was purely a matter of Sirig Verago's reputation, face-saving, status, and honor inarticulated, yet paramount tenets in Kalahid and all the civilized nations of Gasheen. Moreover, even this became elusive to me. Did you hear what the king said to me during today's ceremonial festivities? No. Eswin leaned forward from across the fireplace, lifting my beer mug from the glowing embers and refilling my cup. He remained silent, leading me to declare, the king did not speak within my hearing, nor did he address me within earshot. Finally, I grasped that I had misread his insinuation again. I pointedly remarked, Lord Eswin, are you intimating that you have fallen out of favor with the king? I expected him to erupt with anger this time, yet he remained unflappable, merely responding with indifference. I have nothing to divulge, Mr. AI. By the heavens, how I wish you would. He regarded me with curiosity. Let me phrase it this way. Some people at court, to use your words, have won the king's favor, yet they harbor no affection for your presence here, nor for your mission. I mused silently. So you are hastening to conspire with them, betraying me to secure your own position, yet I felt it unnecessary to voice this aloud. Eswin was a minister, a politician. I was indeed a fool to place my trust in him. Even in a society of two sexes, politicians seldom qualify as virtuous individuals. His invitation to dine implied that he assumed I would willingly accept his betrayal, as he himself had once readily abandoned me. Clearly, preserving his facade outweighed the value of honesty. Thus, I begrudgingly acknowledged, I am deeply sorry that your kindness toward me has embroiled you in trouble. Reciprocating kindness with kindness. A fleeting sense of moral superiority welled within me. Yet it swiftly dissipated. He was simply too unpredictable. He reclined, the fire's glow illuminating his knees, highlighting his delicate, sturdy, elegant hands, and the silver goblet in his grasp, now reflecting a deep crimson hue, rendering his visage dim. A dark face crowned with low-hanging, thick hair, paired with a strongly furrowed brow, and an expression shrouded in gloom. Can one read expressions on the faces of cats or seals? I imagine some Jexons to be akin to these creatures, their deeply set yet bright eyes unblinking as one spoke. Yes, it is certainly more dangerous. However, the border of Aikman lies 100 light years from ours. Perhaps they still hold a semblance of patience towards us. The Stabilites of Aikman are exceedingly patient. They might wait 100 years or even 500 years, allowing Kalahid and other nations on Gasheen to deliberate carefully over whether they wish to join the human family. That is merely my personal wish and my personal disappointment. I must admit, I had thought you would support me. I thought so too. Yet, glaciers do not melt overnight. The klitsch slipped from my mouth, but my thoughts wandered elsewhere. I could envision him toying with me, casting me as yet another pawn in his political machinations. He finally broke his silence, saying, Your arrival in my country was poorly timed. Everything is shifting here. We are undergoing transformation. No, it isn't so dire, for we have already ventured too far down the old path. I expected your presence. Your mission might help avert our misdirection, presenting us with a new choice. Yet it requires both timing and opportunity. It is entirely a matter of chance, Mr. AI. I grew impatient with his obfuscation, stating, "Are you implying that my arrival was untimely? Are you suggesting I cancel my audience with the king?" I voiced this in Kalahid, heightening my blunder. However, Eswin neither laughed nor gasped, merely responding kindly, "Only the king possesses that privilege." "Very well. Why is that well?" I pressed for clarification. Mr. AI, you are not deranged, nor am I. But you must understand, are not kings. I believe your initial intent was to persuade the king that your mission here was to forge an alliance with Aikman. And he is already fully aware of this. It goes without saying, I briefed him on it. I endeavored to facilitate your collaboration, striving to pique his interest in you. However, the time was not ripe, and things did not unfold as I had hoped. I was indeed presumptuous, forgetting he is the king. Kings do not view matters rationally, but rather through the lens of emotions. Everything I reported to him appeared to threaten his authority. To him, his kingdom is but a speck of dust in the vast cosmos, his royal ship a mere toy among the multitudes of planets he rules. But Aikman merely coordinates, it exercises power derived solely from its member nations and planets. Should Kalahid ally with Aikman, it will be less vulnerable than ever before, achieving greater status. In this alien world amidst the glacial age stands a bizarre city, its appearance shifting with the snow, possessed of a dark palace. At this moment, I lingered alone with a stranger behind its high walls. Everything I spoke tonight, and all that I have encountered since arriving on Winter Star, suddenly felt foolish and incredible. I narrated many tales of distant realms and other worlds, of human beings, some imperfectly benevolent governments. Could I expect this person or anyone to believe me? A pure fantasy. I had materialized in Kalahid aboard a bizarre spacecraft, exhibiting physiological traits differing in certain aspects from the Jexans. An explanation was essential. Yet my explanation seemed absurd. Even I could scarcely bring myself to believe it. "I believe your words," the stranger replied. This alien presence beside me aroused a profound sense of self-alienation. I lifted my gaze and found uncertainty on his face. "Perhaps the king would believe your words. Yet he does not trust you, partly because he no longer trusts me. I made mistakes. I was too careless. It is I who placed you in peril, hence I cannot demand your trust. I forgot who the king is, that in his own perception he embodies Kalahid. I neglected what patriotism entails, failing to remember that the king himself is innately a staunch patriot. Mr. AI, may I inquire if, based on your experiences, you understand what patriotism signifies?" "I do not," I admitted. A potent force of individuality firmly pressed upon me, shaking me profoundly. "I think I don't know. If what you refer to by patriotism isn't a love for one's homeland, then I truly do not know. However, I do understand what it means to love one's country. No, what I refer to as patriotism isn't merely love for one's homeland. I mean fear of foreign nations. The expression of this fear is not poetic but political. Animosity, hostility, aggression. This sense of fear has been festering within us, growing year after year. We have strayed too far along our path. You hail from another world, one that transcended national boundaries centuries ago. You know not what I understand, yet you wish to point out an entirely new course for us." He paused. After a moment's reflection, he continued in a calm, balanced tone, "It is precisely because of this fear that I now refuse to facilitate your meeting with the king. Yet this fear is not for my own sake, Mr. AI. My actions are not in pursuit of nationalism in Gashin. There remain other nations." I could not comprehend the implications of his words, yet I sensed he hinted at something beyond that. In this murky city, I had encountered innumerable cryptic individuals, elusive and difficult to engage with, yet he stood out as particularly worldly. I was unwilling to navigate the maze of his mind, so I remained silent. After a brief pause, he continued cautiously, "If I comprehend your ideas, the Aikman are primarily dedicated to the common good of humanity. For instance, the populace of Ogrelia now possesses experience in prioritizing regional interests over collective advantage, while the inhabitants of Kalahid are nearly devoid of such understanding. Additionally, the peoples of the Ogrelian Commonwealth are largely mentally sound, even if they are not particularly clever, while King Agavan of Kalahid not only lacks rationality, but also exhibits a hint of ignorance. Evidently, King Agavan was a solitary figure, devoid of loyal subjects. With a touch of distaste, I remarked, "If that is so, then the king will be difficult to serve." I know not what it means to serve a king, the prime minister interjected, nor do I intend to do so. A person must be their own shadow. At that point, the Remley Tower struck 6, the late hour prompting me to take my leave. As I donned my coat in the corridor, he said, I have lost my present opportunity. One surmised you would soon depart Aelhenlang. How would he harbor this notion? Yet I am confident there will come a day when I can pose questions to you again. There is much I wish to learn, particularly your language of the spirit. You have only begun to unveil it. His curiosity seemed genuine. He possessed the brazen audacity typical of the powerful. His promise to aid me appeared sincere. I assured him without hesitation that whenever he wished, I would be more than willing to serve him, and that evening concluded here. He escorted me to the garden, where a thin layer of snow coated the ground, and the moon of Gasheen hung high in the sky, large, dim, and russet, with its light glimmering upon the snow. In this icy realm, I shivered with cold, and he, astonished, politely inquired, Are you cold? Of course, for him, this was a balmy spring night. I felt both exhausted and dispirited. Since my arrival on this planet, I have constantly been chilled. What is this planet called in your language? Gasheen. Did you give it a name of your own? Yes, it was designated by the first explorers. They referred to it as Winter Star. Chapter 2. The Frozen Wilderness. The tale is derived from the collection Legends by the Fireside by North Carlhide, recorded on audio tape and preserved in the archives of Ellenrong Historical University. The storyteller remains unnamed, and the narrative was captured during the reign of King Aghavan VIII, approximately 2 centuries ago. In the frigid, storm-lashed borders of the Shas territory, 2 brothers swore an oath of love and fidelity. In those days, as in the present, it was permissible for brothers to enter into romantic unions. However, once a child was born to one, the brothers were compelled to part ways. Thus, when one of them found himself with child, they received a decree from the Lord of Shas, mandating the dissolution of their vows, forbidding them from ever again sharing intimacy. Upon hearing this command, the pregnant brother succumbed to despair, disregarding the pleas of others, and took his own life with poison. Consequently, the people of Shas attributed the shame of this suicide to the brother who survived, condemning him and casting him out from their land. After a prolonged period, the relentless snow finally ceased, the winds abated, and the sun emerged as he crawled. The fur of his hood obscured his vision, preventing him from seeing the distant horizon. His hands, feet, and face felt numb to pain, as if his entire body had succumbed to the cold. Yet, he persisted in his advance. The snow-laden glaciers appeared eerily enchanting, resembling tufts of white grass sprouting from the ice. When touched, they bent and then straightened again. Akin to blades of grass, he halted his crawl, sat upright, pushed back his hood, and surveyed his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there lay expanses of snow-covered grasslands, glistening white and crystalline. Clusters of white trees adorned with white leaves dotted the landscape. The sun shone brilliantly, with not a whisper of wind, enveloping everything in a silvery shroud. Gungry removed his gloves to inspect his hands. They were snow-white, the frostbite had healed, and he could flex his fingers. Standing upright once more, he felt no pain, no cold, nor hunger. In the distance, he spotted a white bell tower rising majestically from the icy ground, resembling that of a noble estate, and a figure was approaching him from that direction. As the figure drew nearer, Gungry discerned that the person was completely naked, with skin as white as snow and hair to match. The figure approached close enough to hear Gungry's words. Gungry inquired, "Who are you?" The snow-white individual replied, "I am your brother and lover, Hode." Hode was indeed the name of his brother who had taken his own life. Gungry recognized the striking resemblance of this spectral figure to his departed sibling. Yet the vitality of a living person was conspicuously absent, and his voice crackled like ice. Gungry asked, "What is this place?" Terror washed over him, and he exclaimed, "I cannot remain here. If you had accompanied me away from home to the southern lands, we could have cherished each other, growing old together, for no one would have known of our transgression. Yet you chose to end it all, forsaking your vow. Now you cannot even recall my name." Indeed, as Hode's lips moved, he was unable to utter his brother's name. In a moment of desperation, Hode stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace Gungry, his left hand grasping his brother. Gungry struggled fiercely to break free and fled southward, running until he beheld a towering wall of snow. Upon reaching the wall, he fell to his knees, utterly spent, and could only crawl onward. After 9 days on the glacier, The inhabitants of the Alhochi territory in the northeast of Shas discovered him lying in their lands. They did not recognize him or know from whence he came. They merely observed him crawling in the snow, famished and snowblind. His face blackened from frostbite, and at first, he could not utter a word. Fortunately, he was not left permanently maimed, though his left hand had suffered severe frostbite and required amputation. Some claimed he was Gungri of Shas, having heard tales of him. Others insisted it was impossible. For he had surely perished during the first snowstorm of autumn. As for him, he denied being Gungri. Once his frostbite healed, he departed from Alhochi, crossing the stormy borders to the southern regions, adopting the name Enoch. In his later years, Enoch resided on the Lear Plain. One day, a visitor from his homeland arrived, and Enoch inquired about the state of Shas. The visitor lamented that conditions were dire. The fields lay barren. Crops withered, spring seeds had frozen in the earth, and the harvest had rotted away, a lamentable cycle continuing for years. Enoch then revealed to the visitor, "I am Gungri of Shas." Chapter 3. The Mad King. I arose late, having slept in, and by the time I finally got out of bed, the morning had nearly slipped away, picked up my notes on court etiquette and the observations of my predecessors regarding the psychological traits and behaviors of the Jessen people. In truth, I could recite them from memory, yet I read on merely to dispel the incessant voice within me, a voice that incessantly murmured, "All is in disarray." Unable to silence this voice, I found myself arguing with it, insisting that I could indeed perform better without Eswen. After all, my work was a solitary endeavor. The initial message from Ekman regarding any celestial body was delivered by a singular voice, a living, breathing individual, presently alive and alone. He might meet an untimely demise, akin to Pariki's fate among the 4 Taurus constellations, or he might find himself confined to an asylum, as had the preceding 3 explorers. One after another, yet he remained active, for he was effective, a voice that speaks the truth, provided it has time, ample time, constitutes a force mightier than any fleet or army. Ekman had time in abundance. The voice within me cautioned, "You cannot go," however. I persuaded it to remain silent and made my way to the palace, prepared to be summoned by the king at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Feeling both composed and resolute. Yet, before I could meet the king, my composure and determination were utterly shattered while I lingered in the anteroom. The palace guards and attendants ushered me through the long corridors of the palace. Bringing me to the waiting area, a military attendant instructed me to wait. Leaving me alone in that lofty, windowless chamber, I stood there, clad in my splendid attire, prepared to present myself before the king. I had already sold my 4th ruby, as reports from explorers indicated that the Jessen people, much like Earthlings, cherished carbon-based jewels. Thus, I had brought a pouch full of gems to Winter Star for sustenance. I spent a third of my earnings on the garments I wore for yesterday's parade and today's audience with the king. Garments reminiscent of Karlhide style, each piece new and heavy, crafted with exquisite detail, a white fur knitted shirt, gray riding trousers, and a greenish-blue leather tunic known as hebwi, cinched with a belt, while a new hat and gloves were neatly tucked beneath it, and my feet were adorned with new leather boots. Dressed impeccably, I felt a surge of composure and determination. I surveyed my surroundings with a calm yet resolute demeanor. The radio reported that the royal decree had been printed and posted at several city gates and road markers, the contents of which constituted the entirety of the proclamation. I contemplated opening my briefcase to retrieve the transmitter and send an urgent distress signal to Hain, but I restrained myself, recognizing this impulse as even more foolish than my initial one. Fortunately, before I could act on this urge, the double doors at the far end of the anteroom swung open. The military attendant stood at the threshold, beckoning me to enter while announcing, "Jinrue AI. Please, my name is Jinli," yet the Karlhide people cannot articulate the Li sound, and thus they led me into the Red Hall to meet King Aghavan 15. I approached the edge of the platform and halted, remaining silent as per prior instructions. "Come forth, Mr. AI. Sit down." The king did not take a seat. He stood 10 feet away from me, with a roaring fire behind him casting flickering light at that moment. He spoke. "Speak your mind, Mr. AI. It is said you bring me news. Your Majesty, I have completely forgotten what I intended to say. I have just learned that Lord Eswen has fallen from grace." The king grinned, then burst into laughter. "Serves him right," he declared, "that arrogant, pretentious traitor who perjures himself. You dined with him last night, did you not? He boasted to you of his power, how he manipulates the king, how he praises you before me, and thus you would find me easy to deal with. Is this what he told you, Mr. AI? I hesitated. The more I listened, the more confused I became. It seemed I had no choice but to speak candidly. Thus, I said, Your Majesty, may I boldly inquire if I am perceived as entangled in Eswin's crimes? You? No, the king scrutinized me closely, Mr. AI. I know not what you are. Whether a sexual deviant, a man-made monstrosity, or a visitor from some other realm, but you are not a traitor. You are merely someone else's tool. I do not punish tools. Strange, the king emphasized, his tone self-satisfied. It was then that I suddenly realized that for 2 years, no one had offered me counsel. They answered my inquiries, yet never openly advised me. Even Eswin, in his most ardent assistance, had refrained from offering guidance. This must be related to the principles of Cybergriho. Do not allow anyone to manipulate you, Mr. AI, the king warned. Do not become embroiled in factions, spread your own lies, pursue your own agenda, and do not trust others. Do you understand? Do not trust others, that lying, cold-blooded traitor, that wretched man. I had foolishly placed my trust in him. I had even adorned his accursed neck with a silver necklace. How I wish I had used that very chain to strangle him then and there. Now, I would trust no one, never I would trust no one. Let him starve in the Mishanori rubbish pit, foraging for scraps to satiate his hunger. Let his insides rot. Never. The king trembled violently, a repugnant sound emanating from his throat, and then he turned his back to me. With a forceful kick, he struck the glowing embers of the furnace, and sparks swirled and danced, landing upon his hair and his sleeveless waistcoat. The king, his back turned to me, continued with a shrill and pained voice. Speak your mind, Mr. AI. May I pose a question, Your Majesty? You made. He stepped closer to the fire, swaying slightly. I had no choice but to address his back. Do you believe in who I am? The Eswin doctors have sent a steady stream of recordings about you. And the engineers from the factory where your spacecraft is docked have delivered yet more tapes. Other departments have also contributed recordings. They all assert that you are not human. Surely, they cannot all be lying. So, what do you have to say for yourself? Your Majesty, there are others like me that I represent that alliance, that authority. Very well. What mission have they entrusted you with, Your Majesty? I have not concealed my mission. Aikman seeks to forge an alliance with the nations of Gashin. For what purpose? To broaden our perspectives, to expand the intricate and profound realm of intelligent life, to foster amicable relations, and to let the brilliance of God illuminate the universe. Curiosity, exploration, and delight. How vast is that kingdom of utopian land, that Aikman? Aikman encompasses a total of 83 habitable planets, inhabited by approximately 3,000 different ethnic groups or tribes. 3,000. Oh, I see. Then tell me, since we are but one nation amidst 3,000, why should we engage with those monstrous nations dwelling in utopia? He turned to face me, still battling with words, framing a rhetorical question that bordered on jest. Yet, the jest was far too superficial. As Eswin had warned me, he was becoming increasingly agitated, as if every rustle of grass signified a threat. Your Majesty, the 83 planets and their 3,000 nations, yet the closest planet to Gashin would take 16 years of travel at near light speed. If you are concerned about Gashin being attacked or harassed by neighbors, consider how distant they truly are. Traversing space to launch an attack would be futile. I refrained from mentioning war, as the term did not exist in the language of Karl Hyde. However, trade is indeed worthwhile. Through the exchange of thoughts and technology via telecommunication, or trading goods and crafts with manned or unmanned spacecraft, both parties could send ambassadors, scholars, and merchants. Aikman is not a kingdom but a coordinating organization, a hub for trade and the exchange of knowledge. Without it, interactions between inhabited planets would be fraught with danger, and trade would bear immense risks, as you can see. Human life is fleeting, and without a network, a central system, control, and continuity of work, it would be impossible to cope with the vast time differences between planets. Thus, they have joined the great family of Aikman. Your Majesty, you must know that we are all human. We all are. All inhabited planets trace their origins back to a single planet, Han, in ancient times. Although our races differ, we are all descendants of the same humanity. Words did not ignite the king's curiosity, nor did they provide him with solace. Thus, I continued, attempting to clarify that the existence of the Aikman people would not threaten his Sifkerwi or, in other words, the principles of Sifkerwi and Karlhide, but would instead reinforce them, yet it was all in vain. The king resembled a mother otter trapped in a cage, his face contorted with fury, swaying back and forth in agony, baring his teeth. Are they all as dark as you? The Gasheen people generally have yellowish-brown or reddish-brown skin, yet I have seen many who are as dark as I am. Some are even darker, I replied. We possess a variety of skin tones. As I spoke, I opened my briefcase containing the telecommunication device and images, retrieving film, photographs, pictures, and active materials, presenting what resembled a small gallery of ethnicities: the Han, the Shafever, the Kedian, the Terrans, the Altina, the Watmost, the Captian, the Olal, the Vertoris, the Nogan, the Inspur, the Sim, the Jide, and the Hisherhaven. The king casually perused a few images. What is this? Are they eternally female? He cast aside the flash device. Swaying, his gaze fixed upon me, or slightly askew, the firelight dancing upon his face. Are they all like you? I could not lower this barrier to accommodate them. Ultimately, they must learn to cross it themselves. Indeed, as far as we know, the sexual psychology of the Gasheen people is unique among humanity. So, does that imply that all individuals on other planets are forever in a state of maternal attraction? Is that a perverse society? Lord Teepa once mentioned this. At the time, I thought he was jesting. This may be the case, though it is repugnant, Mr. AI. I fail to comprehend why the people here must endure dealings with beings so utterly different from us. Yet, you may have come here to inform me that I have no choice. It should be you making the choice for Karlhide, Your Majesty. And what if I were to send you away? This struck a nerve. He asked sharply, will you achieve immortality? A telecommunication device, Your Majesty. Is it a radio station? This device does not require radio waves or any form of energy. Its operation is similar to gravitational synchronization in certain respects. I momentarily forgot that my audience was not Eswin. He had read every report about me, attentively absorbing each of my explanations, and had gained much from them, but now my listener was a distracted king. Your Majesty, this device can transmit signals simultaneously between any 2 points. One point must be fixed on a planet of certain mass, while the other point can be moved at will. This device is the latter point. I have set the coordinates of the original planet Han. Traveling from Gasheen to Han via spacecraft takes 67 years, yet I need only input a message on the keyboard, and at the very moment I input it, Han will receive it. Would you like to communicate with the Sturbai people on Han, Your Majesty? I cannot speak the language of Utopia. The king gritted his teeth. I have notified them in advance. And therefore they have provided a translator fluent in Karlhide. What did you say? How is that possible? I despise clever tricks, Mr. AI. This is not a clever trick, Your Majesty. Your scientists have verified it. I am not a scientist. The king glared at me fiercely. I had intended to compliment him to pique his interest, yet I had unwittingly cornered him into a trap of reputation. This has all gone awry. Very well. Ask your machine, what is a traitor? I slowly input on the keys set to Karlhide. The king of Karlhide inquires of the Sturbai on Han, what is a traitor? The letters flickered across the small display. The king watched intently, his restlessness momentarily abated. A pause. A long pause, at a distance of 72 light-years. There were undoubtedly individuals anxiously inputting the command into a language computer set to Karlhide, if not a philosophical storage computer. Finally, bright letters illuminated the screen, pausing for a moment before gradually fading. Greetings to the king of Karlhide from the Sturbai people. I do not know what makes a person a traitor. No one admits to being a traitor, therefore, it is challenging to identify one. Sincerely, Pimor GF on April 5, 1491, at 9:30 a.m. in the Han system. After recording the tape, I handed it to the king. He casually tossed it onto the table and approached the central furnace, nearly stepping into it, kicking at the embers with his feet, his hands swatting at the sparks. The king hesitated for a moment, as if interrupting his train of thought. Perhaps this had never truly been his own viewpoint. Even though Eswin was no longer the king's ear, another would surely take his place. Moreover, if indeed the Aikman people sought something from us, they would not have sent only you. This is a farce, a deception. Thousands of extraterrestrials would come, but it does not take 1,000 individuals to open a door, Your Majesty. Perhaps it requires 1,000 to keep the door ajar. Aikman will wait for you to open it with your own hands, Your Majesty, it will not force anyone. Sending me alone to stay here is solely to alleviate your fears. Fears? The king said, turning his shadowy face, revealing a fierce countenance, scolding me harshly. Yet I truly fear those who sent you. I fear prophets, I fear deceivers, and I fear the most brutal truths. Only fear can govern people. Nothing else proves effective. Nothing else endures. You claim to be who you are, yet you have played a jest, devised a ruse. Between planets, there is nothing but void, terrifying darkness, and you have come alone from utopia? Attempting to intimidate me, I am indeed fearful, for I am the king. Fear is the king. Now take your trap, your trickery, and depart. There is no need for further words. I have already commanded that you be granted the freedom to act in Karlhide. Thus, I departed from the king, treading upon the lengthy crimson floor of the ominous red hall, with each step echoing, tap, 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 until the double doors sealed me outside, isolating me from the monarch. I had failed. Utterly and completely. Yet, as I exited the palace and traversed the garden, my heart was not weighed down by my own failure, but rather by Eswin's interference. If, according to the king's own words, Eswin's actions were indeed contrary, then why did the king choose to exile him under the pretext of serving Ackman, which appeared to be the crux of the imperial edict? When did he begin persuading the king to deny me entry? For what purpose? Why was he exiled while I remained free? Who among the two had spun more lies? What motives lay behind their deceit? I surmised that Eswin acted to preserve his life, while the king sought to maintain his dignity. This explanation, though intriguing, left me uncertain as to whether Eswin had ever lied to me. I felt a pang of pity for Eswin. Just yesterday, I had witnessed him, drenched in sweat beneath the weight of power and glory, radiating an extraordinary presence. Now he had fallen from grace. All was lost. Chapter 4. The 19th Day. This is a tale from East Karlhade. Narrated by Tapajohava in the domain of Gohenhen, and recorded by Jayon September 3, 1492. Lord Burloster Ramil Ipin arrived in the secluded village of Tangern, offering a reward of 40 emeralds plus half of his orchard's annual harvest for someone to tell his fortune. His offer was deemed acceptable. Thus, he sought out the prophet Audron and posed his query. On what day shall I meet my demise? The seers gathered and ventured into the shadows, at the end of the darkness. Audron proclaimed the answer. You shall perish on the 19th day of any month. His consort, Helber of the Gagnal clan, arrived in Tangern during the month of Glendi, seeking a prophet. What will you pay? Audron inquired, discerning Helber's tattered clothing and worn shoes, a figure in dire need of repair. I shall offer my life. Helber replied, though you possess nothing else, my lord? Audron asked, his tone shifting as if addressing a noble. Is there no other form of payment? There is naught else, Helber said, but I do not know if my life holds value for you. It does not, Audron asserted. For us, it holds no value. Then for whom? The prophet pressed. For my lord and consort, AC Burloster, came the tearful reply. Last time he visited, he received an answer that was not an answer. Since then, he has known neither love nor joy nor vitality. He shall die from that answer. Burloster slowly raised his head to regard Helber, as if the hinges of his neck had rusted so. You did not ask them when I would die. I only asked how long you would live. How long? You fool. You had the chance to inquire of the seers but did not ask when I would die. On what year, what month, what day, how many days I have left, and instead you ask how long. Oh, you simpleton, great simpleton, you will live longer than you. With that, Burloster raised the heavy red stone table, resembling a sheet of tin, and brought it crashing down upon Helber's head. Helber collapsed, the stone table pinning him down. Later, people from the Sherrod domain broke into the clock tower's dwelling and discovered the two of them. Subsequently, Burloster went mad, and they had to confine him, for he continually ran about, searching for Helber. Convinced that Helber was somewhere in the domain, he lived this way for a month, until on the 19th day of the new year, he hanged himself in Odist. Chapter 5. Entering the seer's secluded village, my landlord arranged my journey eastward. He was quite the chatterbox, and so forth. I contemplated visiting Ogren to confirm whether my suspicions were accurate, but I was more eager to fulfill my mission in Karlhade first. Thus, I sold a single emerald to the Scar jeweler on Ingress Street and, with the proceeds, I gathered my telegraph machine, several instruments, and a change of clothes. departing on the first day of summer's first month with a caravan. During our ascent of the Kalagavi Hills, the caravan paused briefly. As the afternoon approached, we reached a mountain summit, where the breathtaking panorama unfolded before us. The Koster Mountains towered majestically, rising 4 miles from base to peak. The western slope formed a massive sloped barrier, concealing the northern peaks, some of which soared to 30,000 feet. To the south, layers of mountains cascaded towards the colorless sky. I counted 13 peaks, the last one locked away in the distant mist of the south. A faint glimmer flickered in and out of view. The driver recounted the names of these 13 summits and shared tales of avalanches, of amphibious vehicles being swept off the road by mountain winds, and of snowplows trapping both vehicles and their occupants for weeks in inaccessible peaks, all in a bid to frighten me good-naturedly. He described witnessing a truck plummet from a sheer cliff while he was skiing, saying it was remarkable how slowly the truck fell, as if an entire afternoon passed before it floated into the abyss. At last, he saw it silently disappear into a 40-foot snowdrift, and he sighed with relief. Comfort was a scarce commodity in the realm of Karlhade at dawn. I awoke to find everything left behind, with only craggy rocks, ice, and the narrow mountain path winding upwards beneath our feet. I shivered from the cold, reminding myself that there are things more important than comfort, unless one is an old crone or a cat. Later that afternoon, we passed the peak of Iskarl, towering at 15,200 feet. Gazing upwards at the southern slope of the Koster Mountains, which we had been crawling up like snails all day, I spotted a bizarre rock formation rising approximately a quarter of a mile above the road, resembling a castle protruding from the earth. "Do you see that hermitage up there?" the driver asked us at a building. "It is the Aristotle Hermitage, so high. It cannot possibly house anyone, can it?" "Oh, the elder ones can reside there. I once transported provisions to them in a caravan at summer's end, and of course, for 10 to 11 months of the year, they cannot enter or exit, but they truly do not mind at present. There are about 7 or 8 individuals living inside. I once spent the night in a cold, overpriced and nestled in the shadow of the clock tower. That night, I endured many nightmares, and the following dawn, I arose, had breakfast, paid the extortionate innkeeper for my lodging, meals, and his haphazard directions, then set off on foot to seek out Jose Holder, an ancient hermitage not far from Remiel. My time in Karlhade exceeded that of the explorers, and I found myself skeptical of the tales surrounding the seers and their prophecies. The entirety of humankind has its share of prophetic legends. God foretells, spirits foretell, and even computers predict. Nevertheless, the legends concerning the seers were worth investigating. I discovered an entire village or small town scattered in the shadows of the sloping forest, all as chaotic and disorderly as Remiel, yet concealed, tranquil, and idyllic. Rooftops and pathways were adorned with hermon branches, a coarse conifer with thick, pink needles, abundant during the winter months. The winding paths were strewn with hermon pine cones, and the fragrance of hermon pollen wafted through the air, each house constructed from dark hermon timber. Finally, I halted, uncertain which door to knock upon. At that moment, a figure emerged from the thicket, leisurely approaching and politely inquiring, "Are you in search of accommodation?" "I have come to consult a prophet." I had resolved in advance to pose as a resident of Karlhade. It was not difficult to impersonate a native. The dialects of Karlhade are numerous, and my accent did not raise suspicions. Additionally, I was wrapped tightly, concealing any abnormal characteristics of my gender. Occasionally, someone would ask about my broken nose. In truth, I had a flat nose, while the Gissen people have sharp, slender noses, perfectly suited for breathing in near-freezing air. I could not say I know nothing. The young man chuckled, bowing slightly. "Pleased to meet you. I have lived here for 3 years and still have not attained anything worth mentioning about knowing nothing. What I mean is, I know nothing about the seers." "Remarkable," the young hermit exclaimed. "You see, since we must walk, we shall have to tarnish the pristine snow with our footprints. May I lead you to the cabin in the woods?" "My name is Gozd. I am Kinley," I replied, providing my first name while omitting my surname. "AI?" Following Gozd, I ventured deep into the chilling shade of the woods. 20 feet away stood a figure, upright and motionless, clearly outlined, clad in a crimson robe and a white shirt, adorned with glimmering enamel. Contrasting beautifully with the tall green grass, a figure stood 100 meters away, cloaked in garments of blue and white. While we conversed with the previous individual, this one remained motionless, not casting a glance in our direction. They were both practicing the Handa silent art, a form of hypnotic state that the Handa people refer to as a state of wakefulness, achieved through extreme sensory perception and consciousness leading to self-dissolution, the irony being self-expansion. Although this practice starkly contrasts with the majority of mystical arts, it may well represent a secret technique, akin to an inner spiritual experience, though I find it challenging to categorize any of the Handa's practices definitively. Ghost spoke with a figure clad in deep crimson robes. He was of similar height to myself, though leaner, with sharply defined facial features, a prominent forehead, and an ethereal presence. The moment our gazes met, an irresistible urge to engage him in conversation surged within me, yearning to communicate through the language of the soul. Since my ascent to the Winter Star, I had never employed such a mode of communication, and now felt it was perhaps too soon. The impulse was overwhelmingly potent, impossible to suppress. He continued to gaze at me, and after a brief moment, a smile graced his lips as he softly inquired. "You are the envoy, are you not?" I stammered, "Yes, my name is Fax. We are honored to receive you. Would you care to spend some days with us in Jossholder?" "As you wish," Fax replied, a serene smile illuminating his face. "The fact that you traversed the boundless void of space and journeyed 1,000 miles over the Kalgavi Mountains to reach us is indeed commendable. I came in admiration of Jossholder's prophetic renown. Then perhaps you wish to examine our prophecies? Or do you come bearing a question of your own?" His clear gaze compelled me to speak the truth. "I do not know," I admitted. "No matter," he responded, "if you stay a while, you may discover whether you have a question. Understand that the prophets convene only at certain times, so please, do join us for a few days." I resided there for several days, enjoying a pleasant and carefree existence, engaging in communal labor such as farming, planting flowers, logging, and repairs. As a temporary guest, I was requested to assist wherever my help was most needed. This was a life of seclusion, self-sufficient yet stagnant, deeply rooted in the unique ignorance cherished by the Handa people, adhering to their principles of tranquility and naturalness. This principle embodies the essence of Handa beliefs, a matter I dared not feign understanding. However, after spending a fortnight in Jossholder, my comprehension of the Handa deepened. Behind the passionate celebrations of their political processions lay an ancient darkness, characterized by passivity, disorder, and silence. This was the profound obscurity of the Handa. Yet from that silence emerged the voices of the prophets, a phenomenon both enigmatic and captivating. The young Ghost eagerly volunteered to guide me, assuring me that I could pose any question to the prophets, phrased in any manner. What if I were to ask the ultimate question? My ambiguous inquiry seemed clever, yet still fell into the realm of the mundane. Did they destroy them? Is the founder of the Yomasai cult? Indeed, Ghost chuckled, as if the tale amused him, though I could not discern whether he laughed at the Yomasai or at me. "Can you discern my thoughts?" "I cannot," Fax replied, presenting a tranquil yet candid smile. "Perhaps you unconsciously perceive the thoughts of others. What benefit lies therein?" If the questioner knows the answer, they would not pay. On the 18th of the month, the 9 prophets gathered in a typically locked house, a tall, expansive hall with a stone floor, shrouded in gloom, illuminated only by a few narrow windows through which faint light trickled. The hall was dim, and at one end, a deeply recessed fireplace crackled with a fire. They formed a circle, seated on the bare stone floor, all draped in robes and hoods, resembling a circle of ancient tombs, motionless in the dim glow of the flames. Goes, along with several young hermits and a physician from a neighboring territory, sat by the fireplace, silently observing as I traversed the hall and stepped into the circle. The atmosphere was both casual and tense. As I entered among the prophets, a masked figure lifted their head, revealing a peculiar visage, rugged and somber, with cold, piercing eyes fixed upon me. Fax sat cross-legged, utterly still yet seemingly charged with energy, his soft voice resonating with unexpected power. "Ask," he commanded. I stood among them and posed my question. "Will the Gasheen star become a member of the known star Ekman family in 5 years?" Silence enveloped me. I stood there, suspended at the center of a web woven from the fabric of silence. 2 prophets remained taciturn, one intermittently tapping 10 to 12 times on the floor with his left hand before ceasing movement altogether. I had never encountered either of them before. Ghost remarked that they were peculiar individuals, their nerves frayed. He referred to them as time-splitters, implying a state of schizophrenia. Though the psychiatrists of Karlhide lacked an understanding of the language of the soul, Akin to blind physicians, they excelled in prescribing medications, hypnosis, vibrational therapies, and various forms of mental treatment. I inquired whether these two patients could be healed. Healed? Goes retorted. Can you restore a singer's voice? Beside the KLM mother lover sat an individual with sexual deviations. He had come with the physician from Spuvy, as Goes informed me, and some prophets artificially stimulated deviant behaviors in a normal person by injecting estrogen or testosterone a few days prior to their gatherings. Natural is preferable. This individual was eager to participate, relishing the spotlight. Goes employed a masculine pronoun to refer to him, avoiding terms associated with the male role in KLM mother love, and he appeared somewhat embarrassed. In Karlhide, discussions around sexual matters were unrestrained, approached with reverence and fervor regarding KLM mother love, yet shrouded in silence when it came to sexual deviations, at least in my presence. The prolonged duration of KLM mother love, compounded by hormonal imbalances, often led to either masculinization or feminization, resulting in what they termed sexual deviation. This was not an isolated phenomenon, as 3 to 4% of adults might be classified as deviants or anomalies by my standards. Yet they remained integrated within society, albeit with insufficient tolerance and excessive discrimination, much like the experiences of homosexuals within many heterosexual communities. As the locals would say, they were living zombies, for they could not reproduce. Facts remained impassive. The KLM mother lover sat still, unperturbed when the deviant touched him again. One of the peculiar individuals lifted his head and began to chuckle. Ha, ha, ha. Fax raised his hand. Instantly, every face in the circle turned towards him, as if he had gathered their gazes into a collective focus. By the time we entered the hall, it was afternoon, and rain was falling. Soon, the gray light streaming through the eaves windows vanished. Beams of faint light cascaded down like ethereal sails, taking on triangular and rectangular shapes, stretching from the walls to the floor, illuminating the 9 faces. Outside, the moon ascended above the forest, casting a pallid, scattered glow. The fire in the hearth had long since reduced to ashes. The dim light flickered, shadows and stripes and angles crawling over the circle of figures, revealing a face, a hand, a motionless back. For a moment, I saw Fax's outline, rigid and unmoving, like a pale stone statue bathed in diffused light. The slanted moonlight slowly slithered, creeping upon the bent back of the KLM mother lover. The peculiar individual across from the circle tapped rhythmically on the stone floor, producing a continuous resonance that caused the KLM mother lover to bury his head in his knees, gripping the ground tightly as his body trembled. They were all interconnected, each a suspended point upon a spider's web. I, too, felt the undeniable nature of that connection. The communication transpired silently through Fax, who endeavored to adjust and control it, for he was the center, the prophet. The ethereal glow scattered, climbing the eastern wall, gradually fading. The web of power, tension, and silence expanded. I struggled to maintain distance from the thoughts of the prophets. The profound, heart-pounding tension of that silence, the sensation of being drawn into that figure, that web, made me feel like a mere phantasm within it, causing me distress. However, as I erected a barrier, the situation worsened. A sense of rejection took root within me, a feeling of timidity, as illusions surged forth, strange shadows danced, and bizarre thoughts inundated my mind, accompanied by various manifestations and sensations of sexual impulses, burning with absurd ferocity. The flames of desire raging that I found myself surrounded by deep chasms, gaping maws with interlaced fangs, dark passages crisscrossing like the mouth of hell. I lost my balance. I was falling. If I could not fend off this madness, I would indeed plunge into its abyss, descending into madness, yet I was powerless to repel it. The ineffable power of synesthesia is at play, a force born of sexual perversion and repression, stemming from a madness that distorts time. Emerging from an alarming rigor in focus and comprehension of intuitive reality, powerful yet chaotic, far beyond my capacity to restrain or control. Yet, these forces remain tethered, with the epicenter still being Fax. Moments slip by unnoticed. Moonlight casting its glow upon distant walls, devoid of brilliance, shrouded in darkness, at the heart of which lies Fax, a prophet. A woman bathed in light. That light is silver, the silver horns are armor. Embodying a woman clad in armor, wielding a sharp sword. The light suddenly ignites, so intense it becomes unbearable, flowing along her limbs like flames. He cries out in terror and agony. Yes, yes! The earlier chuckle of the ascetic transforms into a resounding laughter, growing louder until it becomes a quaking roar, an interminable bellow, echoing through time. The darkness stirs, frantic and chaotic, a reconfiguration of ancient epics, evading the prophecies of the future. Bring forth the light, bring forth the light. A deep, resonant voice calls repeatedly, bring forth the light. Add some fuel to the fire. There, bring forth the light. It is the voice of the doctor from Spuvey, who has entered the circle. The circle is in disarray. The doctor kneels beside the gaunt forms of two ascetics, the latter curled upon the ground, locked in a state of tension. The mother lover bows his head upon Fax's knee, gasping for breath, trembling all over. Fax tenderly and indifferently strokes his hair. The pervert squats in a corner, dispirited. The gathering concludes, time flows once more as usual, and the web of power disintegrates into profound weariness. But where is the answer to my question? The enigma of the oracle, the ambiguous expression of prophecy? I kneel beside Fax. His clear gaze meets mine in an instant. Just as I had seen him in the darkness moments ago, he appears in feminine form. Fully armored in the light, ablaze in the fire, shouting, yes, in 5 years, Gasheen Star will become a member of Ackman. Yes. There is no mystery, no equivocation. At that moment, I grasped the essence of the answer. Rather than a prophecy, it was an observational conclusion. I had to confront my affirmative assertion. The answer is correct. Like an intuitive premonition, unmistakable. We possess the naval ship, the synchronized telegraph, the language of the mind. Yet we have yet to tame the wild stallion of intuitive foresight. To obtain this secret, we must journey to Gasheen Star. The Handarati's contrarian nature is pervasive, vague. I stroll alongside Fax, who gazes at me. His visage is one of the most beautiful I have ever beheld, as hard and finely contoured as a stone statue. I in the darkness, he says, there are 10 of us. Not 9, there is a stranger. Yes, indeed, there is one that I have not erected barriers to hinder you. Fax, you are a listener, a born seer, perhaps even a powerful natural telepath. It is no wonder you possess a prophetic soul, able to govern the emotional tension and resonance of that group of seers, placing them in a state of automatic enhancement until the tension breaks the state, thus leading you to the answer. He listens with keen interest. Observing the mysteries of my practice from the outside through your gaze is rather peculiar, whereas I perceive these mysteries as a disciple from the inside. Fax, if you permit, if you are willing, I would like to communicate with you through the language of the mind, at this moment. I am certain he is a natural communicator. As long as he agrees, with a bit of practice, I can weaken his unconscious defenses. Once achieved, will I hear the thoughts of others? No, it is not like that. It is merely what you have already done as an empath. The language of the mind is a means of communication, automatically transmitting and receiving information. Then why not speak aloud? Because speaking loudly can lead to deception. Does the language of the mind not deceive? It does not deceive intentionally. Fax ponders for a moment. This skill will undoubtedly pique the interest of kings, politicians, and entrepreneurs. When people discover that the language of the mind is a teachable skill, entrepreneurs will vehemently oppose its application. They have prohibited its use for decades. Fax smiles gently. And what of the kings? We no longer have kings, so that is the case, I understand. Oh, thank you. Gently. But my vocation is ignorance, not learning. Besides, I do not wish to acquire a skill that would utterly transform the world. Yet according to your own prophecy, this world is destined to change, and it will occur within the next 5 years. Moreover, I too must change with it, gently. Yet, I am unwilling to alter the world. The heavens weep, a fine, persistent drizzle characteristic of summer on Gasheen Star. We wander through the hillside of the secluded village. In the Herman Woods, where no roads exist, light filters through the dark foliage, casting a grayish hue, while crystalline droplets fall from the purplish needles. The air is crisp yet warm, the sound of rain distinctly audible. Fax, please impart your wisdom. You Handarati possess a gift sought after by all on this planet. You can foresee the future. Yet, your lives appear to be as indifferent as anyone else's. What is there to be astonished about? Janely? Indeed. Take, for instance, the conflict between Karlhade and Ogrina regarding the dispute over the Sirius Gorge. To my knowledge, Karlhade has lost face these past few weeks. If so, why does King Agavin not consult his seers? Inquiring about what actions to take, whom to select as prime minister, and so forth. Such questions are difficult to pose. I see no difficulty in it. He could simply ask, who would be most loyal as my prime minister? And leave it at that. He may pose the question that way, but the issue is that he does not comprehend what most loyal might entail. It could mean the chosen individual might surrender the gorge to Ogrina, or go into exile, or assassinate the king. In short, it could imply many unforeseen or unwelcome outcomes. Then he must articulate the question with utmost precision. Yes, there are many inquiries he must consider. Even the king must pay a price. Will you demand a high price from him? Very high. Fact states calmly, the inquirer pays what they possess. As you know, in reality, the king has visited the seers, though not frequently. What if a seer themselves holds power and influence? Facts, I do not comprehend. It is thus. We come to the secluded village primarily to learn what questions not to ask. At Fax's face, obscured by a hood, appears weary, the radiance fading from his countenance. When he gazes at me with those clear, kind, and honest eyes, he bears the weight of 13,000 years of tradition. The unknowable, Fax's gentle voice reverberates through the woods, the unprophetic and unprovable. This is the foundation of life. Ignorance is the cornerstone of thought. The unprovable is the foundation of action. If it were proven that there is no God, there would be no religion, no Handarati faith, no Yomishi creed, no deity of the hearth, nothing at all. Likewise, if it were proven that God exists, there would be no religion. Jean Lee, please tell me what is knowable. What is undeniably certain, predictable, and inevitable? That is to say, regarding our future, what is the one indisputable truth you know? It is that we all must die. Chapter 6. Exile. Each morning, the chef who hastened to my home rouses me from slumber. I was sleeping soundly when he shook me, leaning in to whisper, Lord Eswin, awaken, awaken. The king's messenger has arrived. Thus, I turned over, rose, and made my way to the living room where the messenger awaited. And so, I stumbled into my life of exile. The messenger read aloud the royal decree, and I thought to myself, this was to be expected, though I did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. However, when I witnessed the messenger nail that cursed decree to my door, I felt as though he had driven a nail into my eye. This sudden blow brought me to the brink of despair. When the clock struck 9, I departed from the palace. I took with me only what I could carry. Had I liquidated my possessions and bank deposits into cash, it would inevitably have jeopardized those who dealt with me, and the closer our relationship, the greater their risk. That I wrote to my former lover, the mother lover ACI, instructing him on how to derive sustenance from some valuable items for our sons. Yet admonished him not to send money, for Teepa would surely dispatch agents to monitor the border. I dared not sign my name on the letter, nor did I risk a phone call, for the recipient would surely find themselves imprisoned. During the 3-day grace period, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I could reach Caspian, situated a considerable 85 miles from the bay. The captains were reluctant to take me aboard. They were all acquainted with me, for I had been the architect of the port on behalf of the king. The amphibious vessels also denied me passage. Left with no alternative, I had no choice but to embark on foot towards Caspian. I found it remarkably challenging to label myself a traitor. The notion struck me as absurd. It was all too easy to attribute such a charge to another, yet I remained ambivalent about my own guilt. As dusk fell on the 3rd day, I arrived at Caspian, weary and aching, for in recent years at Aelhenlang, I had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, the very act of walking having sapped my strength. Axie had long awaited me at the town's gates. I had been romantically entwined with Axie for 7 years, during which we had raised 2 sons. The children bore his name, Forrest Remael Auspice, and were nurtured within his tribe. 3 years prior, he had departed for the hermit village of Ogriai, and now adorned his neck with the golden necklace of a prophetic ascetic. Though 3 years had separated us, the moment I glimpsed his face in the twilight of the stone archway, the memories of our past romance surged forth, as if we had parted only yesterday, and I was acutely aware that it was his unwavering devotion that compelled him to share in my misfortune. Angered by the prospect of that feudal bond reasserting itself, I walked past him, determined to remain unfeeling, unwilling to feign kindness. Eswin, he called, trailing behind me. I hastily descended the steep streets of Caspian, heading towards the dock. A gust of southern wind swept in from the sea, Rustling the black branches of the garden, I fled from him, as if escaping a murderer, amidst the warm, tempestuous twilight of summer. Yet, my aching feet hindered my speed. He caught up with me, saying, "Eswin, I wish to accompany you. I remained silent. 10 years ago this month. We swore an oath in Tuva, yet 3 years ago, you shattered that promise by leaving me. That was indeed a wise choice. I have never broken our vow, Eswin. Indeed, there was no oath to break. Neither of us owes the other anything. Let me go." Tears glistened in his eyes as he implored, "Will you accept this, Eswin?" "Yes, I owe you nothing. Yet I love you." As he extended a small purse towards me, I replied, "No, I have money. Allow me to leave. I must go alone." Thus, I pressed onward, and he ceased to follow. However, the shadow of my brother lingered behind me. I had just mentioned him, and it felt dreadful. Everything I had done felt utterly wretched. Upon reaching the dock, misfortune awaited me. I managed to find a fisherman repairing a boat, who glanced at me before hastily turning away in silence. Someone must have forewarned him. Otherwise, he would not have recognized me. It was evident that Tipa had employed someone to reach the dock ahead of me, intending to trap me in Karlhade and let my grace period elapse. I had not anticipated that the exile decree was not merely a pretext, but a means to ensure my execution. Once the clock struck 6, I would become a sitting duck for Tipa's minions, and my demise would not be regarded as murder, but rather as summary justice. The port's sea breeze howled, the sky oscillating between light and dark as I sat upon a sack of ballast. Some may act with cunning in perilous moments, but I lacked such talent. My gift lay in foresight, and when danger loomed, I became paralyzed. The fisherman remained inside the shipyard, still mending the vessel. I could bribe him or resort to force. But that dilapidated engine was not worth the risk. Perhaps I could steal a boat, yet all the fishing vessels had their engines secured. I had never piloted a motorboat. Attempting to navigate by the light of the dock to start the engine and steer the vessel out into the bay would be recklessly perilous. By chance, I spotted a rowboat tethered between 2 motorboats in the outer dock. Without delay, I decided to steal it. I dashed across the illuminated dock, leaped into the rowboat, untied the mooring line, positioned the oars, and paddled towards the turbulent waters of the dock, where the lights shimmered upon the dark waves, creating dazzling trails. I paddled far from the dock, raising my head to see 2 figures at the dock's end, silhouetted against the bright electric lights scanning the sea, resembling 2 leaping branches. Suddenly, I collapsed, not from fear, but from the impact of a distant gunshot. They were wielding a sonic weapon. I had no knowledge of the lethal range of such a device, but I was not far from its reach. Agonizing pain doubled me over, akin to an infant suffering from colic. I struggled to breathe, as if ensnared by the debilitating sonic field that constricted my chest. They would soon pursue me in a speedboat to finish me off. The urgency of my situation rendered me unable to remain curled up, gasping for air. With great effort, I flailed my weakened arms to paddle, my hands growing numb, and I could only widen my eyes as I gripped the oar. Thus, I paddled into the raging waves, plunging into the pitch-black bay. With every stroke, my arms became increasingly numb. My heart raced, and my lungs forgot how to breathe. I exerted all my strength to paddle, yet my arms refused to obey. I struggled to haul the oar into the boat, but it would not budge. Suddenly, a patrol boat's searchlight fell upon me like snowflakes on soot, illuminating me in the darkness. I could not tear my eyes away from that blinding beam. They pried my fingers from the oar and dragged me onto the deck of the patrol boat. Laying me out like a gutted fish, I sensed their gazes upon me, but could scarcely comprehend their words, except for one who spoke with authority, presumably the captain. Thus, despite Tipa's orders relayed via radio, the first mate's fear of retaliation led to numerous objections. The Caspian patrol boat's captain disregarded them and transported me across the Cherasoni Bay, safely arriving at the Scheldt port of Ogriai. Was the captain's act of saving me a matter of principle, opposing Tipa's intention to murder an unarmed man, or was it out of goodwill? I could not know, nor could I ascertain. Through the morning mist, the coast of Ogriai emerged hazily, shrouded in gray. At that moment, I rose, dragging my legs as I departed the ship, making my way towards the street by the sea in Scheldt City. However, I could not walk far before collapsing onto the ground, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, I discovered myself lying in a hospital, known as the Community Public Hospital of the 24th District in Shelt City of Ogriai. I was certain of this, for the name of Ogriai was inscribed or rusted upon the metal cup at the bedside. The lampstand, the nightstand, the nurse's white coat, the sheets, and even upon the nightgown I wore, a doctor approached and inquired, "How is it that you can resist the hallucinogen?" In Ogriai, an inspector appears behind everyone. "What is your name?" I did not ask for his name. I had to adapt to local customs, learning to live like the people of Ogriai in an unprotected environment, to exercise restraint, to avoid unnecessary offenses. However, I did not disclose my true name, for it bore no relevance to anyone in Ogriai. Saramhars, that is not an Ogriai name. Where do you hail from? Karlhade, that is not a community of Ogriai. Where are your entry permit and identification? Where are my documents? I had been unconscious on the streets of Shelt City for quite some time before someone brought me to the hospital. Thus my identification, personal belongings, coat, shoes, and cash had all been lost. Upon hearing this, I erupted with laughter, expelling the frustration I had been harboring, though deep down, I felt no anger at my laughter incensed the inspector. I was exiled from Karlhade. The doctor, upon hearing my name, turned from the adjacent bed. He then pulled the inspector aside, and they whispered to each other for a while. 5 days later, I obtained permanent residency, registered as a resident of Missolori town, according to my application, and received a temporary identification for travel to that town. I was grateful to the old doctor for allowing me to remain in the hospital. Otherwise, I would have surely starved during those 5 days. He had a prime minister from Karlhade residing in his hospital, and that prime minister was most appreciative, found work as a stevedore on an amphibious vessel in a fleet transporting fresh fish from Silt. Arriving in Missolori, the journey was brief and replete with the stench of fish, concluding at the bustling market in South Missolori, where I quickly secured employment in the cold storage facility. During the summer, work was always plentiful in those areas, such as unloading, packaging, and storing dead fish. As part of a significant initiative against the Cold War with Karlhade, a new foreign registration law was enacted on the 26th of Cass. Under this new law, my registration became invalid, thereby costing me my livelihood. I spent half a month waiting in the reception rooms of various inspectors, but thanks to my colleagues who lent me money and provided me with stolen fish to stave off hunger, I managed to avoid starvation while I sought re-registration. I held a deep fondness for those kind-hearted roughnecks, yet they lived ensnared in a trap, with little hope of escape. Thus I found myself working among those I did not particularly like. Consequently, I finally made the call I had been postponing for 3 months. The following day, I found myself in the laundry room of Fish Island, washing shirts alongside several companions. Some of them were completely bare, while others wore only partial clothing. The room was thick with steam, and the air was saturated with unpleasant odors of filth and fish, accompanied by the incessant sound of rushing water. At that moment, I heard someone call my real name. Upon turning, I recognized it was Governor Yeji, who appeared just as he had months prior during the reception for the island's ambassador at the ceremonial hall of the Elhanlong Palace. "You must leave this place at once, Eswin," he declared in a tone reminiscent of a wealthy Missolorian. His voice nasal, loud, and commanding to, "Oh, and dispose of that tattered shirt. It is the only one I possess. Then rise quickly. We must depart. It is far too hot here." The onlookers regarded him with a mix of indifference and curiosity, aware of his affluence yet oblivious to his role as governor. I had become Yeji's secretary, re-registered on the roster of Ogrina as an attendant rather than merely a symbol. A name alone is insufficient. One must also bear a label, for the people there categorize first and then perceive specifics. Yet this label suited me perfectly. I was a parasite and soon began to curse the very purpose that had compelled me to dwell in this state of dependency. For an entire month had elapsed with no indication of progress beyond what I had experienced on the islands, and the realization of my goals remained a distant dream. As summer waned, it was only on the last rainy night that Yeji summoned me to his office. Upon my arrival, I found him conversing with the governor of the Esk district. Abuso. I recognized the governor. He had once led a trading delegation from Ogrina to Elhanlong. He was short in stature with a concave chest and a flat face adorned with small triangular eyes, contrasting sharply with the slender, bony figure of Yeji. They appeared quite the opposites, one a dandy, the other an antiquity, but both held significant stature. They belonged to the influential group of 32 that governed Ogrina. And there was more to it than that. Abuso sighed and inquired, Eswin, pray tell, what was the purpose of your actions in Sasluos? For I surmise that if anyone has erred in their duties, it must be you. Why fear has overshadowed my caution, Governor. What exactly do you fear? What troubles you, Eswin? I fear the unfolding events at present. The struggle for fame in Silos continues. Karlhade has been humiliated. And this humiliation has bred anger, which the Karlhade government is now exploiting. Exploiting? For what end? Abuso's demeanor was aggressive, while Yeji, with his delicate and sensitive nature, interjected, Governor, Lord Eswin is my guest and should not be subjected to such inquiries. Governor, I must extend my hospitality to friends wherever I encounter them, yet I do not wish to keep them for long. I perceive that, Abuso replied. However, as we discussed in Esk, we may share a sleigh without necessarily being tied by the bonds of love. Correct? Let us speak frankly. I know the reason for your exile, dear friend, for your love for Karlhade surpasses your loyalty to the king. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that your love for the king exceeds your affection for his cousin. Or perhaps it is because your love for Elhanlong exceeds your loyalty to Ogrina. Yeji remarked, Am I mistaken? Eswin, you are not mistaken, Governor. Then, do you believe, Abuso asked, that Tipa aims to govern Karlhade as effectively as we govern Ogrina? Indeed, that I believe Tipa is wielding the Silos Valley dispute as a cudgel, sharpening it as necessary, and may effect tremendous change in Karlhade within a year, greater than any transformation seen in nearly a millennium. He has a model to emulate. Salfu 27. Furthermore, he understands how to exploit the king's fears, which is far easier than attempting to bolster the king's courage, while I am left to toil in vain. Should Tipa succeed, then you gentlemen will encounter a worthy adversary. Abuso nodded. I have relinquished the principle of honor, Yeji remarked. What is your insinuation, Eswin? It is this. Will the continent accommodate 2 Ogrins? Yes, indeed, it is just so. Abuso replied, Great minds think alike. Eswin, you have long been a seed planted in my mind, and I cannot uproot it. Our Cold War has expanded too far. It will inevitably spill over into Karlhade. To date, I have cast my vote against escalating the Silos Valley dispute 13 times. Yet what has that achieved? The power group manipulates 20 seats, and every maneuver by Tipa fortifies Salfu's control over those 20 seats. Tipa has erected a wall across the valley, stationed guards armed with assault rifles. I had thought those guns were confined to museums. Whenever the power group requires a challenge, they issue one, resulting in the strengthening of Ogrina. But Karlhade has grown stronger as well. Every reaction to Tipa's provocations, every humiliation imposed upon Karlhade, every effort to enhance your prestige has backfired, instead contributing to Karlhade's fortification, ultimately rendering it as potent and centralized as Ogrina. Moreover, in Karlhade, they have not stored the assault rifles in museums. They are carried by the King's Guard. Yeji filled another glass with longevity water. The dignitaries of Ogrina consumed this precious liquid as if it were mere beer. Though it was drawn from the misty waters of Silos, 5,000 miles away, Abuso wiped his mouth and blinked, so it was Jinli AI applying to enter Ogrina. That envoy? He did not lie. Then, we are speaking of an envoy from another world. Is he an alien? Abuso asked. Yeji continued, Did he meet with King Agavin? For I have fallen victim to Tipa's schemes. My gaze was fixed upon the stars above, neglecting the mud beneath my feet. Have you begun to study astrology, dear friend? We would all do well to study astrology. Abuso, is this envoy a threat to us? I think not. That he brings tidings of goodwill from his people. Expressing a desire for mutual exchange, trade, treaties, and alliances, with no ulterior motives, he arrived alone, bearing no weapons, empty-handed save for a communication device and a ship, which he permitted us to inspect thoroughly. I see no reason to fear him. However, despite being empty-handed, he heralds the end of kingdoms and communes. Why is that? How do we deal with strangers? Unless we treat them as brothers. How did Gishin manage the alliance of 80 planets? Unless he regarded the alliance as a single planet. 80 planets? Yeji said with an uneasy laugh. Abuso cast a sidelong glance at me, saying, I fear you have spent too long in the palace with that madman. And you have gone mad yourself. Rambling about alliances with stars and treaties with moons? How did he arrive here? Did he ride a comet? Did he descend on a meteorite? A ship? What sort of ship floats in the air? Is it adrift in the nebulous void? Yet, you are not any more mad than before, Eswin. Rather, You are cunningly mad, shrewdly mad. The people of Karlhade have all gone mad. Lead the way, my lord. I shall follow you. Lead the way, well said. Though I am of advanced years, I still wish to learn astrology. Where will it lead me? If your actions are wiser than mine, it will lead you to glory, gentlemen. I have spent time with the envoy. I have seen his vessel that traverses the stars, and I know he is indeed an envoy from beyond. As for whether his mission is sincere or the portrayal of that otherworldly realm is accurate, we cannot ascertain. We can only judge as we would a person. Were he one of our own, I would call him honest. Perhaps you should make your own judgments. Yet one thing is certain, before him, the Gasheen star knows no borders and offers no defenses. The gates of Ogrina face a mightier challenge from Karlhade. Whosoever first meets the challenge, whoever first opens the gates of earth, shall become the leader of us all, of all 3 continents. The entire planet. Our boundaries are no longer those between 2 nations, but the trajectory formed by our planet orbiting the sun. Now, it is folly to stake the principle of honor on any petty opportunities. I had stirred Yaji, but Abuso remained seated, his corpulent form slumped, his small eyes fixed upon me. This requires a month of contemplation to determine whether to believe, he said, and if these words were spoken by another rather than you, Eswin, I would regard it as nothing more than a ruse, a web woven from starlight aimed at rendering us servile. However, I know you possess a lofty spirit. Your head is too high to bow in humiliation to deceive us. I do not believe you speak the truth, yet I also know that lies will choke you. Well, it seems he has conversed with you. Will he converse with us? He seeks what eludes him. Searching for an opportunity, if he wishes for his voice to resonate in Karlhade, then Tipa will surely silence him. I worry for him. He appears oblivious to his peril. Would you be willing to share with us what you know? Certainly, but why not allow him to come here and convey it to you in person? Is there a reason to prevent his arrival? Yaji meticulously bites his nails and replies, I think not. He has applied for entry, and Karlhade has raised no objections. We are currently considering his request. Chapter 7. Matters of Sexuality excerpted from the field records of the explorer Ekman, who first set foot on Gexing Star Winter Star on September 3, 1448. Day 81 of 1448. They may have conducted an experiment. The notion is unsettling. However, given the evidence suggesting that the human colonies are but an experiment, specifically, a group of Hainans relocating to a planet inhabited by primitive humanoid natives, this possibility cannot be dismissed. The colonizers must have exerted control over human genetics. Otherwise, how can one account for the sexual physiology of the Gexingers? The likelihood of natural selection is exceedingly low. Their sexual characteristics bear little to no adaptive value. Why, then, choose such a harsh environment for experimentation? This remains a mystery. Tinabasal posits that the colony was established during an interglacial period. For the initial 40 to 50,000 years, the climate here was temperate and favorable. By the time the glacial epoch returned, the Hainans had completely withdrawn from the colony, leaving the colonists to fend for themselves, thus rendering the experiment incomplete. Their sexual cycle averages between 26 to 28 days. They tend to consider it as 26 days. Aligning closely with the solar week, should an individual occupy the female role and conceive, hormonal activity will naturally persist, maintaining that individual in a female state throughout an 11-month and 4-day gestation period, followed by 6 to 8 months of lactation. After the weaning period, the woman re-enters a state of sexual dormancy, reverting to a quintessentially hermaphroditic form. There are no distinct psychological traits. A mother of several children may also be a father to others. On Gexing Star, offspring are naturally nurtured by their mothers, the parents who give birth, Karlanha. Incest among descendants, even those born of a pair of maternal lovers, is permitted, albeit under various restrictions. However, siblings born of the same parents are prohibited from engaging in maternal love. And after bearing a child, they must cease such relationships. In Karlhade and Oglina, incest across different generations is strictly forbidden, yet it is said to be tolerated among the tribes in Peru, in Antarctica. This may be mere rumor. The social structure, industry, agriculture, and commercial management of the Gexingers, the size of their settlements, their narrative themes, all are established in accordance with the cycles of maternal love. Each individual is entitled to a monthly leave, regardless of status, during which they are neither obliged nor compelled to work, and one, whether impoverished or unfamiliar, is turned away from the apartments of maternal love. the cyclical experiences of sexual passion, both painful and joyous, take precedence over all else. This is easily comprehensible. What is perplexing, however, is that these individuals spend 4/5 of their lives devoid of sexual desire. Space is allocated for sexual activity, ample space, yet it remains largely dormant. The Gexing society operates as a coherent whole, existing without sexual desire. Therefore, everyone is free to reach out and take. This may sound straightforward, yet its psychological impact is immeasurable. Every individual between the ages of 7 and approximately 35 may be, as Nim posits, bound by the act of procreation, which implies that no one is bound physiologically and psychologically as women are elsewhere. They share in both burdens and blessings alike. Each individual faces the same risks or makes similar choices. Consequently, no child bears the Oedipal complex. The myth of Oedipus does not exist on Winter Star. Thus, there is no coercive sexual behavior, nor is there rape. Intercourse can only occur with mutual consent. Otherwise, it is impossible, resembling the behavior of most mammals rather than that of humans. While seduction is indeed possible, it must occur at an appropriate moment. Therefore, there exists no distinction between the strong and the weak, the protector and the protected, the ruler and the submissive, the master and the slave, the active and the passive. In truth, on Winter Star, the binary tendencies that pervade human thought have either diminished or transformed. When encountering a Gexinger, one must not, in accordance with the conventions of a heterosexual society, automatically categorize them as either male or female, nor should one project one's own expectations of interactions between the same or opposite sexes onto them. Our entire societal gender framework does not exist here. They cannot adhere to our rules, nor do they perceive one another as men and women. However, one cannot use this to define a Gexinger. They are neither neutral nor strictly male or female, but rather embody potential masculinity and femininity, or are androgynous. Given that the Karlhade language lacks pronouns to denote individuals in a state of maternal love, I must refer to them as he, much like we employ masculine pronouns to represent supernatural beings. Masculine pronouns are broader and more general than neutral or feminine ones. Yet, in my thoughts, this usage leads me to forget that the Karlhade individuals with whom I interact are not men, but rather embody both masculine and feminine traits. Should the first explorer be dispatched, a warning must be issued. Unless he is brimming with confidence or utterly oblivious, his self-esteem is bound to suffer. Men invariably desire their masculinity to be respected, while women yearn for their femininity to be appreciated, regardless of how subtly or delicately that respect and appreciation are expressed. Yet, on Winter Star, none of this exists. An individual is simply regarded and evaluated as a human being, a notion that is indeed chilling. I harbor a conjecture regarding the eradication of war. Ancient Hainans believed that sustained sexual potency and organized social aggression, both of which are exclusively human traits, absent in any mammal, were causally linked. They perceived war as a purely masculine act of possession, a large-scale act of violation. Thus did they eradicate the exercise of male coercion and female victimization in their experiments? Only the divine could know. In truth, while the Gexingers are undeniably competitive, the intricate and complex social networks established for the purposes of fame, profit, and so forth attest to this. They seem less inherently aggressive. At least on the surface, they have never engaged in wars that could be truly characterized as such. They do inflict harm upon one another, with instances of 1 or 2 individuals being killed commonplace. Yet occurrences of 20 or more casualties are rare, and mass slaughters in the hundreds or thousands have never transpired. What accounts for this? Perhaps it is unrelated to their hermaphroditic physiology. After all, their numbers are scarce, and the climate plays a role. The harsh winters present extreme challenges, even for the Gexingers, whose resilience to cold is notable. Perhaps they have exhausted their martial spirit in the struggle against the elements. Those weaker nations, those barely surviving tribes, are few and far between. Thus, the decisive factors in Gexinger life are neither sexuality nor temperament, but rather their environment, that frigid and unforgiving world. There, humanity confronts a world far more brutal than itself. I am a woman who cherishes peace, possessing scant knowledge of the allure of violence or the nature of war. In time, such matters shall surely be revealed. Chapter 8. Entering Oglina Winter Star is a harsh world. Transgressions are met with punishment, executed immediately, be it death by freezing or starvation. There is no grace period, nor any delay. An individual may resign themselves to fate, yet society cannot. cultural changes are capricious and aimless, rendering the arbitrariness of events even more pronounced. And thus their development is sluggish. On some long-ago day in that extended history, a careless observer might declare that all technological advancement and dissemination had come to a halt. I conversed extensively with the elders of Goyenheri, as well as the children. For the first time, I had the opportunity to engage with a multitude of Gexing children, as in Elhenlang, they were all confined to private or public nurseries and schools, with a third of the adult citizenry dedicated to nurturing and educating the next generation. Yet in these autonomous tribes, children are neither cared for nor neglected. One might say they are the concern of all. They are a band of wild little ones, frolicking amidst the misty mountains and beaches. The beginning of Hankanar. We heard vague proclamations from Goyenheri, indicating that King Agavin anticipated the birth of an heir. Not another child of maternal love, for the king already had one, but rather a legitimate offspring of his own flesh and blood. It turned out the king was pregnant. I found this rather amusing. And the clan of Goyenheri shared in this sentiment, albeit for different reasons. They remarked that he was too old to father a child. They took great delight in the matter, making lewd jokes. For several days, the elders chattered incessantly, mocking the king, yet aside from this incident, they displayed little interest in him. The territory is Karlhade. Eswin was correct. As I delved deeper, the truth indeed aligned with Eswin's assertions. On the surface, Karlhade appears to be a nation, having been unified for many centuries. In reality, however, it is a disjointed amalgamation of fiefdoms, towns, and villages, remnants of a post-feudal clan-based economic structure. These vibrant, astute, and quarrelsome economic entities stand in their own corners, developing freely with a tenuous grip of power networks over them. I believe that nothing can truly unite Karlhade into a singular nation. The widespread use of rapid communication devices should, in theory, facilitate national unity. Yet it has failed to achieve this aim. The king has succumbed to a state of mental disarray. His thoughts are chaotic and shadowy, casting a pall over the sentiments of the capital subjects. As he grapples with a phobia, the king's cousin, Taipa, is another peculiar character, whose madness possesses a certain logic. Taipa knows when to act and how to act, yet he lacks the wisdom to know when to cease. He revels in broadcasting speeches. During Eswin's administration, he refrained from using the airwaves, and indeed, Karlhade does not have this tradition. Their government typically operates in secrecy and rules indirectly. However, Taipa is a born orator. I can still hear his voice on the radio, his toothy grin and the visage marred by fine wrinkles vividly etched in my memory. His speeches are long-winded and vociferous, extolling the virtues of Karlhade while disparaging Ogrena, vilifying traitorous factions, discussing the integrity of Karlhade's borders, expounding on history, ethics, and economics, filled with grandiloquence and insincerity, either hurling insults or showering praise. He waxes lyrical about national pride and love for one's homeland, but seldom touches upon principles of honor, personal dignity, or reputation. Could it be that Karlhade lost face in the dispute over the Silos Gorge, making it a taboo subject? Not at all. In fact, he frequently broaches the topic of Silos Gorge. I suspect he intentionally avoids discussing the principle of honor, for he seeks to incite a more intense and uncontrollable emotion. He aims to provoke a sentiment that transcends and sublimates the entire framework of honor. He desires his audience to feel fear and anger. Despite his frequent mentions of self-esteem and love, his true intent is self-aggrandizement and hatred. He speaks at length about truth, claiming he wishes to strip away the fade of civilization. This is a perennial and ubiquitous metaphor. One of the most perilous implications is that civilization is artificial, thus not natural. It stands in stark opposition to the primitive. Of course, there is no such thing as a fade of civilization. The process of civilization is synonymous with development, and civilization and primitivism are merely different stages of the same phenomenon. If civilization has an antithesis, it is war. Between these two, one can only choose one. It is impossible to attain both. As I listened to Taipa's impassioned yet monotonous oration, a thought struck me. His rhetoric of intimidation and persuasion is designed to compel his people to reconsider the choices they made long ago in a savage age. To make a new choice between these polarities, perhaps the time has come. Despite their slow material and technological progress, and their lack of regard for advancement itself, they have finally, over the past 5, 10, or even 15 centuries, managed to liberate themselves from the constraints of nature. They no longer submit entirely to the merciless whims of the climate. Even in a year of failed harvests, an entire province does not face famine. Nor does a bitter winter completely seal off every city. On this stable material foundation, Ogrena has gradually established a unified, increasingly efficient, centralized state. Now, Karlhade must join forces and strive to catch up. Yet the means to do so does not lie in invoking national pride, nor in commerce, nor in constructing roads, revitalizing agriculture, or enhancing education. None of these are relevant. All of this constitutes civilization, a mere faade, which Typa scorns. He seeks something more tangible, a reliable, swift, and enduring path for a nation. War? His reasoning may lack rigor, yet his words are pleasing to the ear. Another swift method for total mobilization could be a new religion. But Karlhade lacks an existing faith. Thus, Typa resorts to war. I sent a letter to the regent, referencing the questions I posed to the prophets of Jose Horder and the answers I received. Typa did not respond. Consequently, I approached the Ogrena embassy, seeking entry into Ogrena. The officials of the Akmanster government on Honstar combined do not total the staff of this small nation's embassy to another small nation. They are all equipped with lengthy tapes and recording devices. Their pace is slow but diligent, unlike the bureaucrats of Karlhade, who are often arrogant, ostentatious, and indifferent in their dealings. I waited for them to complete the paperwork. The individual who approached was slender, with smooth skin and a timid demeanor, adorned with a gold necklace signifying his status as a prophet and recluse. I am a friend of your friend, he said shyly, seeming somewhat abrupt. I come to ask a favor on his behalf. Are you referring to facts? No, it is Eswin. My expression instantly shifted. After a moment of silence, the stranger continued, the traitor Eswin. You might remember him? It seemed he was about to discuss the principle of honor with me. If I were to engage, I would merely feign forgetfulness and ask him to elaborate on Eswin's situation. However, I did not wish to indulge in pretense. Besides, I had grown accustomed to the fiery tempers of the Karlhade people, so I faced him dismissively and replied, I certainly remember. But there is no friendship? Is there? His downward-sloping eyes bore into me, sharp and unyielding. Well, it is primarily gratitude, and also disappointment. Did he send you? No, I awaited his explanation. He said, I apologized, I acted independently. I have only myself to blame. The humorless little man turned to leave. But I quickly stopped him. Please wait, I do not know who you are, nor what you seek. I have not refused. I simply have not agreed. You must allow me the right to exercise necessary caution. Eswin was exiled for supporting my mission here. Do you feel indebted to him for that? Oh, somewhat. However, my mission is far more important than personal sentiments or loyalty to individuals. In that case, the stranger asserted decisively. It is an immoral mission. I was taken aback. His words echoed those of an Akman supporter, leaving me momentarily speechless. I do not believe so, I finally replied. The mission itself is not at fault. It is the messenger who has gone astray. Perhaps you should clarify what exactly you need me to do. Very well, I bring money for him. But if he is dead or cannot be found, to whom shall I return the money? He stared at me blankly, his face paling as he began to sob. The people of Karlhade often cry, as tears hold little value, yet they shy away from laughter. Thank you. My name is Furus, a hermit from the village of Ogler. Are you part of Eswin's family? No, I belong to the Furus Lemel Auspice family. I am his consort. When I met Eswin, he had no consort. However, I did not doubt the sincerity of the man before me. He may be foolish, a pawn for others, but he is genuine. Moreover, he had just imparted a lesson. One can manipulate the principle of honor on an ethical level. And the seasoned players always emerge victorious. With 2 deft moves, he had cornered me. He had brought money and entrusted it to me. This was a substantial sum, a convertible check issued by the Royal Bank of Karlhade, which would not implicate me, yet I could not spend it. If you find him, he implored repeatedly. Shall I send a letter? No, if I truly find him, I will certainly bring you news of him. Thank you, he said, extending his hands towards me in a gesture of friendship, a gesture not easily offered by the people of Karlhade. I wish you success in your mission, Mr. AI. Eswin believes you have come here with noble intentions. And I know this to be true. He is unwavering in his conviction. In this world, this man's heart is solely occupied with Eswin. Some individuals are destined to love only once in their lives. And he is one of them, I then asked. Do you have any messages for him? Tell him the children are well, he said, hesitating before softly adding, but it does not matter whether you say it or not. He then took his leave. 2 days later, I set out on a path away from Ai Erhanlang, this time on foot toward the northwest. I received notification of my permission to enter Ogrena. I had not anticipated such promptness, nor had the embassy staff. Throughout the summer, I found Karlhede to be an excellent place for hiking. The roads were constructed for both pedestrians and vehicles, and the inns catered to both as well. In places devoid of inns, travelers were guaranteed hospitality that met the standards of guest reception. The townsfolk, villagers, farmers, or any lords of the common territories provided lodging and sustenance for travelers for 3 days. Adhering to this principle, most commendably, they always welcomed guests with warmth and orderliness, as if anticipating their arrival. At last, my credentials were recognized. As the 4th hour approached, I partook of my first meal since breakfast, a bowl of thin, watery porridge and some cold, stale bread. The dining area housed but a single table, devoid of a cooking fire, with the food being brought from a small eatery in the village. The guest room was cramped, accommodating 6 beds, yet I was the sole occupant. The villagers of Suwangsing seemed to adhere to the custom of extinguishing their lights and retiring to sleep after dinner, and I followed suit. The countryside was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that my ears buzzed with the stillness, and I succumbed to slumber, only to be beset by a terrifying nightmare. In my dream, I was haunted by explosions, invasions, murder, and raging fires. The nightmare gripped me for an hour before I awoke. It was a particularly frightful vision, shrouded in darkness, where I fled down a bizarre street, pursued by a throng of faceless figures. While houses ignited in flames behind me and children screamed in terror, I ran into an open field, halting beside a cluster of dark hedges amidst the remnants of crops. A dim crimson crescent moon emerged from the clouds above, with sparse stars twinkling faintly. The biting cold wind pierced through me. Nearby, a granary loomed large in the darkness, and I could see sparks dancing in the distance, carried by the wind. Bare-legged and barefoot, clad only in a thin shirt, without trousers or outerwear, I clutched my travel bag, which contained my change of clothes, emeralds, cash, documents, identification, and a transmitter. When traveling, I had used my bag as a pillow, and evidently, I still clutched it tightly even in my nightmare. I donned my shoes, trousers, and fur coat, surrounded by the frigid, silent, pitch-black countryside, with Suwangsing village ablaze behind me, stretching half a mile in flames. At that moment, I took flight, soon stumbling upon a path where I encountered others. They, too, were fugitives, yet they knew the way, so I followed them, having lost my sense of direction, with only the goal of escaping Suwangsing village. Along the way, I surmised that Suwangsing might have been attacked by the villagers of Basruir across the bridge. Those people had launched a sudden assault, ignited a great fire, and then retreated without engaging in combat. Suddenly, lights pierced through the darkness, illuminating our path, and we scrambled to the roadside, witnessing a convoy of merchants with 20 trucks speeding westward towards Suwangsing village, like a streak of fire racing past us. Then, silence and darkness returned. We arrived at a collective farm center where we were detained and interrogated. I attempted to blend in with the group I had been following, but fortune did not favor me. Those without identification faced misfortune as well. Consequently, they, along with me and a foreigner lacking a passport, were extracted from the crowd and imprisoned overnight in a granary. These individuals, much like myself, had risen from their beds to flee, some nearly naked, yet fortunate enough to have received blankets from others on the road. They sat scattered in the empty, dust-laden darkness, occasionally murmuring to one another, but devoid of sympathy or complaint. On my left, I overheard someone whisper. I saw him outside my door, his head blown off. They were armed with guns firing metal bullets, assault rifles. Tenna remarked that they were not from Basruir village, but rather from the territory of Ofeld. Arriving by truck, however, there had been no conflict between Ofeld and Suwangsing village. The door creaked open, revealing bright daylight, the sunlight piercing my eyes like a sharp blade. Glinting ominously, I heard someone call my name and stumbled out, mechanically following the others. This way, Mr. AI, a person clad in red attire urged, revealing that I was no longer a fugitive. Previously, I had fled along a dark path with those nameless individuals, only to lose my identification along the way. Now, I had a name, an identity, and I existed once more. The office of the Collective Farm S Center was bustling with activity, yet they took the time to receive me and express their apologies for the indignities I had suffered the previous night. If only you had not entered Suwingsing village, a portly inspector lamented. If only you had taken the more traveled road. In truth, they did not know who I was or why I deserved special treatment. Yet it mattered little. The envoy, Jinli AI, was to be treated as a distinguished guest, and thus, I received such treatment. By the afternoon, the East Holmesworth Collective Farm Center had dispatched a vehicle to escort me on my journey to Missalore. I was also issued a new passport, a permit for free lodging at all transit stations along the way, and a special letter of introduction to the governor of the Highway and Port District, Mr. Susjes, at his residence in Missalore. The vehicle sped along, the radio accompanying the engine's roar. Throughout the afternoon, I listened to the radio while traversing the expansive and level farmlands of eastern Ogrina. After hearing a hoarse broadcast in Elhanlong, I found the radio's transmission aboard the vehicle to be soothing and pleasant. The broadcast made no mention of the attack on Suwingsing village, as it seemed the Ogrina government aimed to prevent, rather than incite public sentiment. Periodically, the radio would repeat a brief official news bulletin stating that order was being maintained along the eastern border and would continue to do so. I appreciated this approach. It was reassuring yet non-provocative. Embodying a blend of gentleness and firmness, a quality I have always admired in the Gasheen people, I was truly relieved to have departed from Kalhade, a fragmented nation being driven toward violence by a paranoid king with a pregnant wife and a delusional regent. I felt a genuine sense of joy as I traveled at 25 miles per hour through the endless, furrowed fields toward the capital of another country, where the government believed in order. Following the majestic eastern banks of the Condrel River, I arrived in Missalore, the largest city on this planet, on the third morning of my stay in Ogrina. Missalore is a peculiar city, where all the gray stone walls are adorned with several excessively high windows. The streets are broad, making pedestrians appear diminutive, with streetlights hanging from extraordinarily tall poles, and roofs steep as if in prayer. The city's bizarre architecture is not designed to bask in sunlight, but to withstand the harsh winter. In winter, the streets become blanketed with 15 feet of compacted snow, hardened by the passage of vehicles, while icicles dangle from the steep roofs, and sleds are parked in sheds, with narrow window openings flickering with yellow light through the swirling rain and snow. By that time, one would discover that the city is both economically practical and gracefully elegant. I took a drive around the city before returning the vehicle to the municipal authority and walking toward the residence of the governor of the Highway and Port District. My impression of Ogrina's tranquility was abruptly shattered by Governor Saskian, who greeted me with a broad smile and boisterous enthusiasm, seizing my hands while calling out to the ambassador sent by the Ekman Alliance to Gasheen. "I am not an ambassador, Mr. Saskian, merely an envoy." "Then you shall become an ambassador in the future." "Indeed, I swear it upon Missalore." Saskian, robust and affable, exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. AI, you are nothing like I imagined. They said you were as tall as a streetlight, as thin as a sled blade, as dark as coal dust, with slanted eyes. I thought you were a glacier-eating ogre." "I'm merely a shade darker than most," I replied. "By the way, were you in Suwingsing village on the night of the raid?" "Missalore, what a world we live in. You have traveled a long distance to reach here, almost losing your life crossing the Iha Bridge. Let us not dwell on that. It's a relief to finally be here. Besides, many wish to see you, to hear you speak, and to welcome you to Ogrina." Without further ado, he arranged for me to stay in a suite within his residence. He was a man of considerable wealth and luxury, surpassing anything in Kalhade, even outshining the great lords. Saskian's mansion was an entire island, employing over 100 staff, including servants, clerks, and technical advisors, yet devoid of relatives or compatriots. The kindred family structure still existed in some community organizations, but in Ogrina, it had been nationalized centuries ago. Children over the age of 1 no longer lived with either parent. They were raised in communal nurseries. Birth status held no significance, and personal wills had no legal standing. Upon death, estates reverted to the state. Everyone began with equal opportunities, yet outcomes varied. Saskian was not only immensely wealthy, but also generous. Some opulent amenities in the room were things I had never encountered during my time on Winter Star, such as a shower, electric heater, and well-stocked fireplace. With a smile, Saskian remarked, "They told me to keep the envoy warm since he hails from a hot world, a furnace-like world, unable to withstand our cold. Treat him as one would a pregnant woman. Lay furs on his bed, install heaters in his bedroom, heat his bathing water, and ensure all his windows are closed. Will this suffice? You will find it comfortable, I trust? If you require anything else, do not hesitate to tell me." Comfortable? In Kalhade, no one had inquired about my well-being under any circumstances. He added a Pasrui beast fur blanket to the bed and stoked the fireplace with more wood. Finally satisfied. When I was pregnant, I could never warm my feet. I spent the entire winter by the fire. Of course, that was long ago, but I still remember. The Jesson people tend to bear children at a young age. Most begin using contraceptives after they reach approximately 24 years of age, and by around 40, those displaying feminine symptoms cease to be fertile. Saskian, now in his 50s, is a testament to how long ago that was, making it almost unfathomable that he was once a young mother. He is a tough, shrewd, and jovial politician, generously bestowing kindnesses, albeit for the enhancement of his own interests. His sole concern is himself. This archetype is prevalent among humanity. I have encountered such individuals on Earth, on Hine, and on Oler. I would not be surprised to meet him in the depths of hell. You seem to be remarkably well acquainted with my appearance and tastes, Mr. Saskian. I am flattered, as I had thought I would remain anonymous until my arrival. No, he said with understanding, in Erhenlang, they would gladly bury you alive in a snowdrift, wouldn't they? Yet they allowed you to leave, I am not quite sure what you mean. It is Agavin and his ministers who fear you, fearing that if they mistreat you or silence you, they would face retaliation, an extraterrestrial assault. Thus, they dare not lay a finger on you. They simply wish to keep you out of sight. It is because they fear you and the influence you might bring to Jesson. So, you do not fear what I might bring to Jesson? We do not fear, sir. At times, I find myself fearful. Upon hearing this, he burst into hearty laughter. My words do not convey the truth. I am not a salesman peddling progress to Jesson. We must coexist as equals. Meet in sincerity and foster mutual understanding, upon which foundation I can fulfill my mission. Mr. AI, many are eager to meet you, from high-ranking officials to common folk, some of whom wield considerable power. You might wish to converse with them. He chuckled, implying that, if you do not mind, you will often dine out. Awaiting your instructions, Mr. Saskian. Then let us dine tonight at the residence of Vanaka Sloth. He is the governor of the 3rd district. Correct? Governor Sloth's spacious, white-lit parlor was filled with 2 or 3 dozen guests, all dignitaries, including 3 governors. It seemed that this gathering was not merely a curious assembly wishing to catch a glimpse of an extraterrestrial. Here, unlike in Karlhade, I am not a marvel or a riddle. I seem to be a key. What doors does my key unlock? Some among them, these effusive politicians who warmly welcomed me, may have some inkling. Yet I remain in the dark. It never snows. Never snow? He laughed heartily, as if a child had heard a delightful fable and wished to hear more tales of celestial nonsense. Our northwestern polar regions bear a striking resemblance to your inhabited areas. We emerged from the last ice age earlier than you, yet, as you can see, we have not entirely escaped its grasp. Essentially, Earth and Jesson are quite alike. All planets inhabited by humans share similarities. The scope of human habitation is limited, and Jesson resides in an extreme. So, are there planets hotter than yours? Most planets are indeed warmer. Some are exceedingly hot. Take Shurda, for instance. It is predominantly desert and rocky terrain. In ancient times, this planet enjoyed a temperate climate, but around 50 to 60,000 years ago, a violent civilization suddenly emerged, disrupting the natural balance and incinerating forests to harvest kindling. People still inhabit it, but it resembles, if I understand the teachings of the Yomishi scriptures, a place where thieves go after death. Upon hearing this, Abusso grinned, and this gentle, approving smile altered my perception of him. Some fringe beliefs posit that the underworld is indeed situated on other planets within this true universe. Have you heard such claims, Mr. AI? No, people have speculated about me in various ways, but no one has yet labeled me a ghost. As I spoke, I happened to glance to my right. Upon mentioning ghosts, I fortuitously spotted one. Clad in black, he sat quietly beside me, like a shadow. He was the specter of the gathering. Abusso's attention shifted to another guest nearby, while most of the attendees were engrossed in Governor Sloth's grandiloquent discourse. I then softly remarked, I never anticipated encountering you here, Lord Eswin. T is the unexpected events that imbue life with meaning, he responded. I have been tasked with delivering a letter to you. The look of inquiry crossed his face. In truth, a portion of your funds has been entrusted to me by Fliss Ramil OSB, which I have brought to you, ready for personal delivery. You are most kind, Mr. AI. He appeared calm, submissive, and listless, a banished diner relying on a bit of wisdom to survive in a foreign land. He seemed reluctant to converse with me, and I was equally content with that. The dinner dragged on for an extended period, though my attention was fixated on the deep-minded Ogrener elites who either sought my friendship or wished to exploit me. Nonetheless, I remained acutely aware of him. His silence, his dark face turned aside. Suddenly, an unfounded thought flashed through my mind. Though I dismissed it, I had come to Missolori to partake in a salmon feast with the governors. Not by my own volition, nor at the governor's behest, but rather due to his particular machination. Chapter 9. The traitor Eswin, long before King Ogavin unified Karlhade into a singular kingdom, a bitter feud persisted between the territories of Stock and Esther within the kingdom of Krum. This blood feud endured for 3 generations, irreconcilable due to its root cause, a dispute over land. Fertile land was scarce in Krum, with the territory's rich fields often lying along the borders, combined with the haughty and irritable nature of Krum's lords. This cast a long shadow over land disputes, and no one else was present, only the doorkeeper alone in the dim chamber. He removed Eswin's frozen, ironclad garments, leaving him bare and wrapping him in furs. Using his own warmth to thaw the frost from his feet, hands, and face, and then offered him hot beer. The young man gradually revived, surveying his savior. This stranger was as youthful as Eswin. They regarded one another. Both strikingly handsome and robust, with dark complexions in the other's face, Eswin recognized the flames of Krum's passion. I am Arik of Esther, Eswin declared. The other replied, I am Sarum of Stock. Still weak, Eswin managed a feeble smile, saying, You have warmed me back to life only to kill me, Stockman? Not at all, the other replied. He then extended his hand to touch Eswin's, as if to ascertain whether the frost had truly been dispelled. Although Eswin was a day or two away from his season of desire, at the moment their hands met, he felt a fire of passion ignite within him. For a while, their hands remained joined. These 2 hands were identical. As Sarum spoke, he clasped Eswin's hand with his palm, affirming his words. These hands were of the same shape, size, and length of fingers, as if they belonged to one person. I have never seen you before, Sarum remarked. We are sworn enemies. He then rose to stoke the fire in the hearth before returning to sit beside Eswin. We are sworn enemies, Eswin acknowledged, but I would gladly swear allegiance to you. Krum. So would I, the other replied. Thus, they exchanged vows of fidelity and loved in Krum. As now, such solemn oaths of unwavering loyalty cannot be broken or replaced. They spent their first night together in a wooden cabin deep within the forest by the frozen lake. Continuing through the second day and night, on the third morning, a party from Stock arrived at the cabin. One among them immediately recognized Eswin. Without uttering a word or offering a warning, he drew his dagger and, before Sarum's eyes, thrust it into Eswin's throat and chest multiple times, the young man collapsing in a pool of blood beside the cold hearth, his soul departing this world. He is the heir of Esther's lord. The killer stated, Sarum said, place him on a sled and convey him to Esther for burial. Sarum stood before his mother, Lord Harishar Sarum Stockman, questioning the party. Did you carry out my instructions? Lord Harishar approved her son's request, and thus the group was expelled from the territory in Esther. People scoured the mountains and plains, searching for Arik, yet he was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, they held a mourning for him. Throughout the summer and winter, they were engulfed in profound grief, for he was the Lord's only blood descendant. At the end of the Surlin month, when winter blanketed the land, a man arrived skiing at the mountain's edge. Halting before the gates of Esther, presenting a package wrapped in fur to the guard, saying, This is Sarum, the son of Esther's lord. As soon as his words fell, he mounted his snowboard, gliding down the slope like a stone skimming across the surface of water, vanishing swiftly before anyone could intervene. Enveloped in furs lay a newborn infant, wailing pitifully. The people brought the infant to Lord Salwu, reporting the stranger's words. The aged lord beheld in the child the visage of his lost son, Arik, and his tears flowed freely in sorrow. He commanded that the infant be raised as the crown prince, naming him Sarim, despite the Esther clan never having borne such a name. The child grew into a handsome and robust youth. He bore a melancholic disposition, speaking little, yet all perceived in him the shadow of the missing Arik. Upon reaching adulthood, Lord Salwu, with the stubbornness of the elderly, named his son as the heir to the lordship. This provoked the envy of his other sons, who were in their prime and had long coveted the title. The young Sarim ventured out alone to hunt, only to be ambushed by his brothers. Forewarned, he was fully armed, and amidst the thick fog that enveloped the thawing lake, he shot 2 of his brothers dead. Subsequently, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the third brother, ultimately slaying him. Though he himself sustained grave injuries, deep gashes to his chest and neck. Standing before the corpses of his brothers, surrounded by the dense fog of the lake as night fell, his wounds bled profusely. Weakening him further, he contemplated seeking aid in EBS village, yet as the darkness thickened, he lost his way, eventually arriving at a thicket by the eastern shore of the ice lake. There, he spotted an abandoned wooden cabin and entered. Too weak to kindle a fire, collapsing against the cold stones of the hearth, blood pooling around him. A solitary figure entered the cabin, pausing at the doorway, gazing at the bloodied form by the fireplace. He quickly stepped inside, retrieved furs from an old wardrobe to make a bed, then kindled a fire, cleansing and bandaging Sarim's wounds. When the young man opened his eyes to regard him, he introduced himself. "I am Sarim of Stock." "I am Sarim of Esther." They fell into silence for a moment, before the young man, smiling, queried, "You tend my wounds so that you may slay me afterward, Sarim of Stock?" "Nay," replied the elder. Esvin inquired, "As the Lord of Stock? What brings you alone to this contentious place?" He reached out to check the young man's pulse and temperature. Their palms met, fingers intertwining, as identical as those of a single individual. "We are sworn enemies," declared Sarim of Stock, turning his face away. "I have seen you once, long ago," he continued, "and I hope for peace between our clans." Esvin pledged, "I swear to you, peace and friendship." Thus, they swore an oath to the heavens, and thereafter fell into silence, the wounded youth succumbing to slumber. I and Esther. None dared oppose the old lord's wishes, for the blood shed upon the ice lake unequivocally attested to their validity. Following the old lord's passing, Sarim ascended to the title of Lord of Esther in that very year. He ceded half of the disputed lands to the Stock territory, thereby ending generations of bloodshed. For his concession of land and the slaying of his brothers, he was labeled a traitor, Esvin. Nonetheless, his name, Sarim, endured among the descendants of that land. Chapter 10. Eloquence in Missalor. The following morning, having just finished breakfast in my room at the Sasquith estate, the telephone rang softly. Lifting the receiver, I heard a voice in Karlhadian. "I am Sarim Hars. May I pay you a visit?" "By all means," I replied. Esvin and I harbored mutual suspicions, though their downfall and exile were ostensibly due to my actions. I felt no responsibility nor guilt, for during the time of Elhenrin, his deeds and motives remained concealed from me, rendering him untrustworthy. I hoped he had not become entangled with those who might be considered my allies, the Ogrins, for his involvement would complicate matters unfavorably. The doorman ushered Esvin into the room. I invited him to sit in a large chair adorned with cushions and offered him a breakfast beer, which he declined. His demeanor was not one of timidity but rather of restrained composure, hesitance, and aloofness. "The first snowfall has arrived," he remarked. I glanced out the window, observing the snow cascading down in a flurry, accumulating several inches thick upon the streets and rooftops. It was the 17th of the month of Gorm, in the first month of autumn. "This is something others asked me to bring to you," I said, handing him a pouch of money wrapped in animal skin, which I had placed on the table after his call. He accepted the pouch with solemn gratitude. I remained standing, not wishing to sit. After a moment, still holding the pouch, he rose. I felt a twinge of conscience, yet I did not care, as I did not wish to encourage his proximity. This undoubtedly humiliated him, but it was a necessity. He regarded me directly, while I casually examined the radio on the table. "Here, what is said on the radio can be trusted completely," he stated amiably. "Though I believe in Missalor, you must seek information and counsel from others." It seemed many were eager to offer advice, so, "It is safer with more people, is it?" 10 men are more reliable than one, I mused. Forgive me, I should not have spoken in Karlhadian. I forgot. He then continued in Ogrenin, "A man in exile should never speak his mother tongue, for it tastes bitter upon their lips. That language is more suited for traitors. It is perceived as sweet as honey dripping from one's teeth. I owe you my gratitude. You have done a great service for me, my old friend, and our mutual ally, ACI Furus. Thus, on behalf of both of us, I thank you, and my gratitude takes the form of advice." He paused, and I remained silent. His speech was both awkward and yet exceedingly courteous. It was a novel experience for me, and I was uncertain of his implications. He continued, "You are a different person here in Missalor compared to Elhenrin. There, they regard you as something. Here, they deem you nothing. You are merely a tool of factions. I advise you to be wary of their manipulation. Discern who among them harbors disappointment, and do not allow them to exploit you. For they will toy with you." Just as I was about to request specificity, he bid farewell and turned to leave. I stood there, rendered speechless, my previously serene breakfast mood thoroughly disrupted. I approached the narrow window, gazing outside as the snowfall lightened, the white flakes drifting beautifully, reminiscent of spring breezes wafting over the verdant hills of my homeland, Polandi, as the cherry blossoms in my orchard fell. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of desolation washed over me, and the yearning for home surged forth. I had endured 2 full years on this wretched planet. Autumn had not yet passed, and winter had returned. I donned my coat and stepped outside for a walk. Sighing in melancholy, the world around me seeming dreary, by noon, I lunched with Governor Obso, Governor Yeki, and others I had met the previous night. Being introduced to yet more unfamiliar faces, the feast was lavish, featuring 18 to 20 varieties of cold and hot dishes, predominantly egg and bread concoctions. Obso stood before the sideboard, hastily preparing a pancake while conversing. "A fellow named Merson is a spy sent by Elhenrin. And you should know that the Gom here is the public agent of Saf." I was utterly oblivious to the intentions of Salef. As the guests began to take their seats, a young man entered, speaking briefly to the host, Yeki. Yeki then turned to us, announcing, "News from Karlhade. The king's own flesh and blood was born this morning but died within the hour." A silence fell, soon followed by a buzz of conversation, until a handsome man named Gom erupted into laughter, raising his beer mug. "May all kings of Karlhade be short-lived," he proclaimed loudly. Some guests toasted in agreement, while others remained unresponsive. "For the sake of Missalor, do not celebrate a child's death," admonished a portly old man in crimson attire, sitting beside me, his bulk enveloped in loose wrappings resembling a skirt, his face contorted in disdain. The guests commenced a discussion regarding which of King Agavin's sons he might name as heir. Considering he was in his 40s and could no longer bear children, they deliberated on how long he might appoint Tipa as regent. Some believed the regency would conclude immediately, while others expressed skepticism. "What is your opinion, Mr. AI?" inquired the man named Merson, the very spy Obso had mentioned, and potentially Tipa's confidant. "You have just arrived from Elhenrin. There are rumors that although King Agavin has not announced it, he has effectively abdicated, transferring power to his cousin. What discussions are circulating among the people there?" "Oh, I have yet to hear this rumor. Do you believe there is any basis to it?" I responded with uncertainty. At that moment, the host interjected to discuss the weather, thereby diverting the conversation. For the guests had already begun their meal. The servants cleared away the tea trays and tidied up the heaps of leftover food, after which we settled around a long table. The servants brought forth small glasses of strong liquor, which they referred to as the water of life. People began to pose questions to me. Since my examination by doctors and scientists in Erenglang, I had not faced such a multitude eager to inquire. Abuso asked whether Ekman was indeed a planet, or perhaps a coalition of many planets? A government? Well, it is both and neither. Ekman is a term used by us Earthlings. In the common tongue, it is called the Great Family. In Karlhade language, it ought to be termed hearth. Hearth in English connotes the center of a home. In the Oglerna language, I cannot find an appropriate word, as my grasp of it remains limited. I believe it is not a commune. Although there are undoubtedly similarities between commune governance and Ekman, essentially, Ekman is not a government at all. Rather, it is an endeavor to unite economics and politics. Ekman is a society and, at the very least, a potential cultured IT embodies a form of education, akin to an expansive university. At its core lies communication and collaboration. Thus, from another perspective, it resembles a planetary coalition or consortium, possessing a certain degree of traditional centralized organizational function. What I represent here is that aspect of Ekman as a coalition. As a political entity, Ekman's actions are coordinative rather than dominative. Ekman does not enforce laws. Decisions are made through negotiation and the consent of a majority of representatives, requiring neither unanimous agreement nor mandates. As an economic entity, Ekman is quite active, seeking to cultivate interstellar relations and maintain a trade balance among 80 planets. If Jexinri were to join Ekman, then, to be precise, there should be 84. What do you mean? Ekman does not enforce laws? Sloth inquired. IT has no laws. Each member state possesses its own legal framework. When conflicts arise between them, Ekman intervenes to mediate, seeking legal or ethical adjustments, coordination, or alternative pathways. Ekman serves as an experimental institution of a superorganism. Should it ultimately fail, it might transform into a peacekeeping force, a policing agency, and so forth. However, there is no necessity for that at present. All central planets experienced a profoundly disastrous era several centuries ago and are still in the process of recovery. Pursuing lost technologies and cultures, relearning how to communicate. This is truly fascinating, Mr. AI, Governor Yeji remarked, impeccably dressed, strikingly handsome, with sharp eyes, speaking in a slow drawl, yet I cannot comprehend what they wish to accomplish with us. I mean, what tangible benefit does the 84th planet offer them? Moreover, in my view, our planet is not particularly advanced. We lack spacecraft and such. While they possessed them in the past, we did not have them either. It was only after the arrival of the Han and Serchins that we acquired them. Furthermore, for several centuries, certain planets were prohibited from constructing spacecraft until Ekman established what I might term the principles of open trade. Upon hearing the term free trade, the assembly erupted in laughter, for that was the name of Yeji's faction. Free trade is precisely what I aim to establish here. Of course, it encompasses not merely the exchange of goods, but also the sharing of knowledge. Technology, ideas, philosophy, medicine, science, and theories. I cannot ascertain whether Gasheen can maintain regular direct contact with other planets. The closest planet to the Ekman star family is Olal, known to you as the Asium's planet, which is 17 light-years away. The farthest planet is 250 light-years distant, invisible to you. With a telegraph communication device, you could connect with the most distant planet, just as you would with a neighboring town using a radio. However, I doubt you would be able to see the inhabitants of that planet. The trade I refer to is mutually beneficial, but primarily involves simple communication rather than transportation. My mission here is to ascertain whether you are willing to engage with the human family. You? Sloth repeated. Leaning forward abruptly, does that refer solely to Oglerna, or to Gasheen as well? This question took me aback, causing me to hesitate momentarily. Misai Zhu, exclaimed the corpulent Humayer beside me, do you wish to launch us into the void? Not on your life, he huffed, half in disgust, half in jest, his wheezing akin to the high notes of an accordion. I said a rocket? Humayer inquired, for I had used the Oglerna term that denotes fireworks. This word succinctly describes the propulsion method of landing craft. Sir, there is a way. I can send a message to Olal, requesting them to dispatch a ship named Naval to retrieve me. The vessel will arrive here in 17 years. I can also send a message to the spacecraft that brought me into your solar system, AT present. It is orbiting your SUNI in a few days. It could arrive here. Where is that ship? Sir? Yeji inquired further. It is somewhere between Gasheen and Q, orbiting the sun. How did you arrive here from the spacecraft? By rocket, the elderly Humayer stated. Absolutely correct. We do not land spacecraft on inhabited planets unless we have established relations or formed alliances. Thus, I arrived in a small rocket ship, landing on Halden Island. And you can communicate with that large ship using a standard radio, Mr. AI? It was Abusso who asked. Indeed. I did not mention that my tiny interruption satellite has already been launched into orbit by rocket and is operational. I did not wish to convey the impression that your skies are filled with my chaotic contraptions. This requires a transmitter of considerable power, yet you possess such capabilities, so we can indeed use a radio to contact your ship? Yes, provided you have the appropriate transmission signal. The individuals aboard the spacecraft are in what we refer to as a state of stasis, or perhaps you would call it a state of dormancy, allowing them to wait year after year for my return without losing those years of life. With the proper wavelength and signal, the ship's propulsion system can be activated, bringing them out of stasis, after which they would communicate via radio or through a telegraph using Olal as a relay satellite center. Someone uneasily inquired, How many of them are there? 11. The questioner exhaled in relief, chuckling. The tense atmosphere dissipated. What would happen if you did not send a signal? Abuso asked. Approximately 4 years from now, they would automatically emerge from stasis. Then, would they come here to find you? Not unless they receive my message. They would communicate with the people on Olol and the Stekans on Han. Most likely, they would decide to make another attempt and send a second envoy. Generally, the second envoy performs far better than the first. He requires little explanation, and people are more inclined to believe him. Abuso grinned widely. Most present appeared contemplative, somewhat on guard. Gorm pretended to nod slightly in my direction, as if congratulating me on my quick response. That was the gesture of a schemer. Sloth's bright eyes widened, anxiously fixating on some inner vision, abruptly turning to me, saying, Envoy, you have been in Karlhade for 2 years, yet you have never mentioned the other spacecraft? How do we know he hasn't? Gorm smiled. We know very well that he has not mentioned it, Mr. Gorm, Yeji said, also smiling. I have not, I replied. The reason being that the news of the ship awaiting in space would incite panic. I suspect some of you have already grown anxious. The individuals I am dealing with, the trust one have established with them is not yet sufficiently high, thus I did not dare to risk revealing the existence of that ship. The situation here is different. You know more about me, and you are willing to listen to my explanations in a public forum. You are not so apprehensive. I take this risk because I feel the moment is ripe. And Oglerna is the place where I dare to take it. Quite right, Mr. AI, quite right, Sloth exclaimed excitedly. Within a month, you send a signal for that ship to come. It will be welcomed as a sign and symbol of a new era in Oglerna. Those who are presently blind to it will have their eyes opened. We talked and talked until dinner was served. We ate and drank until the table was cleared and the guests departed. I was utterly exhausted, yet overall, I was content with the progression of events. Certainly, the situation remains exceedingly delicate. Slow regards me as a devout pursuit, while Gom seeks to publicly humiliate me, and Mayerson seems intent on proving that I am a spy dispatched by Karlhade, thereby exonerating himself. However, Abuso and Yeji possess a broader perspective. They aspire to establish contact with the Stibalians, aiming to persuade or coerce the Ogrina government into an alliance with Ekman. They firmly believe that such a union would lead to a definitive and crushing defeat of Karlhade in the battle for prestige, thereby enhancing the standing and power of the governors within the government. They belong to the Free Trade faction, a minority among the 33 governors, opposing the continuation of the Silos Gorge dispute. Generally speaking, they embody a conservative, moderate, and non-nationalistic policy. Having long been sidelined from power, they are determined to reclaim it, having thoughtfully concluded that the path to success lies along the route I have indicated. Albeit with certain risks, in their view, my mission is merely a tool for their ends, not an objective in itself, posing little threat. Once embarked, they may discern their own course. Abuso endeavors to persuade others. One possibility is that the Karlhadians fear our united strength. We must remember that they have always been apprehensive of new methods and ideas, thus they may retreat into stagnation and backwardness. Another possibility is that the Aelhenrong government may muster the courage to follow in our wake and seek to join us. In either scenario, the honor principle of Karlhade would be undermined. In any case, we would be assured of victory. If we adeptly seize this advantage now, we shall possess it indefinitely, achieving a lasting triumph. He then turned to me and said, but the Ekman people must be willing to assist us, Mr. AI. Merely your presence, a figure already known to the Aelhenrong people, is insufficient. We must also present more substantial evidence to our populace. I understand this, Governor. You wish to demonstrate compelling and weighty proof, which I also aspire to provide. Yet, I cannot permit the spacecraft to land unless its safety and the integrity of your territory are reliably guaranteed. For this, I require the consent and commitment of your government to be publicly declared. Tiomi, your government constitutes a committee composed of the 33 governors. Abuso's face darkened, yet he conceded. Your argument is sound. It is a permanent institution within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, tasked with investigating fraudulent registrations, illegal travel, impersonation, forgery of documents, and similar matters. In the vernacular of Ogrina, SAF translates to garbage, thus it serves as a nickname. So, are the inspectors agents of SAF? Oh, indeed, some are. What role does Lord Eswin play here in Missilori? I inquired of Saskis, who was curled up in the corner of the smoothly gliding vehicle, seemingly dozing. Eswin? You know, he is referred to here as Hars. We in Ogrina have no titles. With the advent of the new century, all of that was abolished. As far as I know, he is merely a guest of Yeji. Does he reside there? I believe he does. Sasky shifted his ample form on the cushioned seat while stating, they discovered him at a southern rubber factory or fish canning plant or some similar establishment. Pulled him out, rescuing him from that filthy place. They refer to a group of free trade advocates that, of course, he had previously assisted them while in power, during his tenure as prime minister, so now they wish to look after him. However, I suspect their primary motive is to vex Mei Irsen. Ha, ha. Mei Irsen is a spy for Tipa. Naturally, he assumes no one is aware, while in truth, everyone knows he cannot abide Hars, believing him either a traitor or a double agent. Yet is uncertain which he truly is, and dares not risk the honor principle to ascertain it. Ha, ha. What do you think Hars is, Mr. Saskis? A traitor, Mr. AI. It is abundantly clear. He has willingly surrendered his nation's sovereignty over the Silos Gorge to thwart Tipa's ascendance. But he has only succeeded in making a fool of himself. Had he been here, he would have faced punishment far more severe than exile. Miss Alori, if you betray your own, you will ultimately reap what you sow. Those devoid of patriotism, who love only themselves, are perpetually oblivious. To my mind, Hars only cares to ascend the ranks and gain influence, indifferent to where he resides. Nevertheless, he has fared quite well during these 5 months. As you can observe, indeed. You do not trust him, do you? Trust? I am pleased to hear you say that, Mr. AI, that I truly do not comprehend why Yeji and Abuso are so fervently devoted to that individual. He is a traitor, pursuing personal gain, seeking a patron until his feathers are well adorned. This is my personal opinion. Should he come to my door, whether I would take him in remains a matter for debate. Saskis continued to huff, nodding in agreement with his own views, while smiling at me as if a virtuous man smiling at another virtuous man. The vehicle glided swiftly along the broad, well-lit street. The morning snow had melted, leaving only heaps of dirty snow by the gutters, and the rain began to fall, drenching and chilling. The city center of Missalori was a skyline of towering structures, with streetlights casting a liquid-like glow in the misty rain. This limestone-built city, sharing its name with both its parts and its entirety, concealed beneath its heavy exterior a certain fluid, ethereal essence. Moreover, my jovial companion Saskis, a robust and corporeal individual, also evoked a sense of indistinctness, a touch of the unreal. Chapter 11. Eswin's monologue. Missalori, 6th of the 13th month. I am not filled with hope, yet all events exhibit signs of optimism. Abuso is embroiled in endless debates with the other governors, bargaining, while Yeji plays the jester, sweet-talking, and slow engages in persuasion. The strength of their followers is growing. They constitute a shrewd and seasoned group, firmly controlling their faction. Among the 32 governors, only 7 are reliable advocates of free trade. Among the remaining governors, Abuso believes he can secure the support of at least 10, thus achieving a slight majority. One governor seems genuinely interested in the envoy. He is Karl Isku, the governor of the alien region. Since he has been working for SAF while also overseeing the review of broadcasts from Elhenrong, he has developed quite an interest in the extraterrestrial mission. He proposed to Abuso that the 33 governors issue a declaration, publicly inviting the spacecraft to meet with the citizens of the nation, while simultaneously requesting King Agavan to represent Karlhade in the invitation, thereby allowing the spacecraft to meet with the Karlhaidians as well. It is indeed a noble plan, yet one that is unfeasible. The governors are utterly unwilling to cooperate with Karlhade. Among the 33 governors, SAF's faction staunchly opposes the envoy's presence here, opposing his mission. As for those indifferent governors whom Abuso hopes to rally, I suspect they are as fearful of the envoy as King Agavan and most of his ministers, the difference being that Agavan believes the envoy to be mad, just as he is. While they regard him as a deceiver, much like themselves, they dread the prospect of publicly swallowing the bitter fruit of a grand deception, a ruse rejected by Karlhade, perhaps even orchestrated by Karlhade itself. Furthermore, they may extend an invitation and make a public declaration. Yet if the spacecraft does not arrive, where shall they place their faces? Mr. Jinli AI demands that we place absolute trust in him, which is indeed excessive. However, for him, it does not seem excessive at all. Abuso and Yeji believe it possible to convince a majority of the 33 governors to trust Mr. AI. I do not share their optimism, and I cannot articulate why. Perhaps I do not genuinely wish for the Ogrina people to prove themselves smarter than the Karlheidians, more adept at seizing opportunities, garnering praise, thus casting the Karlheidians into obscurity. Thanks to the envoy bringing me the money from ACI, I have become self-sufficient, no longer dependent on others, but rather a self-sustained individual. I no longer attend banquets, nor do I appear in public alongside Abuso or other supporters of the envoy. When he handed me Assie's money, his demeanor was as ostentatious as that of paying a hired assassin. I have seldom been this angry, and I intentionally humiliated him. He recognized my anger, though I cannot be certain if he perceived the humiliation. Despite the awkwardness of my advisory manner, he seemed to accept it. Once my temper subsided and I reflected, I found myself somewhat regretful. During the Aelhenrong period, he had consistently sought my counsel, yet remained uncertain how to express it to me. Could this be true? If so, then on the evening following the foundation ceremony at the palace, by my hearth, he must have misunderstood half of my words and failed to comprehend the other half. The foundation, composition, and manner of adherence to his honor principles starkly differ from ours, leading me to feel that while I was being forthright with him, he might perceive me as evasive and ambiguous. His dullness arises from ignorance, and his arrogance is also rooted in ignorance. He knows nothing of us, and we know nothing of him. He is a quintessential stranger, while I am an utter fool. He brought us the dawn of hope, yet I allowed my shadows to encroach upon it. Thus, I curbed my overwhelming vanity and kept my distance from him, which was evidently his desire. He was correct. A banished traitor from Karlhade would undoubtedly be of no assistance to his cause. The laws of Ogrina dictate that every member of society must be employed. Hence, I toil in a plastic factory, working from the 8th hour until noon. IT is simple labor. I operate a machine that assembles plastic pieces, heating them to form transparent boxes. As for the purpose of these plastic boxes, I remain in the dark dye in the afternoons. I find myself languishing at home, so I revisit the traditional martial arts I had learned long ago at the Roser School. I am pleased to discover that I have not forgotten the meditation techniques and the art of entering a state of dormancy. However, I have gained little from this dormancy, and as for the practices of silence and fasting, I have entirely neglected them, forcing myself to relearn them like a child. After just one day of fasting, my stomach growls with hunger, let alone after a week. The 9th of the 13th month arrives. Yet the broadcasts still do not mention the envoy, not a single word. I wonder if Mr. Genly AI has noticed that in Ogrina, despite the massive and conspicuous governmental machinery, nothing is accomplished brazenly in broad daylight. The government operates in secrecy. Tipo wishes to teach Karlhade how to lie. He himself learned the art of deception at the lying school in Ogrina. Yet, I find it difficult to learn to lie, as I have long been accustomed to speaking in roundabout ways. Yesterday, Ogrina launched a large-scale attack across the AI River against Karlhade, burning down the granaries of Ticumber. This aligns perfectly with Salfu's desires and also suits Tipa's intentions. When will the grievances between the two nations come to an end? Sloth has grafted his Yomasai mysticism onto the envoy's declarations, interpreting the arrival of the Aikman people to Gashin as an expansion of Aikman's dominion over other humans, thus deviating from our objective. We must cease our disputes with Karlhade before the arrival of this new human race. He insists that we must purify our souls to welcome their arrival. We must abandon our notions of face, prohibit all acts of vengeance, eliminate jealousy, and unite. However, how do we unite? Must we wait until the Aikman people arrive to unite? And how do we part ways afterward? On the 10th of the 13th month, Sloth leads a committee tasked with combating the lewd plays performed at the Kemulian Theater, which bear a striking resemblance to the lowbrow dramas of Karlhade. Sloth opposes them, claiming they are trivial, vulgar, and blasphemous. To oppose something is to maintain it. People say that all roads lead to Missolori. But no, you may turn away from Missolori, yet you remain on the path toward it. To oppose vulgarity inevitably serves to perpetuate it. You must venture elsewhere. You must pursue another goal to truly embark on a different path. Today, Yejin declared in the hall of the 33-member government, I steadfastly oppose the prohibition of grain exports to Karlhade and the competitive spirit that leads to embargoes. His reasoning is sound, yet he still has not transcended the road to Missolori, merely going in circles. He must propose new avenues. Ogrina and Karlhade traverse the same path, albeit in entirely opposite directions. They must change their course, break free from the vicious cycle, and forge a new path. To this end, I believe Yejin should focus solely on discussing the envoy, without mentioning anything else, on the 13th of the 13th month. I increasingly feel uneasy. The radio station remains tight-lipped about the envoy. Previously, we received news of the envoy in Erhenlang, but here it is sealed off completely, while whispers from underground stations in the border regions and hearsay from merchants and travelers barely circulate. Salfa's control over communications is beyond my expectations to In Karlhade. The king and his ruling elite exercise strict control over the actions of the populace, yet their awareness of what they hear and see is quite lax. And they have no control over what they witness. However, here the government can not only scrutinize people's actions but also their thoughts. Frankly, no one should possess such power over others. Saskis and others took Jinli AI for a stroll around the city. I suspect he has realized that even though he has made a public appearance, he remains concealed. As no one knows of his presence here, I inquired with the factory workers, and they were utterly clueless. Mistaking my question for a reference to some eccentric figure from Yomizai IT, is unfortunate that his appearance resembles ours so closely. In Erhenlang, he was often recognized on the streets, as people knew some truths about him, frequently discussing him and aware of his local presence. Yet here, his arrival is shrouded in secrecy, and people on the streets cannot recognize him. In their eyes, he remains, as I first saw him, remarkably tall. Robust young man with dark skin, so why is he being hidden? Why does no governor confront reality and mention him in public speeches or broadcasts? Why does even Obusu remain silent? Is it out of fear? His king fears the envoy, and these individuals fear one another. I believe that as a foreigner, I am the only person Obusu trusts. He enjoys my company, and I his, and on several occasions. He has set aside his pride to consult with me candidly. Yet when I urged him to deliver a public address to pique public interest and counter the factional conspiracies, he ignored my counsel. If all governors focused their attention on the envoy, I asserted, then Salfu would not dare lay a finger on him, nor on you, Obusu. Obusu sighed. Yes, but we cannot do it. The radio station, news bulletins, and scientific publications are all under Salfa's control. What can I do? Speak like a fervent pastor on the streets? Oh, but I could engage people in conversation, spreading the word. Last year in Erhenlang, I had no choice but to do just that. Ideas prompt questions, and the answers lie within you, namely, the envoy himself. If only he would allow that damned spaceship to land here, we would have something to show the people. Yet, in truth, he will not permit his ship to land until we prove our sincerity. Am I not sincere? Obusu exclaimed, his body flattened like a fish lying on a grill. I've been preoccupied with this matter every moment for a month, haven't I? Sincerity. He expects us to believe everything he tells us. Yet he in turn does not trust us. Should he not? Obusu gasped, left speechless. Obusu is closer to honesty than any Ogrina government official I have known. On the 14th of the 13th month. In Goma's eyes, I am a spy for Karlhade, attempting to persuade the Ogrina people to fall into the trap set by the Aikman envoy, thereby tarnishing their reputation. He believes I have been orchestrating this scheme during my tenure as Prime Minister. Goodness, I can barely keep up with my own affairs. I have no time to squabble for fame with despicable individuals. Yet, he is oblivious to such simplicity. Since Yejin has evidently abandoned me, Gomu believes I can be bribed. And thus he intends to buy me off in his peculiar manner. He has scrutinized me closely, or had someone observe me, knowing that I would enter the Kimu Lian phase on the 12th or 13th of this month. Last night, I unexpectedly encountered him on the street and immediately recognized that he was in the throes of Kimu Lian, undoubtedly due to hormones, preparing to seduce me. Hars, I haven't seen you for half a month. Where have you been lately? Come, let's have a drink. He chose a pub next to a communal Kimu Lian apartment. Yet he did not order beer. He only asked for the water of life, indicating that he did not intend to waste time. After just one drink, he placed his hand on mine, leaned in closely and whispered, "Our meeting is not by chance. I have been waiting for you. I long for you to spend a delightful evening with me tonight." He proceeded to call me by my nickname. I wished I could sever his tongue, but alas, since leaving Est, I have never carried a knife with me. I told him that during my exile, I intended to maintain a life of simplicity. Yet he, with tender affection, held my hand tightly. He quickly assumed a feminine role. His desires heightened. He appeared enchanting in the Kimu phase, and he likely hoped that his beauty and persistence would succeed. Knowing that I am a handaller and thus unlikely to take medication to suppress Kimu desires, making abstinence quite challenging. However, He forgot that the power of revulsion outweighs any drug. His touch indeed stirred my heartstrings. Yet I broke free, leaving him to knock on the door of the Kimulian apartment. He looked at me with a mixture of anger and pity. Despite his ulterior motives, he was indeed in the Kimu phase. Deeply moved. To hell with these despicable and vile individuals. Not a single one of them is a gentleman. On the 15th of the 13th month, this afternoon, Jinli AI delivered a speech in the hall of the 33-member government. Yet entry was prohibited, and the radio did not broadcast it. However, afterward, Obusu invited me to listen to a recording of the meeting he had made himself. The envoy spoke excellently, his tone filled with heartfelt sincerity and urgency. He possesses an air of innocent naivety that strikes me as both unfamiliar and somewhat foolish. However, after a brief moment, that superficial innocence unveils a wealth of trained knowledge and lofty aspirations, leaving me utterly astounded. Yet, he himself remains youthful, lacking patience and experience. He stands taller than us, gazing farther, yet he is confined to the stature of an ordinary mortal. His speech this time was more captivating, more succinct, and more artfully crafted than his address at Erhenlang, suggesting that, like all of us, he learned to swim while navigating the tumultuous waters. Members of the mainstream faction repeatedly interrupted the envoy's discourse, urging the chairman to halt this madman's ramblings and expel him to restore the normal proceedings of the meeting. Karl Yebenbai was particularly incensed. "Can't you control this creature?" he bellowed at Abujuo. Chairman Alcier responded, "Mr. Envoy, we find your news, as well as the suggestions put forth by Mr. Abujuo, Mr. Sloth, Mr. Espin, and Mr. Eg, to be exceedingly intriguing and exhilarating. However, we require further clarification. Laughter, since King Karlhade has locked your landing craft away from our sight. As they suggested, is it possible for you to bring your spacecraft down to Earth? What do you call it? A spacecraft is a rather fitting name, Cerdano. What do you call it? Well, technically speaking, it is a manned interstellar vessel designated as Navarre 20. Other voices chimed in. Can you assure us it is not St. Beza's sleigh? Laughter. Alcier interjected. Silence. Very well. Are you capable of bringing this vessel down to what you might refer to as solid ground, so that we may behold something tangible? Other voices echoed. Tangible fish guts, Mr. Alcier. I would be more than willing to facilitate the landing of the spacecraft as a testament to our mutual sincerity. I am merely awaiting your public announcement regarding this event. Kahalosov retorted, Gentlemen, do you not see through this charade? This is not a foolish jest. It is a deliberate attempt to deceive us. The one standing before us today, with astonishing audacity, mocks us. You know he hails from Karlhade. You know he is a spy from Karlhade. You can discern that he is a sexual deviant, a condition irreparably influenced by the dark cults of Karlhade, sometimes even artificially created for the secret sacrificial rituals of the prophets. Yet, when he claims to come from outer space, some of you, blinded by confusion, actually believe him. I never anticipated it would come to this. To this, from the recording, it appears that despite the biting sarcasm and personal attacks, AI remained unflappable, engaging in reasoned debate. On March 16th, Jinli AI handed over the transmitter device to the 33-person government, safeguarded by Abujuo, yet this would not alter the prejudices of the governors. While the transmitter's functionality mirrored AI's description, as long as the royal mathematician Xiles declared, I do not comprehend its principles. Ogoliner's mathematicians or engineers could only lament in ignorance, neither proving nor disproving it. Were this world a secluded village of Handala, such matters would dissolve into envy. Alas, we must press on, confronting the icy expanse, striving to prove and disprove, to question and respond. Have you not employed some loyal technicians, or at least bribed a few? I inquired, but it was a futile endeavor. He feared tarnishing his reputation. His attitude toward me had shifted. If he were to cancel tonight's meeting with the envoy, it would spell disaster. On March 17th, indeed, he canceled the meeting. This morning, I sought the envoy's audience in a manner befitting Ogolinar. It was not in the public confines of Sasuke's residence, where the staff was riddled with Salft agents, and Sasuke's himself was one of them. Much like my previous encounter with Gom, this too was a chance meeting with AI, albeit in a furtive manner. Mr. AI, may I have a word? I said. This is in Missilori, not in Erhenlang. However, the peril you face remains the same if you cannot persuade Abujuo or EG to allow communication with the spacecraft via radio. enabling those aboard to lend some support to your claims and safety. I advise you to use your own device, that transmitter, to summon the spacecraft for immediate landing. Of course, it entails risk, but it is less than the solitary peril you currently face. The debate regarding my mission among the governors remained confidential. How do you know of my claims, Mr. Hars? Because it has been my life's mission to know. But this does not concern you, sir. It pertains to the governors of Ogalaner. I remind you, your life is in jeopardy, Mr. AI. I stated. He remained silent, and I took my leave. I should have relayed this to him days ago. Now, it was too late. Fear once again thwarted his mission and dashed my hopes. It was not fear of aliens, nor of the bizarre. Such things here inspired no trepidation. These Ogalaner people lacked the wisdom and spirit to fear genuine oddities. They gazed at the individual from another planet. Yet what did they see? They saw a Karlhade spy, a deviant, an agent, merely a small, pitiful political figure, much like themselves. If he did not call for the vessel to land immediately, it would soon be too late. Perhaps it was already too late. Chapter 12, Time and Darkness, excerpt from the Proverbs of the High Priest Tuhurm, a tome concerning the Yomasai religious precepts, written approximately 900 years ago in northern Ogalaner. The Lord Missile is the center of time. He lived on Earth for 30 years, and the moment of significance in his life arrived. He opened his eyes, and all things lay before him. He then lived for another 30 years. Thus his gaze fell upon the center of his existence. How many centuries passed before his vision became clear, and how many more centuries would follow? In the center, there is no past, nor future. It is eternally past. It is eternally future. Its past is nothingness, and its future is also nothingness. It is the present. It is everything. There is nothing invisible. The impoverished Schiller came before the Lord Missile, lamenting that he had no food to nourish his flesh and blood, nor seeds to plant, for the rain had rotted the seeds in the fields, and his family was starving. The Lord said, "Go to the stony fields of Terwisi and dig. You will unearth treasures of gold and silver." 1,000 years ago, a king was provoked by a neighboring king, and I witnessed him bury those treasures in the earth. Thus, the impoverished Schiller traveled to the glacial fields of Terwisi and dug, unearthing a great heap of jewels at the location indicated by the Lord. Upon seeing the jewels, he was filled with ecstatic joy. Yet the Lord stood by, weeping as he beheld the jewels, saying, "These are but ornamented stones." I witnessed a man, for the sake of such a stone, engage in fratricide. That was 1,000 years hence. And the victim's bones would be buried where the jewels lay hidden. Poor Schiller, unaware of where your grave lies. I see you lying within. Each person's life resides at the center of time. For all things are within the gaze of the Lord Missile, all within his sight. We are the pupils of his eyes. Our actions are his vision. Our existence is his knowledge. The Oran forest stretches 100 miles long and 100 miles wide. At its heart stands an ancient hemp tree, lush and verdant, boasting 100 branches, each branch adorned with 100 twigs, and each twig with 100 leaves. This deeply rooted, flourishing tree proclaimed, "I can see all my leaves, save for one, which dwells in the darkness cast by the other leaves. I keep this leaf a secret, hidden from view. Who can see it in the darkness cast by my other leaves? Who can count how many leaves there are?" The Lord Missile wandered the realms, passing through the Oran forest, plucking that leaf from the ancient tree. The autumn winds were desolate, and drought lingered. Eventually, rain fell. Year after year, autumn after autumn, the rains poured. The Lord Missile beheld each drop of rain falling in the past, present, and future where it descended. In the eyes of the Lord Missile, all is stars. All is the darkness between stars. All is luminous. Only mortal eyes perceive darkness. Mortals believe they see darkness, yet in truth, they do not die. In the sight of the Lord Missile, there is no darkness. Thus, those who visit darkness are foolishly deceived. Scorned by the Lord Missile, for they name the intangible, calling it beginning and end. There is no beginning nor end. All things exist at the center of time. A round drop of rain falling at night can reflect the stars, and the stars can reflect the raindrops. There is no darkness nor death. All of creation bathes in the radiance of the moment when the eyes of the Lord Missile are opened, where the beginnings and ends of all things are indistinguishable. One center, one vision, one law, one light. Now, behold the eyes of the Lord Missile. Chapter 13. Escorting the voluntary farm. Thus, I hurried to E.G.'s residence, only to find myself equally unfortunate. The master was not at home. At that moment, snowflakes danced through the air, marking the first substantial snowfall of this autumn. The driver refused to take me to the Sasketh estate, claiming that the car's tires were not equipped with snow chains. That evening, I attempted to reach Ablaso, Yeki, and Sloth by phone, but failed to connect with any of them. Only a few ancient structures remained in Missalor, among which was the Condalshaden prison. The guards were a burly group of men who shoved me through the corridor and into a small room. The chamber was filthy and brightly lit. Shortly thereafter, another group of guards escorted a gaunt-faced man with an imposing demeanor into the room. He dismissed 2 of his companions. Sending them away, I requested permission to convey a message to Governor Ablaso. Stating that the governor was aware of my capture, I was taken aback. He knew. This was an action taken by my superior, undoubtedly in accordance with the orders of the Committee of 33. Confess honestly. The 2 guards approached and seized my arms. I in my resistance. I indignantly exclaimed, "Do not resort to violence. I will tell you everything." The gaunt-faced man ignored my protest and summoned another guard. Thus, 3 guards held me down, binding me to a detachable table with belts, and subsequently injected me with a hallucinogenic substance. It turned out that I was seated in a cargo truck, reminiscent of the one that had previously transported me over the Calgary Mountains to Lille. Except that on that occasion, I had been in the driver's seat, whereas now I found myself confined in the cargo area. Alongside me were approximately 20 to 30 others, though the exact number eluded me since the cargo area lacked windows. Featuring merely a small opening at the rear door, covered by a 4-layer steel mesh that allowed a faint light to seep through. The vehicle had evidently been in motion for quite some time, and I had regained full consciousness. Each occupant's position was largely fixed, with the stench of excrement, vomit, and sweat mingling in a nauseating concoction. We were all strangers to one another, unaware of our destination. And the truck was enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of the second time I found myself imprisoned in darkness alongside the submissive and despondent Ogrina people that night. One among us succumbed to death. His abdomen had suffered blows and kicks, and one attempted to rescue him. It was beyond hope. The dying man happened to be positioned next to me, and I laid his head upon my knee, ensuring he could breathe easily in his final moments, after which he passed away at that time. We were all completely naked. After his death, I smeared his blood across my legs and hands, transforming them into a dry, rigid, brown garment that offered no warmth. Throughout that night, I sat in the truck, my mind racing as I mentally cataloged these words, arranging each one alphabetically as it came to me. The truck continued its journey for 3 days and 3 nights, totaling 4 days and 4 nights since I had awakened. Including the corpse, we numbered 26 individuals, or 13 pairs. The Jessens often contemplate numbers, frequently using 13, 26, and 52, undoubtedly due to the 26-day solar cycle forming their immutable months. Closely mirroring their sexual cycles, the body was discarded in the corner of the cargo area, meant to freeze. The others sat or curled up, each in their designated spot, their own territory, their own kingdom. As night fell, the biting cold compelled us to huddle closer together, forming a collective unit, occupying a defined space, with warmth at the center and coldness at the edges. A sense of empathy bound us. An elderly man, a severely coughing individual, and I, deemed the most susceptible to the cold, found ourselves naturally gravitating to the center of our group of 26, where it was warmest. Each night, we did not compete for the warmest spot. We instinctively settled into our places. It is truly frightening how the only thing humanity had not lost was this kindness. Despite the cramped conditions and the fact that we were all huddled together for warmth, spiritually, we remained distant from one another. Among the 25 of us, not a single word was exchanged, nor a curse uttered. There was kindness, and there was patience, but silence prevailed. The truck resumed its movement. The sounds and motion created an illusion of warmth, dispelling the cold, profound silence. Yet that night, I remained too cold to sleep. I surmised that we were traveling at a considerable altitude in the dead of night, though I could not be certain, as, under such circumstances, it was impossible to gauge accurately by mere human breath or heartbeat. Later, I learned we were traversing the peaks of the Vincennes Mountains, ascending over 9,000 feet in height. I did not feel particularly hungry. My last meal had been at the Sasketh estate, an interminable and dreary dinner. They must have fed me something at Condalshaden prison, but I could not recall. In the days and nights confined within the steel chamber, the notion of eating seemed trivial, and I seldom thought of it. On the other hand, water was an indispensable necessity in life. Each day, the truck would halt to supply us with water. The rear door featured a small opening, evidently designed for this purpose. The opening was typically sealed, but when it was time for water, it would be opened, and a plastic container would be handed through. Soon enough, the container would be filled with water and passed back, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. If I calculated correctly, on the 5th morning after regaining consciousness in the truck, it came to a stop. We heard voices and footsteps outside. The rear door was unlatched from the outside and suddenly flung open. One by one, we crawled to the edge of the steel chamber, some moving on hands and knees, while others either jumped or crawled down. We, the 24 of us, all descended in this manner. 2 corpses were discarded from the truck. One had died earlier, while the other had just passed away. The outside air was biting, and the white snow reflected the sunlight, dazzlingly bright as we escaped the fetid confines of the truck. Some among us even wept. We clustered around the truck, completely naked and reeking. Our small group, this night-bound collective, laid bare in the glaring, merciless sunlight. They dispersed us, lining us up and leading us toward a building several hundred yards away. The walls of the structure were metallic, its roof blanketed in snow, surrounded by an expanse of white, with mountains overlapping in the distance, basking in the glow of the rising sun, beneath an expansive blue sky. Everything seemed too bright, as though trembling and shimmering. We formed a line and washed ourselves by a large basin in a tent, everyone drinking the wash water. Subsequently, we were escorted into the dormitory, where we received undergarments, woolen shirts, trousers, gaiters, and felt boots. We filed into the dining hall, where a guard verified our names against a list. In the dining hall, there were over 100 others clad in gray uniforms, and we sat alongside them at tables anchored to the ground. Partaking in breakfast, we consumed rice porridge and drank beer. After breakfast, all of us, both new and old prisoners, were divided into 12 groups. My group was taken to a sawmill, situated several hundred yards behind the main building, surrounded by a wall. Not far beyond the wall lay a forest, blanketed in rolling hills extending northward, seemingly infinite. Under the guard's direction, we transported the cut boards from the sawmill to a massive wood shed. Stacking them neatly to it was genuine labor, yet they did not force us to overexert ourselves. If only we were provided with more food and better clothing, work would have been a pleasure. However, we were cold and hungry, lacking the spirit to appreciate the joy of labor. Although the guards were rough with us, they were not cruel. They appeared bloated, cumbersome, and slovenly, exuding an unmistakable femininity. Yet they were not slender or delicate. Rather, they were a mass of lifeless flesh, as dull-witted as cattle, devoid of sharpness or brilliance. Among my fellow prisoners, I often felt like a man cohabiting with women or eunuchs. This sensation was new to me in the winter stars. The prisoners themselves were also corpulent and coarse, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. Their voices, when excited, remained low, and their conversations were invariably trivial. Initially, I attributed this lethargy and monotony to the lack of food, warmth, and freedom, but I soon discovered another reason. It was the result of medication. All the prisoners had been administered drugs to prevent them from entering estrus. There were ample reasons to medicate the inmates. A prisoner in estrus would undoubtedly become a disruptive element within his work group. What to do if he could not work? More critically, if no other prisoners were in estrus at the time, which was quite likely, given that there were only about 150 of us in total. For the Jessens, lacking a sexual partner during estrus was an unbearable torment. Thus, to avoid the agony of desire and to prevent wasted work hours, it was best to avoid entering estrus altogether. Consequently, they sought to suppress it. Prisoners who had spent several years there were psychologically, and I believe at least physiologically, castrated by the medication. They resembled gelded bulls. Devoid of sexual capability, they appeared angelic, lacking shame and desire. However, without shame and desire, humanity itself is lost. Given that the Jessens' sexual impulses were strictly regulated by nature, they experienced less societal interference. Norms, guidance, and suppression regarding sexuality were less prevalent than in any two-gender society I knew. Abstinence was entirely voluntary, while indulgence was wholly acceptable. Sexual fear and despair were exceedingly rare. I witnessed for the first time a society where the objective of existence diverged starkly from sexual desire. Sex was suppressed, not merely repressed. Although sexual repression did not occur, in the long run, it might give rise to something even more dreadful: sexual lethargy. Consider what path a society with controlled sexuality might tread. I mentioned earlier that at the Prefin farm, we labored without sufficient sustenance, and the clothing we wore, particularly our shoes and socks, could not withstand the harsh winter cold. The guards were largely ex-convicts, scarcely better off than us. The nature of the farm and its management is punitive, yet not utterly destructive. I believe that if prisoners were not compelled to take medication and were not interrogated, this place could be bearable. I am unaware of the substances administered to us, nor do I comprehend the purpose of the interrogations, let alone the content of those inquiries, a few hours after taking the medication. I awoke in the dormitory to find myself lying alongside 6 or 7 others, some of whom had regained consciousness, while others remained under the influence of the drugs, their gazes vacant and spirits low. Once we were able to stand, the guards ushered us to work in the factory. However, after the 3rd or 4th interrogation, I found myself unsteady on my feet. Consequently, they allowed me to lie down, and the following day, I staggered out with the group. After enduring yet another interrogation, I succumbed to sleep for 2 consecutive days. Clearly, whether it was the effects of the progestogens or hallucinogens, the substances had a toxic impact on my nervous system, which differed from that of the Gasheen people, and this impact was cumulative. The farm lacks a hospital. The principle here is that failure to work equates to death. However, there exists a lenient buffer zone between labor and demise, provided by the guards. As I have stated, the guards are neither cruel nor kind. As long as we do not trouble them, they tend to be indifferent. When I and another prisoner were evidently unsteady, they permitted us to remain in the dormitory, lying in our sleeping bags, turning a blind eye to our condition. During my final interrogation, I was gravely ill, while my middle-aged companion suffered from advanced liver disease. Lingering on the brink of death, yet unable to depart immediately, thus he was allowed to lie on his cot, gradually succumbing. The memories of Prilfin are like smoke, yet I vividly recall this companion. He physically embodied the typical Gasheen of the Winter Star continent, with a compact physique, short limbs, and a thick layer of subcutaneous fat, his body smooth and rounded even in illness. With small hands and feet, a robust posterior, a broad chest, and breasts not more developed than those of a male of my race, his reddish-brown skin and a head of beautiful, fluffy black hair resembled animal fur. He had a wide face, with delicate, sturdy features and prominent cheekbones. His physical traits were akin to those of various tribes isolated in the Earth's plateaus or Arctic regions. His name was Asna, and he was a carpenter. We engaged in conversation. I surmised that Asna was not afraid of death, but rather of the process of dying. Thus he sought distractions to alleviate his fear. Apart from our shared mortality, we had little in common, and we were reluctant to discuss death. Consequently, we spent most of our time speaking past one another, which mattered little to him. But I, being younger and more curious, longed to understand, to comprehend, to explain. Yet, there were no explanations. We spoke in our separate orbits. On one occasion, I recounted a story about people residing on another planet. What kind of planet? It is somewhat similar to this one, but it does not revolve around the sun. Instead, it orbits a star you know as Salem. That star is a yellow one, much like the sun, and on the planet beneath that sun live other human beings. The doctrine of Solovey speaks of extraterrestrial tales. In my youth, there was an elderly Solovey mad pastor who would come to my family to share legends of the stars. It is the place where liars go after death, where suicides end up, where thieves find themselves after dying, the place where we, you and I, go. Hey, is that the kind of place you're talking about? No, I am not referring to the realm of souls, but to the tangible world. The inhabitants there are living beings, just like the people here, flesh and blood. The difference is that long, long ago, they learned to fly. Asna smiled broadly. But you must understand, they do not fly by spreading their arms. They soar in machines shaped like small carts. However, my intention is difficult to articulate in Agrinian, as there is no precise term for flying, only a synonym that means gliding. Thus, they mastered the creation of a machine that can glide through the air, much like a sled glides over snow. Later, they learned to make this machine travel farther and faster, until it resembled a stone shot from a slingshot, leaving the ground, piercing the clouds, traversing space, and arriving at another planet. Orbiting the sun. When they reached that other planet, they discovered people there, gliding through the air. Perhaps yes, perhaps not. When they arrived on my planet, we had already learned to navigate the skies. Yet they taught us how to traverse from one planet to another. Though we did not possess such machines at that time, Asna appeared to be in a stupor, bewildered, as though he were hearing an incredible fable. Meanwhile, I was feverish, my arms and chest aching from the injection marks. Struggling to recall how I fabricated the story. Continue, he urged, I wish to understand. Aside from flying, what else do they do? Oh, much the same as the people here. However, they are perpetually under the influence of progestogens. He chuckled, perpetually under the influence of progestogens. That so? Is it a place of reward or punishment? I do not know, Asna. Which of these two is this planet? Neither. This planet is simply this planet. It is as it is. You were born here, and that existence is rational. I was not born here, I came here. I chose this place. Shadows enveloped us, silence reigned, a faint sound emerged from the distant tranquility beyond the high walls of the dormitory. The soft hissing of a hand saw, plaintive and sorrowful, accompanied by an oppressive stillness. Alas! Asna murmured, sighing, rubbing his legs and softly groaning, so lightly that he himself was unaware. None of us chose. After that conversation, he fell into a coma and soon passed away. I do not know the reasons that led him to the voluntary farm, the crimes he committed, or what issues plagued his identification documents. I only know that he had spent less than a year at the Prilfin farm. On the day of Asna's death, they summoned me for interrogation once more. This time, they had to carry me there, and beyond that, I remember nothing. Chapter 14. Escaping from the jaws of the tiger. My friend Zabusso, Yeki, and others did not yet pose an imminent threat to me. They sacrificed the envoy to save themselves, believing that I would not cause them trouble or bring disaster upon them. Before I sought out Sasuke's, the SAF organization, apart from GOM, had regarded me with disdain, but now they were watching me closely. I had to complete my business and then make my escape. With mail subject to inspection and telephones or radios under surveillance, I was unable to contact anyone in Karlhade, so I approached the gates of the royal embassy for the first time. The diplomat Sadin Remil Chivalevich was an old acquaintance from my days at court. He promised to promptly inform King Aghawan of the envoy's fate and his place of imprisonment. Chivalevich was a competent and honest gentleman, and I trusted he would deliver the information directly. Without delay. As for how the king would interpret the information and what actions he might take, I could not speculate. I hoped that if Mr. AI's ship suddenly descended from the clouds, the king would receive the information in time. For at that moment, I still held a glimmer of hope regarding the signal sent to the ship before he was captured by SAF. Presently, I found myself in a precarious situation. If I were discovered upon entering the embassy, it would be extremely perilous. Thus, as soon as I left the embassy, I made a beeline for the southern city's commercial transport hub, departing from Missolori before noon on the 19th of the 13th month. I had come to Missolori disguised as a truck loader, and I would leave in the same guise. I carried old identification documents, slightly altered to apply for new work to Ionagrenian. The risks of forgery are high, as documents are checked 52 times daily. Yet, there are still many who dare to take the risk, as my old comrades on Fish Island had shown me various tricks of the trade. I despised living under an alias, yet to escape with my life, to traverse the vast expanse of Agrenian land and reach the western coast. I had no alternative. I rumbled across the Condrel Bridge with the commercial convoy. And as I departed Missolori, my thoughts had already soared westward. Autumn faded into winter, and I needed to reach my destination before the roads closed. The envoy was particularly sensitive to cold. He required a coat when the temperature dropped to above 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and it seemed he would not survive the harsh winter of Prilfin. Thus, I was in a state of great urgency. However, the freight trucks moved as slowly as snails, crawling from one town to another, heading north and then south, loading and unloading cargo, and it took an entire fortnight before I finally reached Eswin at the mouth of the Isagil River. The duty guard scolded me for arriving a day later than stipulated in the orders, then assigned me to oversee the prisoners' dormitory. Dinner had already passed. Fortunately, it was late, and they could not issue me the standard leather boots and uniform, nor confiscate my own clothing. I was not provided with a firearm. But as I wandered through the kitchen, coaxing the cook for something to eat, I surreptitiously pilfered a gun. The cook's weapon hung on a nail behind the oven, and I seized it. This gun would not kill. And perhaps the guards' guns were not lethal either. The farm does not execute people. Hunger, the bitter cold, and despair serve as the true executioners. The farm is home to between 30 and 40 guards and 150 to 160 inmates, each of whom appears emaciated. Although it is only between 7:30 and 9:30 in the evening, the majority of the prisoners have already succumbed to slumber. I encountered a young guard who escorted me on a brief tour, indicating which prisoners were asleep. Observing them nestled in their sleeping bags within the brightly lit, vast hall, I nearly abandoned my plan to act on this first night before I aroused any suspicion. They were all concealed within their long bunks, wrapped in their sleeping bags like infants in their mother's wombs, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. The sole exception was one individual, whose elongated form could not be fully contained within his sleeping bag, revealing a skeletal visage. The wheel of fate, which had previously turned in my favor at Eswin, now spun beneath my feet. I possessed only one remarkable talent, the ability to discern when to set the grand wheel of destiny in motion. To act decisively, I had thought that I had lost this foresight during my time in Elhanlong last year, never to regain it. However, this gift had been restored, and I was acutely aware that I could steer my own wheel of fate and seize the opportunities of the world. Much like a woolen ball rolling down a steep, perilous mountainside, filling me with unbridled joy, I continued to wander through the dormitory, appearing restless and agitated, which led them to assign me to the latter half of the night shift. By the dead of night, only I and another guard on the night shift remained within the dormitory. I paced incessantly, occasionally walking up and down beside the sleeping quarters, with my plan firmly set. I began to harness my mental and physical energy, entering a state of heightened focus, for without the assistance of dark forces, I could not bear this burden solely on my own. As dawn approached, I re-entered the dormitory, using the cook's gun to render Jinli AI unconscious, then hoisting both him and his sleeping bag onto my shoulder, I made my way towards the guardhouse. "What are you doing?" inquired the other guard, bleary-eyed. "Put him down. He is dead." "Another one? Good heavens, Winter hasn't he truly arrived yet?" He turned his head to glance at the face of the envoy dangling from my back. "Oh, it's him, that pervert, no doubt about it. Though be honest, I had previously disbelieved the rumors surrounding the Karl Hader people. It was only after witnessing this grotesque figure that I became convinced. He had lain on his bunk throughout the week, ceaselessly groaning and sighing, yet I had not anticipated his demise would come so swiftly. Forget it. Just toss him outside and deal with him when dawn breaks. Hurry up, don't stand there like a dung-laden porter." Thus, I exited along the corridor, pausing at the inspector's office door. Being a guard, I swaggered into the office and located the wall panel containing the alarm and power switches. The switches bore no markings. However, the guards had annotated them with letters to aid memory in emergencies. Recognizing FF as referring to fences, I flipped the switch, cutting power to the outermost electric fence of the farm, then shouldered AI once more and continued onward. Passing the guardhouse, I feigned great effort dragging the deceased burden. As my internal power surged, I wished to conceal my ease and truth. I could carry or drag someone heavier than myself, as a corpse. I said, "They told me to toss him out of the dormitory. Where should I throw him?" "I don't know, just toss him outside. The snow is falling heavily." He referred to the wet, downy snowfall, which was nothing short of a blessing for me. All right, I replied, dragging the burden outside, then rounding the corner of the dormitory to evade his line of sight. I hoisted AI onto my shoulder once more. Proceeding northeast for several hundred yards, crossing the cut-off electric fence, I dropped the burden, jumped down, and once again bore AI, sprinting desperately towards the riverbank. As I approached the river, the piercing sound of a whistle erupted, and searchlights swept across the area in that moment. The heavy snowfall concealed me, yet it was insufficient to mask my footprints in just a few minutes. Fortunately, by the time I reached the river, they had yet to pursue me. I continued northward, sprinting along the open ground beneath the thicket. Where there was no clearing, I waded through the water. This small river was a tributary of the Isagar River, its waters rushing and unfrozen. With the dawn's arrival, the situation grew dire, prompting me to stride forth with purpose while internal power still surged, rendering the envoy, though cumbersome, surprisingly light. I followed the river into the forest. Reaching a ravine where I concealed the sleigh, securing the envoy with a strap, surrounding him with my provisions, ensuring he was thoroughly covered, and draping a raincoat over the sleigh. Then, I changed my clothes and consumed some of the rations I had brought with me, as my prolonged exertion had left my stomach growling. Subsequently, I ventured onto the forest path, hastening northward, when soon, 2 skiers pursued me. We both slept. The snow continued to fall, and I remained in a deep slumber for a night. A day and another night, until I finally awoke, struggling to rise and peering outside. I found the tent half buried in snow. The sunlight reflected off the white snow, creating a dazzling brightness, while in the far eastern sky, a plume of gray mist floated, obscuring the clear heavens. That was the smoke swirling around Mount Udenisrik, the nearest volcano to us. By evening, he regained consciousness. Though his mind was still clouded, he cried out and sat up in a panic. I knelt beside him, but as he struggled to evade me, he overexerted himself and fainted. That night, he rambled incoherently in a language I did not understand. In the profound silence of the desolate night, hearing him speak the tongue he had learned on another planet was truly bizarre. The following day proved equally challenging. Each time I attempted to tend to him, I sensed he mistook me for a guard from the farm. When I administered his medication, he was terrified. He would suddenly blurt out phrases in Ogrenin and Karl Hader, muddled together, pleading not to be injected, only to immediately resist fiercely. They not only forced him to take medication but also altered his mindset, rendering him a madman or a fool. I genuinely wished he had perished on the sleigh in the thicket, longing for my own misfortune to have led to my arrest upon leaving Mishihari. To be sent to some farm to fend for myself, I awoke from my slumber to find him gazing at me. "Is this Eswen?" he whispered weakly. The next day, his condition significantly improved. He could sit up and eat, and the ulcers on his body were healing. I inquired about those ulcers. "I don't know. I think it was caused by the medication. They kept injecting me. Was it to prevent the chemo romance?" I had heard of such things, of individuals escaping or being released from volunteer farms. Yes, there were other drugs. I have no idea what they were, but I suspect they were some sort of hallucinogen. They made me ill and incessantly forced me to take medication. What were they trying to discover? What could I possibly tell them? Rather than interrogating you, they are attempting to tame you. Tame me? They are coercing you into consuming a gene compound from the Ogrenin people, creating an addiction that renders you utterly compliant. The Karl Hader are not unaware of such tactics. Perhaps they are experimenting on you and others. I have heard that they conduct experiments with brainwashing drugs and techniques on the inmates of the farm. When I first heard this, I was skeptical, but now I believe do Karl Hader also have these farms? Karl Hader? I replied. No, he anxiously wiped his forehead. I think they will say there are no farms in Miss Hillary. On the contrary, they will boast about it, showing you recordings and photographs of volunteer farms to illustrate how deviants are reformed there, how the remnants of tribes find refuge. Perhaps they will even take you to visit the exemplary volunteer farm located in the outskirts of Miss Hillary, the 5th district. Mr. AI, if you believe that we Karl Hader also have volunteer farms, then you overestimate me. We are not yet a developed nation. He lay there for a long time, staring at the fire I had lit until the stove emitted a stifling heat. Then, he gazed at me. Where are we now? How did we come to be here? I recounted the tale once more. Did you simply lead me out? Mr. AI, any one of you prisoners, or even all of you, could walk out of that place on any given night. If you are not starving, not exhausted, not desperate, and not under medication. If you have a coat to wear and a place to go, but there lies a conundrum. Where do you go? To the nearest town? Without identification, you are finished. Into the wilderness? Without a place to stay, you are also finished. I suspect that in summer, they will increase the number of guards at Plyfin Farm. In winter, they utilize the cold itself to guard the farm. He listened absent-mindedly. Eswen, you cannot carry me even 100 yards, let alone run several miles while traversing the wilderness in the dark. I am drawing on my power. He hesitated for a moment. Is it an automatic manifestation of power? Yes. Are you a Handaler? I was raised among the Handaler and resided for 2 years in the secluded village of Nozerel in the Kimu Highlands. Most Saiyans hail from the Handaler. I had initially believed that after exerting my energy, I would be severely weakened and would collapse. Indeed, this phenomenon is referred to as injuring one's essence, which leads to a state of lethargy that lasts longer than the period of exertion itself. Once you enter this phase of essence injury, if you do not go with the flow of nature, it can be exceedingly perilous. I succumbed to slumber for 2 consecutive days and nights. And even now I find myself still in this phase of essence injury, unable to ascend the mountains. Moreover, I am ravenously hungry. I brought a week's worth of provisions, and I have nearly exhausted them all. It transpires that this is the case. He spoke hastily, laden with resentment. I understand, and I realize that aside from believing in you, what other recourse do I have? Here, it is just the 2 of us. Yet I remain perplexed. I do not comprehend the purpose behind all your actions. What is your ultimate goal? Everything is shrouded in mystery. Everything is kept secret. The struggle for power and the machinations. What is it all for? Ezwen, what are you pursuing? I am pursuing what you seek, to forge an alliance between my planet and yours. What do you think? We gazed at each other across the crackling fire, resembling a pair of puppets. Are you suggesting that even if the alliance includes Ogrena? Indeed, even Ogrena, but Karlhade will soon follow suit. When all of us, my fellow compatriots, are at a critical juncture, do you think I would still cling to my pride? As long as we awaken, does it truly matter which nation awakens first? How can I trust your words? He exclaimed in anger, his frail body amplifying his fury, his voice hoarse and explosive. If all this were true, you should have informed me last spring, and we could have spared ourselves the torment of the journey to Plyphon. Your various measures on my behalf have failed. I am aware that they have brought you suffering, humiliation, and danger. Yet, if it were for your sake that I were to engage in a mortal struggle with Tipar, you would not be here at this moment. You would have long since lain in the grave of Elhenlang. Furthermore, there are indeed some who believe your words in Karlhade, and Ogrena has some who trust you. It is precisely because they have listened to me that they may not yet be serving you. As you mentioned, my greatest error was not clearly explaining myself to you. I am not accustomed to such practices. I am neither accustomed to giving nor receiving, be it advice or reproach. I do not wish to repay kindness with resentment. Ezwen, but the truth is it is peculiar that I, the sole individual on Gashin's star who fully trusts you, am simultaneously the one you refuse to trust. He cradled his head in his hands. At last, he spoke. I am sorry, Ezwen. This was both an apology and an acknowledgement. The fact remains, I said. I trust you, yet you cannot or will not believe this fact. My legs grew numb, prompting me to rise. Filled with both ire and irritation, trembling all over. Teach me your language of the heart. I wish to shift to a lighter topic to alleviate my anger. Your tongue cannot utter falsehoods. Teach me. Then ask me what all of this is truly for. I am at your service, Ezwen. Chapter 15. Flight across the great glacier. I awoke. Prior to this, I had roused myself several times, finding myself nestled within a warm, dimly lit conical space, where reason informed me I was in a tent, alive and no longer at Plyphon Farm. A truly incredulous realization. I sat up, stifled a yawn, and ran my fingers through my tousled hair. Ezwen lay a short distance away, soundly asleep in his sleeping bag. He was clad only in riding trousers, his torso bare, appearing quite warm, his enigmatic dark face exposed to the sunlight and my gaze. Everyone appears foolish while asleep, and Ezwen was no exception. A robust round face, relaxed and indifferent, tiny beads of sweat glistening above his upper lip and thick brows. I recalled the moment at Elhenlang when he donned the splendid attire of a high official. Standing on the review platform under the sun, drenched in sweat, exuding such grandeur. Yet here he lay, half naked beneath the cold sunlight, appearing isolated and helpless. For the first time, I beheld him as an ordinary man. He awoke slowly, eventually yawning and unsteadily rising to don a shirt, peering outside to check the weather before inquiring if I wished for a bowl of oatmeal. He noticed I had already been bustling about in the tent, having prepared a pot of oatmeal with the water he had left in the shallow pan from the previous night, the water derived from melting snow atop the stove. He accepted a cup of oatmeal, awkwardly thanked me, and sat down to eat. Ezwen, where shall we go? Mr. AI, that depends on where you wish to go and how you intend to travel. Which route leads away from Ogrena the quickest? To the west, toward the coast. Approximately 30 miles. And then? The ports here are about to freeze, or perhaps they already have. Regardless, there are no ships sailing in winter. Therefore, we must find a hiding place and wait until spring next year, by which time large merchant vessels will set sail for Sisi and Perut. If the trade embargo continues, no merchant ships will head to Karlhade. Perhaps we could catch a merchant ship, but alas, I have run out of money. Are there no alternative routes? Karlhade, crossing the continent. How far? 1,000 miles. About that if we take the roads, but we cannot use the roads. We wouldn't even make it past the first checkpoint. The only viable route is to traverse the mountains to the north, pass through Gobnin, and then descend to the border near the coast of Gozen Bay. Are you suggesting we cross the Gobnin Glacier? He nodded. Not feasible in winter, is it? I believe traversing a different route would yield similar challenges. However, if fortune favors us, it is achievable in some respects. Crossing the glacier in winter may even be easier. You see, fair weather tends to linger on the glacier, as the ice reflects the sun's warmth, while blizzards are pushed to the edges of the glacier. So you truly consider. What significance is there in contemplating? What purpose is there in taking you away from Plyfin Farm? His anger remained palpable, his tone brusque after the profound conversation we had shared the previous night. My understanding is that you perceive crossing the glacier to be less risky than waiting until next spring to traverse the sea. Is that correct? He nodded. Loneliness, he briefly explained. I pondered for a long while. I hope you take my vulnerabilities into account. I am not as resilient to the cold as you are. I am unskilled in skiing. And my physical condition, while improved from a few days ago, remains poor. He nodded again. I believe we can manage. He stated simply. I had always interpreted his reticence as sarcasm. Very well, he shot me a glance. Finishing his cup of tea. It could be termed tea. The oatmeal was brewed from roasted grains, resulting in a brown, sweet and sour beverage rich in vitamins A, C, and sugar, along with a stimulant related to medicinal binning. Invigorating the mind. In the Winter Star, wherever beer is absent, Aussie is present. Wherever neither beer nor Aussie exists, there are no people. The journey is arduous, he remarked. Setting down his cup. It is a strenuous endeavor. If luck is not on our side, we may not make it. I would rather perish upon the glacier than remain in that wretched place from which you would rescue me. He sliced a piece of hard bread and offered me a slice, then sat down to munch on it. We still require provisions, he stated. What would happen if we actually reached Karlhade? I mean for you, as you remain in exile. He turned his dark eyes, reminiscent of an otter's, toward me. Indeed, that is why I wish to stay here. And what if they discover you assisted their prisoner in escaping? They need not find out, he replied with a grim smile. First, we must traverse the glacier. I cannot help but ask, Eswin, do you forgive me for what I said yesterday? I can. Excellent. With that, he departed. I had never encountered anyone like Eswin, so adept at adapting to changing circumstances, so effortlessly resourceful. He was never hasty or rushed, yet always prepared to act. This was undoubtedly the secret to his extraordinary political career, and for my sake, he had abandoned that career, which is also why he trusted me and was loyal to my mission. The moment I arrived, he was ready. In this regard, no one on the Winter Star could rival him. Yet, he perceived himself as a slow-moving individual who panicked at critical moments. Once, he confided that due to his sluggish thinking, he acted on intuition, which was governed by his luck, and this intuition seldom failed him. He spoke this with utmost seriousness, suggesting it might indeed be true. On the Winter Star, those capable of foreseeing the future are not limited to the hermit village's prophets, who have cultivated their precognitive abilities but have not enhanced their reliability. In this respect, the teachings of Yomasai emphasize that the talent for precognition is not strictly or merely a capacity for foresight. It is also the ability to perceive everything simultaneously, even if only for an instant, to see the whole. During Eswin's absence, I kept the small heating stove at maximum temperature. How did you manage that? Stolen, murmured the former chancellor of Karlhade, as he placed his hands above the stove to warm himself. He did not lower the temperature of the fire, evidently feeling the chill himself, a remnant from the theft in Talruf, where he had nearly been apprehended. Let us first partake of this sustenance, he suggested, as I brought a pot of ice to the stove to melt. It is rather heavy. The majority of what he laid out consisted of supernutritious food. A blend of high-energy provisions infused with various vitamins and minerals, dehydrated, compacted, and cut into cubes. In the language of Ogren, it is termed jimmy-shimi, and we adopted this nomenclature, despite conversing in Karlhade. This food suffices to sustain our minimum daily consumption for 60 days, 1 pound, or 1 cube, per day. Eswin bathed, had dinner, and then sat by the fire. That night, He remained by the hearth for an extended period, meticulously calculating how much food we possessed and how we might stretch it out. Eventually, he devised a plan for our rations, then rolled into his sleeping bag and drifted off to sleep. During the night, I heard him speaking in his dreams, uttering numbers, weights, days, distances we would likely need to traverse 800 miles. The first 100 miles would be northward or northeastward, crossing through forests and scaling the northernmost ridges of the Mont Benson Mountains to reach the Great Glacier, the vast ice field. According to Eswin's estimates, we could either scale those lofty peaks to access the ice field, or descend from a slope down to the glacier, or ascend an ice slope onto the ice field. Subsequently, we would journey eastward along the Great Glacier for approximately 600 miles. Upon nearing the edge of the glacier near Gozen Bay, we would then descend from the glacier and traverse the Singxi marshlands in a southeast direction for the final 50 to 100 miles to reach the Karlhade border. Following this route, we could avoid populated or habitable areas from beginning to end. We would not encounter any inspectors, which is undoubtedly crucial. I possess no identification, Eswin remarked, and even if his papers were forged, they would not pass muster. Generally, I could masquerade as a Jesson, but if someone were to pursue me, I would not escape their gaze. Thus, the plan Eswin proposed was indeed pragmatic. The following day, as we carefully packed and loaded the sled, he inquired, if you were to activate the spaceship, when might we arrive? Depending on the relative position of the spacecraft in the solar system to Jesson, it could range from 8 days to half a month. Currently, the ship might be on the opposite side of the sun. Could it not be quicker? It cannot be hastened. The naval ship's propulsion system has failed within the solar system and can only rely on rocket power, requiring at least 8 days. Why inquire about this? What is its power output? Not substantial. The nearest large radio transmission station is in Kuhomi City, approximately 400 miles to the south. Is Kuhomi a large city? It has a population of 250,000. We must, to some extent, rely on that station, and then we will need to hide for at least 8 days, which would alert SAF the odds are slim. He nodded. I removed the last bag of vegetables from the tent and remarked, if only I had called for the ship that night in Missouri, the night you urged me to call. The night I was arrested, but at that time, my transmitter was in Abuso's hands, and I suspect it still is. Would he use it? No, even if he were to fumble with it, he would not strike luck. Its linkage mechanism is far too complex. I wish I could use it. If only I had known that their ruse would end that day. He said this with a faint smile. He was not one to wallow in regret. I suspect you were aware, but I did not believe you then. Once the sled was prepared, he insisted that we do nothing for the remainder of the day. Conserving our strength, he lay in the tent, rapidly jotting notes in small Karlhade script in a notebook. Over the past month, he had not been able to journal daily, leaving him feeling somewhat unmoored. His dedication to journaling was quite earnest. I sensed it was a responsibility to his family, the Aster clan, as well as a connection to them. However, I would only come to realize this later, as at that moment, I was unaware of what he was writing. He gazed at me drowsily and said, if only I had known about your ship last year, why did they only send you alone to this planet? The first envoy to a planet always travels alone. An alien is a rarity. 2 aliens signify an invasion. Thus, the life of the first envoy is of little consequence. No, Ekman truly does not undervalue any life. Precisely for that reason, he would rather send one person into danger than risk the lives of 2 or 20. Regardless, it was I who volunteered for this task. There is honor in peril. He evidently quoted a proverb and then gently added, when we reach Karlhade, it will be a triumphant return. He bent over his writing. His expression focused, his patience bordering on stubbornness. At that moment, I saw the same tenacity in him as I had observed in the Mad King who once stood high on the scaffolding, daubing mortar into the stone crevices. At dawn the next day, with no wind in the air, we donned snowshoes and set out amidst the falling snowflakes. The mountains were blanketed in soft, pristine snow, never before trodden. The sled was laden heavily. Eswin estimated the total weight to exceed 300 pounds. Although the sled resembled a meticulously designed small vessel and was lightweight, dragging it through the fluffy snow was a laborious endeavor. The snow fell incessantly throughout the day. We paused twice to consume some provisions. The wilderness was vast, boundless, and silent. We walked, and before we knew it, dusk arrived, prompting us to camp in a valley. According to the odometer on the sled, we had traveled nearly 15 miles. Why previous trust in Eswin, which had been somewhat grudging, was now entirely affirmed. In 70 days, we would reach Karlhade. Have you traveled like this before? I queried. You mean by sled? Often. For long distances? Many years ago, one autumn, I traversed several hundred miles on the Kimu Glacier. What was the purpose? Curiosity, exploration. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly, saying, to expand the realm of complex, intelligent life. He referenced a piece of Ekman's wisdom I had once quoted. You are consciously broadening the inherent evolutionary scope of life. Exploration is one manifestation of that expansion. We sat in the warm tent, sipping steaming coffee while waiting for the vegetable porridge to boil. Indeed, he said, we are 6 young my brother and I hail from Aster, and the other 4 are friends from Stock. Our journey has no specific purpose. We wish to behold Tremandel, a towering mountain that looms majestically over the glacier. Few have seen it from land. The porridge was ready, distinct from the watery gruel of the pre-Finn farm, and its flavor resembled that of roasted chestnuts from earth. Piping hot and fragrant, I felt warm all over and was in high spirits as I remarked, Eswin, the exquisite dishes I have enjoyed in Jessen have always been shared with you. Not at that banquet in Missolori. Though, indeed, not do you despise Ogrina? Few Ogda know how to cook. Do you despise Ogrina? No, how could I? How can one hate a country, or love a country? Tepa loves to preach. I do not indulge in such tricks. What does it mean to love one's country? Does it imply hating others? That is not right. Is it merely a form of narcissism? Narcissism is not inherently negative, but it should not become an ethical principle or a doctrine. However, he cautiously added, those who do not disdain corrupt governments are fools. If there truly exists a good government, serving it must be a tremendous joy in this regard. We found a mutual understanding. I know this joy to some extent. I said, indeed, I share that sentiment. I washed the dishes with hot water, discarding the remnants outside the tent through the valve door. Outside, it was pitch black, with a dim oval beam of light seeping from the valve, faintly revealing the swirling snowflakes. We were once again sealed within the dry, cozy tent, unfurling our sleeping bags. Eswin perhaps uttered something akin to Mr. Ike, handing me the bowl, to which I jested, will I become Mr. During our passage across the Gobening Glacier? He looked up, laughing. I do not know how to address you. My name is Jeanly. I know. You call me by my family name. I also do not know how to address you. Call me Hars. Then what shall I call you? Ike? Should I just use your given name? Brothers or friends from the same kin, he replied, and his words felt distant, as if he were 2 feet away in an 8-foot-wide tent. I was left speechless and crawled into my fur sleeping bag. Good night, Ike, the alien said, and the other alien replied, good night. Hars. A friend, on a planet where friends may become lovers under the waxing and waning moon. What indeed is a friend? Locked deeply within my own masculinity, I am assuredly no friend. Not a companion of Sarium Hars, nor of any individual from his kind, be they men or women. Those who neither conform to the male nor female archetypes, or those who embody both, whether transformed by the arcane influences of magic in cyclical patterns corresponding to the moon's phases, or those who have been surreptitiously altered from the cradle. None of them are my flesh and blood, nor my friends. There exists no love between us. We have shared beds. I awoke once to the gentle patter of snow falling densely upon the tent, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Eswin rose at dawn to prepare breakfast. The sun ascended, casting a golden hue upon the tops of the shrubs bordering the valley. We readied our sled and set forth. With Eswin pulling ahead and me pushing from behind, a hard shell began to form atop the snow on the sled. Whenever we reached an open slope, we would break into a swift run. That day, we initially skirted the forest's edge before plunging into its depths, a woodland that adjoined the Plyfin farm, densely populated with stunted, twisted fir trees, their branches heavy with icicles. We dared not traverse the main road leading north, yet occasionally discerned our direction by means of logging paths, as the forest bore neither fallen trees nor low shrubs. We enjoyed a favorable journey. Upon reaching Tarunpas, the ravines and steep ridges diminished. By evening, the sled's odometer indicated we had traveled 20 miles that day, yet we felt no weariness from the previous night. We took 3 days to traverse the Tarunpas forest on the final day. Eswin halted early, setting up camp to lay traps for the Pasri beast, a small terrestrial creature akin in size to a fox, oviparous and herbivorous, its fur smooth and lustrous, either gray or white. Eswin hunted for its meat, which was consumable at that moment. The Pasri beasts were migrating south in great numbers. Due to their swift movements and solitary nature, we encountered only 2 or 3 along the way. Though every patch of snow in the fir forest was speckled with countless tracks of these creatures. Eswin had set traps for barely an hour before returning triumphantly. He had captured 6 Pasri beasts, cleaned and skinned them, hanging some meat to freeze dry while stewing others for a delightful dinner. The Jesson people are not adept at hunting, as there are no large herbivores to pursue apart from the bountiful sea life. And thus, no significant carnivores either. The Jesson primarily engage in fishing and agriculture. I have never witnessed a Jesson with blood upon their hands. Eswin handed me a hide to feel. It was thick and soft, barely perceptible to the touch. Our sleeping garments, fur coats, and hoods were all lined with this fur, unparalleled in warmth and also exceedingly aesthetic. What a pity it is to stew it, I remarked. Eswin shot me a cold glare, retorting, "We require protein." With that, he discarded the hide. Eswin was correct. He is usually right. A single Pasri beast yields 1 or 2 pounds of meat, and that night I finished my share of the stew. The following morning, as we began our ascent, I felt a surge of strength as I pushed the sled. That day we commenced our mountain crossing. At this point, the weather abruptly shifted, with temperatures rising above freezing, accompanied by incessant rain. Only then did I comprehend why the Jesson lament when the winter warms and rejoice when it cools. For townsfolk, rain merely signifies inconvenience, yet for travelers, it spells disaster. The entire morning was spent laboriously hauling the sled up the slopes of the Benson Mountains, our feet sinking into a frigid, muddy slush. By afternoon, much of the snow on the slope had melted, turning into rivers of snowmelt, with mud and gravel stretching for miles. The sled, originally a wheeled vehicle, was now rendered nearly immovable. It either sank into the muck or flipped over. Night had fallen, yet we had not located a dry place beneath a rocky overhang or within a cave to pitch our tent for the night. Eswin had mentioned that as long as our tent remained dry inside, we could comfortably sleep in it regardless of the weather. If one cannot keep their sleeping bag dry, they will lose too much body heat during the night, and our supplies were insufficient to allow for such a luxury. We could not rely on the sun to dry our belongings. Thus, it was imperative to keep everything dry. However, that night, before we could erect the tent, everything was thoroughly soaked. We huddled beside the warm stove, the Pasri meat stew ready, and as we savored the steaming dish, its delightful flavor nearly dissolved all our troubles. We had spent the entire day climbing. Yet the sled's odometer indicated we had only covered 9 miles. We did not fulfill our task today, I stated. Eswin nodded, deftly shattering a beast's bone to extract the marrow. He had already shed his soaked outer coat, wearing only a shirt and trousers, barefoot, with his collar open, moving with agility, strength, and resilience. His thick, smooth hair dripping like bird feathers, droplets falling onto his shoulder like water from eaves, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to it. He displayed no signs of discouragement. He was the son of the earth. I found the Pasri meat indigestible, suffering from abdominal cramps throughout the night. I lay wide-eyed in the damp darkness, listening to the rain's incessant patter. At breakfast, Eswin inquired, "Did you sleep poorly last night?" "How did you know?" I replied. In truth, he had slept soundly. Even as I exited the tent, he barely stirred. He glared at me again. "What is the matter?" "I have a stomachache," he blinked, gruffly stating. "Must be the meat." "I suppose so. It is my fault. I should not have. No matter." "Can you walk?" "Yes." The rain continued to fall incessantly. A westerly wind swept in from the sea, maintaining temperatures in the low 30s even at this altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 feet. The sky was shrouded in gray mist, with fine rain obscuring visibility to a mere quarter mile. When we paused at noon to eat, I felt unwell, chilled, unable to swallow any food. We resumed our journey, now ascending. The rain fell relentlessly. Earlier in the afternoon, we arrived beneath a massive black cliff, and Eswin called for a stop. Before I could remove my harness, he had nearly erected the tent. He commanded me to enter and lie down. "I am fine," I replied. "You are not," he insisted. "Go inside," and I complied, albeit with a sense of irritation at his tone. As he entered the tent with the overnight necessities, I began to prepare the meal. He, however, commanded me to lie down once more, adopting the same preemptive tone. "Don't point your finger at me," I retorted. My apologies, he replied, turning his back to me, his voice stiff. You know I am not ill. No, I do not know. If you do not speak the truth, I must rely on your expression for judgment. Your strength has not yet returned. The journey is arduous. I am unaware of your physical limits. When I reach my limits, I shall inform you. His overprotectiveness vexed me greatly. He was a head shorter than I, with a physique akin to that of a woman, more fat than muscle. While we pulled the sled together, I had to slow my pace for fear he would fall behind, forcing myself to exert less effort, lest I topple him, as if a stallion were harnessed alongside a mule. So, you are not ill? No, just fatigued. You are fatigued as well indeed. I am also quite weary, he acknowledged. I was quite concerned for you earlier. Our journey remains long. How far have we traveled today? He smiled, responding, 6 miles. The next day we traversed 7 miles, followed by 12 miles the subsequent day, and by the 4th day, we emerged from the rain and clouds. Marking the 9th day of our journey, we had ascended to an elevation of 5,000 to 6,000 feet, with the plateau beneath us bearing traces of recent orogeny and sulfurous processes. We had entered the volcanic region of the Benson Mountains. The plateau gradually narrowed, eventually transforming into a canyon, which in turn became a narrow pass between elongated ridges. As we approached the end of the pass, the rain clouds began to dissipate. A sudden north wind arose, chilling the air and completely dispersing the rain clouds, revealing the peaks towering above the ridges to our left and right, their basalt and white snow set against the azure sky, bathed in the sudden brilliance of sunlight, a stunning contrast of black and white. Ahead of us, to the north, the rain had passed, and the clouds parted to reveal a winding canyon, blanketed in ice and colossal boulders, forming a wall that spanned the canyon. That was the ice wall. Looking up, we beheld the edge of the Great Glacier, the Gobning Glacier, stretching endlessly toward the distant north. Eswin stood beside me in the harness, gazing at this magnificent sight, this ineffable wilderness, exclaiming, I have finally witnessed this marvel. My life has not been in vain. I shared his sentiment. While it is undoubtedly a blessing to conclude the preceding leg of our journey, ultimately, what matters most is the journey itself. These southern-facing slopes had not seen rain. The glacier extended from the pass down into the glacial valley. We stowed the wheels, lowered the sled, donned our skis, and set forth down the mountainside, heading north into the vast, silent desert, the desert of fire and ice, as if we beheld the stark, bold letters of death emblazoned across the continent. Death, death, starkly conspicuous. The sled glided effortlessly, and we were overcome with joy. Chapter 16. Between the volcanoes, January 240. AI lay in his sleeping bag and inquired, What are you writing? Hars? Recording? He replied with a soft chuckle. I should also keep a journal for Ekman's file. But without a voiceprint writer, I find it difficult to persist. I explained that my journal was intended for my compatriots in Aster, who would edit it appropriately to become part of the recorded history of the Aster territory. At this point, thoughts of my family and son crossed my mind, prompting me to change the subject and dispel my homesickness. Are your parents still alive? They have passed away, AI replied. It has been 70 years. I felt a sense of bewilderment. AI himself was not yet 30. Is your perception of time different from ours? No, I understand now. I have leaped through time. It took 20 years to travel from Earth to Hansdonet. Then 50 years from there to Aylar, and another 17 years from Aylar to here. I only lived on Earth for 7 years, yet I was born there 120 years ago. Long ago, Elhenrin had explained to me how time is compressed in a spacecraft traveling at nearly the speed of light, but I had not connected this fact with human lifespan or the time one spends on their own planet. These incredible ships traverse from one planet to another. He spent only a few hours in one, while his fellow countrymen aged and passed away, and his children became frail old men. I finally said, I suppose I consider myself a refugee. You fled for me, and I fled for you, he remarked with a laugh, breaking the oppressive silence with a hint of joviality. We had been descending from the pass for 3 days, enduring hardship yet yielding no rewards. However, AI no longer appeared dejected, nor blindly optimistic, and he had calmed down towards me. Perhaps it was due to the sweat dissipating the effects of the medication. Or perhaps we had both learned to coexist harmoniously. The temperature was 12 degrees Fahrenheit, the skies overcast, and not a whisper of wind stirred. Hopefully, before we traversed this place in the Death Valley between the long arms of the glacier, Heavy snowfall will not descend upon us. We beheld death extending westward from the ridge for miles, resembling a broad ice river flowing down from the plateau nestled between two volcanoes, the summits still emitting wisps of smoke. If we could ascend the slope of the nearer volcano to reach the ice river, perhaps we could then climb along the icy expanse. To our east, a smaller glacier descended towards an ice lake. Yet the path was winding, and even here, we could see the water gaps upon the glacier. Given our current equipment, traversing that glacier seemed impossible. Thus, we decided to attempt the crossing via the glacier between the volcanoes. Even though it would add 2 days to our journey westward, on January 25th, a light breeze accompanied a gentle snowfall. We did not travel, spending the entire day in slumber. Having pulled the sled for nearly half a month, rest was essential for recuperating our strength. On January 26th, still under a light breeze and snowfall, well rested, AI taught me an intellectual game from Earth, played with small stones on a grid board, which they referred to as Go. AI remarked that there were ample stones here to play the game. Regarding the heating of the tent, we had to compromise. He preferred warmth while I favored a cooler tent, as comfort for one meant discomfort for the other. Eventually, we reached an agreement. He lay shivering in his sleeping bag while I sweated profusely in mine. Considering we had traveled together from different planets and shared a tent, our coexistence was commendable. On February 1st, following the wind and snow, the skies cleared, and throughout the day, the thermometer hovered around 15 degrees Fahrenheit. We set camp on a low slope west of the nearer volcano, my Ogrina map indicating this volcano as Delamigo Mountain, while the one spanning the ice river was labeled Denamler Mountain. The map was rudimentary. To our west stood a massive peak that was unmarked, and the scale of the map was disproportionate. It was evident that the Ogrina people seldom ventured to their volcanoes. Here, apart from the breathtaking scenery, there were no resources. Today, we covered 11 miles, the terrain steep and rocky. AI had already fallen into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, as my foot became lodged between two boulders, I inadvertently twisted it and ended up scraping the tendon of my heel, causing me to limp throughout the afternoon. However, a night's rest would surely remedy it. Tomorrow, we would descend to the glacier. Our food supplies appeared to have diminished alarmingly, but fortunately, we had consumed coarse grains. We had brought a total of 90 to 100 pounds of coarse grain, half of which I had pilfered from Tariff Town. Found joy in having finished the stolen coarse grain from Tariff Town, as it made pulling the sled considerably easier. On February 2nd, the temperature reached around 20 degrees Fahrenheit, with freezing rain and fierce winds howling across the ice river, reminiscent of a gale within a tunnel. We camped on a narrow, flat strip of permanently frozen snow. A quarter of a mile from the glacier's edge, the descent from Delamigo Mountain was treacherous and steep, littered with bizarre rock formations. The glacier's edge was riddled with deep crevasses, and stones and boulders lay embedded in the ice, compelling us to attach wheels to the sled. Having traveled less than 100 steps, one wheel became ensnared in a rock crevice, bending the axle in the process, so we switched to a sled. Today, we only managed to progress 4 miles, and our direction remained incorrect. The vast glacier formed a long curve, stretching westward into the Gobuning Plateau. The glacier between the two volcanoes spanned approximately 4 miles, and reaching its center would not be overly difficult, yet it was riddled with more crevasses than I had anticipated, and its surface had already begun to melt. Denamler Mountain was currently erupting, the freezing rain carrying a taste of smoke and sulfur. To the west, rain clouds loomed, casting a perpetual darkness over the day. Clouds, freezing rain, ice, and air, all transformed into a dark red hue, gradually fading into gray. The glacier trembled slightly beneath our feet. Eskitchwai Rimil, he proposed the hypothesis that volcanic activity in northwest Ogrina and its islands had intensified over the past 10 to 20,000 years. He also predicted the end of the Ice Age, or at least its retreat, leading to an interglacial period, during which the carbon dioxide released by volcanoes would accumulate in the atmosphere, creating an insulating layer that would trap long-wave thermal energy reflected from the Earth's surface, while simultaneously allowing solar heat to enter the atmosphere without loss of thermal energy. He forecasted a global average temperature increase of 30 degrees Fahrenheit, reaching up to 72 degrees. I was relieved, for by then, I would no longer be among the living. AI mentioned that scientists on Earth had proposed similar theories to explain why their last ice age was still retreating incompletely. These theories could neither be refuted nor proven, and no one knew the mysteries of the glaciers for certain. The snow of ignorance remained untouched, On February 3 RD, the odometer indicated that we traveled 16 miles today. Yet, in straight-line distance, we were less than 8 miles from last night's camp, still within the icy pass between the volcanoes. Denamler Mountain was erupting. We wandered back and forth, seeking the end of a crevice through which to pass the sled entirely. Then searching for the next crevices in, we attempted to head north, only to be forced west or east instead. This morning, AI's face had succumbed to frostbite. I noticed his nose, ears, and chin had all turned a deathly gray. I rubbed his face gently, and he awoke. Thankfully, it was not severe, but we must exercise utmost caution. The fierce winds howled, sweeping across the glacier, resembling a wind of death, compelling us to push against the gale. On February 4th, light snow fell, with temperatures ranging from 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, we covered 12 miles, of which approximately 5 miles were effective travel. The edge of the Göbünen Glacier became increasingly clear above us. At this moment, we saw the ice river stretching several miles wide. The arm between Denamler Mountain and Delamigo Mountain reduced to a mere finger, and we found ourselves standing upon that arm. Turning to gaze down from the camp, we beheld a peak belching black smoke, standing resolutely over the flowing glacier, splitting, tearing, and churning it. Gazing further ahead, the glacier appeared expansive, gradually rising, curving, and overlooking the dark ridges, connecting with towering ice walls that were ensconced in clouds, smoke, and snow. Volcanic debris and dust drifted down with the snow, and icebergs were abundant, while the ice surface was filled with rubble, making walking easier but pulling the sled arduous. It seemed we would need to revert to the sled on 2 or 3 occasions. Stones ejected from the volcano crashed heavily nearby, howling as they struck the ice, forming large craters. We resembled tiny insects traversing a world in the throes of chaotic creation. Nonetheless, let us still offer praise to the creator of unfinished creations. On February 5th, there was no snowfall in the morning, only cloudy skies and wind, with temperatures around 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Beneath us, the vast ice river extended westward into the canyon. We stood at the eastern edge of the glacier. Delamigo Mountain and Denamler Mountain were somewhat left behind, though Delamigo's sharp ridge still towered to our east. We climbed and climbed, reaching a critical juncture where we had to choose whether to continue westward along the expansive glacier, gradually ascending to the ice plateau, or to risk climbing the icy rock cliffs located a mile north of tonight's camp, shortening our journey by 20 to 30 miles. AI preferred to take the risk. He seemed utterly unconcerned for his own safety, fully exposed to the threats of nature, vulnerable to harm. Even his reproductive organ remained perpetually outside his body. On the other hand, he possessed remarkable strength. Astonishingly so, I could not be certain whether his endurance in pulling the sled surpassed mine, but his speed and force in pulling were twice that of my own. He is capable of lifting the sled, whether from the front or the rear, maneuvering around obstacles. Unless I exert myself, I am unable to lift or stabilize the entire weight of the sled. I in juxtaposition to his frailty and robustness. He possesses a temperament that oscillates between despondency and fierce determination, a form of fiery, tempestuous courage. These past few days have been fraught with difficulty, as we have crawled like snails, exhausting him to the brink of despair. Were he of my kind, I might deem him a coward. Yet, in truth, he exhibits not an ounce of timidity. On the contrary, I have never witnessed anyone so unflinching in the face of danger. Always eager to risk his life and confront the sudden, harsh trials posed by sheer cliffs, fire and fear, good servants but treacherous masters, he requires fear to serve him, while I evade it, opting for a longer detour. He embodies both courage and reason. The journey is inherently arduous. What purpose is there in seeking a safer route? February 6th. What misfortune! We toiled for an entire day without finding a way to haul the sled up the mountain. The snow was interspersed with dense ash, casting a pall over the day as we strained to ascend a precarious rock. A tremendous tremor caused the ledge to loosen the sled wedged within, dragging me down 5 or 6 feet with a heavy thud. Thankfully, AI held fast with great strength, preventing us from tumbling down approximately 20 feet to the precipice below. I in such perilous adventures. Had either of us broken a leg or an arm, it could have cost us dearly. Indeed, the danger was chillingly palpable behind us. The glacial valley was shrouded in thick fog, a vast expanse of white, where volcanic lava met the icy layer, making it clear that retreat was not an option. Tomorrow, we shall attempt to ascend from the west. February 7, another stroke of bad luck. We must continue westward. The entire day felt like twilight, dark and foreboding. We choked from inhaling volcanic ash and smoke. After 2 days of exertion, scrambling and climbing, we encountered the barrier of the sheer cliff yet again. Thwarted repeatedly. AI, utterly exhausted, was seething with frustration, his expression nearly breaking into an outburst. Yet he restrained himself. Surely, he believed that such outbursts were either wicked or shameful. In the initial days of our escape, he was frail and ailing, yet he merely withdrew to cry privately. His tears were born of personal, racial, societal, and carnal reasons. How could I prevent AI from weeping? His name itself is a cry of anguish. It seems an eternity ago, during our time in Erenglang, that I first recognized him upon hearing that anguished cry pierce the night sky. Now, as he sleeps, his arm trembles and convulses, a strong man entirely spent. All around us is a world of ice and rock, ash and snow, fire and darkness, trembling, convulsing, whispering. Moments ago, I beheld the volcanic flames soaring into the sky, resembling a dark crimson flower embedded in the billowing clouds of darkness. February 8. Utterly unfortunate. Today marks the 20th day of our journey. Since the 10th day, we have made no progress eastward, and our westward trek has added an additional 20 to 25 miles. Since the 18th day, we have advanced not a single step, making it seem more prudent to remain idle. Even if we reach the Great Glacier, can we muster sufficient provisions to cross it? This worry lingers persistently. In a day or two, I shall enter the phase of Kemulian, and my inner agitation intensifies. February 9. We have ascended the Gobining Glacier. Today is the 23rd day of our journey. As soon as we set forth in the morning, we discovered a path leading to the glacier just a few hundred yards from last night's camp, a shortcut paved with volcanic debris, winding through the rocky terrain and deep valleys, climbing upward through the icy cliffs. We traversed this path as if strolling along the banks of the West City. We ascended the glacier and continued eastward, embarking on our return journey. AI was elated by our success, and I too felt the infectious joy. However, upon reflection, the situation remains dire. We stand on the precipice of a high plateau, riddled with crevasses, some wide enough to engulf an entire village. The surface of the glacier is rugged and uneven. We dragged the sled through colossal ice blocks and piles of rubble, navigating the harsh terrain formed by the violent collision of the ice shield with volcanic deposits. The fracturing pressure has sculpted the ridges into bizarre shapes, some resembling collapsed towers, others like legless giants, and still others akin to stone catapults. Miles to the north, a peak towers high above the glacier, the summit of a young volcano, rising on a slope of 6,000 feet beyond our sight. Today, we covered 13 miles. February 10. Light snow, strong winds, and a drop in temperature. Today, we traversed another 13 miles, leaving our first campsite 254 miles behind us. On average, we have covered approximately 10.5 miles per day. Excluding the 2 days we waited for the blizzard to pass, we have averaged merely 11.5 miles daily. Of that, 75 to 100 miles have been detours, akin to treading water. Now, we find ourselves no closer to Karlhade than when we set out. However, I believe our chances of reaching it have significantly improved. Since we emerged from the shadow of the volcanic darkness, despite our fatigue and anxiety, our spirits remain unbroken. After dinner, we resumed our conversation within the tent. Typically, I could easily overlook AI's presence, but being in the phase of Kemulian, cohabiting within the same tent, has rendered it quite challenging. The trouble lies in the fact that he, in his own peculiar way, is also ensnared in the throes of Kemulian, perpetually entangled in its grasp. This must be a bizarre and primal lust, unrelenting regardless of the day, oblivious to the distinction of gender, merely burning with desire. Unaware of my proximity, tonight, I find myself physically yearning for him, unable to restrain my cravings, compounded by my weariness, preventing me from channeling my desires into sleep or any other form of self-discipline. Eventually, he inquired whether he had offended me. I awkwardly explained my silence, fearing his ridicule. Nevertheless, he is, after all, a fellow oddity, a sexual deviant. Upon this lofty glacier, we are both isolated, solitary beings. I am estranged from my kin, my society, and its norms, while he is similarly severed from his world. My existence has been abandoned by the realm filled with Gasheen people. Ultimately, we find ourselves at an equal footing, both aliens, both cut off from the world. AI did not mock me. On the contrary, he spoke softly, a tenderness I had never observed in him before. After a moment of contemplation, he too spoke of isolation and loneliness. Your kind is dreadfully solitary on this planet. Devoid of other mammals, lacking any opposite-sex creatures, there are no intelligent beings that can be tamed as pets. This must undoubtedly influence your unique mode of thinking. I am not merely referring to scientific thought. In that regard, you are remarkable hypothesizers. You perceive an insurmountable chasm between yourselves and lesser beings, and in the face of this divide, you manage to conceive the theory of evolution, a true marvel. However, in matters of philosophy and emotion, you exist in such a harsh, isolated environment that it must shape your entire worldview. Yomishi Master stated that the uniqueness of humanity lies in its divinity. Indeed, this sentiment is echoed by the spiritual leaders of Earth, and similar conclusions have been reached by other sects on different planets. They tend to gravitate towards powerful, aggressive, ecologically disruptive cultural religions. The Ogrina people are not dissimilar to this pattern. At least it seems they are singularly focused on expansion. But what insights do the Handalar possess? Well, in Handalar, there are no theories, no doctrines. Perhaps they pay little heed to the gulf between man and beast, and are more attentive to the similarities and connections among all things. Recognizing that life is but a part of this grand unity, the verses of Tomare's poetry echo endlessly in my mind, and I find myself reciting. Light is the left hand of darkness, and darkness is the right hand of light. Life and death are born of the same root, as Kimulian lovers share the same bed, as two hands clasped together, as endings are also beginnings. AI pondered for a long moment before speaking. You are solitary, yet you coexist with the cosmos. Perhaps your focus on the whole mirrors our emphasis on duality. We too are dualists. Duality is the essence of existence. Is it not? As long as I exist alongside others. You and I, he said, indeed, its implications extend far beyond mere gender. Tell me, how different are the opposite sexes of your kind? He appeared astonished. Indeed, the question startled me as well. Driven by the lust of Kimulian that compelled me to speak. We are both acutely sensitive. I never considered, he said, that you have never seen a woman. He used the term from his native tongue, and I understood its meaning. I have seen the photographs you brought. The women therein resemble pregnant Gishin people, only with larger breasts. Are their modes of thinking vastly different from yours? Do they seem like another race? No, of course not. They are not so different. But the distinctions are of great significance. I believe that the most crucial factor in life is gendered. In most cultures, gender determines expectations, behaviors, worldviews, ethics, and demeanor. Almost everything, including the use of symbols, clothing, and even diet. Women tend to consume less. Distinguishing between inherent differences and those learned through experience is exceedingly difficult. Even in certain places where men and women equally participate in society, it remains the case that women bear and raise children. In this light, can we truly pronounce equality as a universal principle? Are women inherently inferior in intellect? I am uncertain. While female mathematicians, composers, inventors, and thinkers may be few, this scarcity does not imply their lack of intelligence. Physiologically, they may lack the physical strength of men, yet they often exhibit greater endurance. Psychologically, he gazed intently at the blazing stove, then shook his head. Halls, he said, I cannot quite articulate what women are like. You see, I have never contemplated this question before, and now, dear heavens, I have nearly forgotten everything. I have been here for 2 years. You do not understand. In a sense, women are even more foreign to me than you. With you, I can at least engage with a specific gender. He turned his gaze away, offering a grim smile, appearing utterly resigned. My own feelings were complex, and so we let the topic rest. February 8th. Today, we traversed 13 miles to the northeast on skis, guided by a compass. Now we felt at ease, moving briskly across the expansive ice plains throughout the day. Beneath the slate-blue sky, the ice stretched out in a stark white expanse, unbroken save for a few dark peaks of ice islands, which we had long since left behind, along with the black stains emitted by the Den Hamler volcano, lurking behind the peaks as far as the eye could see. There was nothing but emptiness, with only the sun shrouded in mist and the vast expanse of ice and snow. Chapter 17. The world of Ogrena, creation myths. The origins of this myth lie in prehistory. recorded in various forms. This primordial version was derived from a manuscript predating the birth of the Yomasai cult, discovered within the sacred cave of Eisenpa in the heart of Gobnind Ayin, the beginning of creation. Before chaos was unfurled, the heavens and the earth lay empty, filled solely with ice and snow and the sun. Many years passed and sunlight shone upon the ice fields, melting into a great chasm. Surrounding the chasm were colossal ice masses, unfathomably deep. Water droplets incessantly dripped from the melting ice masses. I bleed. One ice mass declared that I weep. Another responded, I sweat, said the third. The ice masses crawled from the abyss and stood upon the ice fields. The ice mass that claimed to bleed extended its hand toward the sun, extracting excrement from its depths to mold mountains and valleys. The ice mass that wept exhaled onto the ice, transforming it into oceans and rivers. The ice mass that sweated gathered soil and seawater, giving rise to trees, flowers, grains, animals, and humans. Iron fields and oceans. All things flourished. Beasts roamed the earth, fish swam in the sea. Yet humanity remained in slumber. There were only 39 souls, lying motionless upon the ice. Eventually, the three ice masses squatted, sitting cross-legged, allowing the sun to melt them. They melted into milk, flowing into the mouths of the sleeping beings, awakening them. Now, children must drink milk. Young lives cannot thrive without its nurturing. Other bodies would protest with frozen tongues. It cannot be, it cannot be. Thus, the last brother, the youngest of them all, overheard his siblings and approached the house constructed from corpses, engaging with Aedangelas. Consequently, from the flesh and blood of Aedangelas, from his womb, a nation was born. The other party in this union, both the young brother and the father, remains nameless. Every child they bore, wherever they wandered in broad daylight, cast a shadow. Aedangelas questioned, Why do my sons always have darkness following them? His consort replied, Because they were born in a house built of flesh and blood, death will always follow them. They exist at the center of time. Initially, there was only the sun and the glaciers, devoid of shadows. Ultimately, we shall return to destruction. The sun will consume itself, shadows will devour the light, and all will cease to exist, leaving only glaciers and darkness. Chapter 18. Crossing the great glacier at times, as I lay in the dark, silent room, on the verge of slumber, fleeting visions of the past would dance before my eyes, ephemeral yet precious. The tent wall slanted above my face, and though unseen, a faint voice whispered. The murmurs of falling snowflakes. The warmth of the Chapaga heater flickered, transforming into a radiant sphere, a warm heart. The slightly damp sleeping bag enveloped me tightly, while Eswin slept soundly, emitting soft breaths. Darkness prevailed, devoid of all else. We lay at the center of existence, resting within the tent. Outside, there was only the vast, unending dark, the chill, the solitude of death. I was always the first to awaken. If the dawn had yet to break, I would fumble in the dark to ignite the Chapaga heater, placing a pot of ice, which had been brought in the night before and now melted into water, atop the stove. Meanwhile, Eswin was engaged in a fierce yet silent battle with sleep, as if wrestling with angels. Ultimately, he triumphed, sitting up and gazing at me in a daze, shaking his head to awaken fully. We donned our garments, laced our boots, rolled up our sleeping bags, and prepared breakfast. A steaming pot of porridge and a piece of jisimi-sai sweet roll, puffed from hot water. We ate solemnly, savoring every bite, carefully collecting and consuming the crumbs that fell as I ate. The fire cooled beside me then. We wrapped the stove along with the pot and canister, donned our hoods, and crawled out of the tent into the open air. The morning air was always biting cold, astonishingly so. Each day, upon rising, I would lament the bitter chill. If one has experienced extreme cold once, the subsequent encounters only feel colder. Occasionally, snow would fall in the morning, the azure dawn lingering over the vast ice plains, yet most often, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. Night, we would bring the thermometer into the tent, and upon emerging in the morning, we would see the needle swing to the right. The Gixon scale moves in reverse, so swiftly that the eye could scarcely keep pace, indicating a sharp drop in temperature, halting somewhere between 0 and -60 degrees. Quite amusing, we navigated eastward using the compass. The wind typically blew from north to south, sweeping across the glacier, as if throughout our journey, The wind perpetually came from our left. The wind hood could not shield us from the fierce gusts. So I donned a mask to protect my nose and left cheek. Even then, my left eye remained frozen shut for an entire day. I feared I had gone blind. Eswin, breathing and licking with his tongue, finally managed to thaw the ice from my left eye, yet I still struggled to see for some time. The hope of escaping the great glacier seemed bleak. Eswin had mentioned that the central region of the glacier held a high-pressure zone, a vast expanse of thousands of square miles, all blanketed in white, reflecting sunlight. We were not in the center, but at least on its periphery, situated between the central zone and the stormy region. Storms erupted from the central area, wild and erratic. The north wind brought clear, serene weather, while the northeast or northwest winds stirred up heavy snow, or swept the dry snow into blinding clouds, akin to sandstorms or dust storms. Gradually settling on the icy ground, the sandstorm twisted and turned, leaving behind a white sky, white air, the sun obscured, shadows vanished, and even the snow upon the great glacier faded from beneath our feet at midday. We paused to cut several blocks of ice, constructing a windbreak. We then heated ice water, soaking a piece of Jissimi Sai dry ration, sipping some warm water, occasionally adding a dash of sugar. Subsequently, we readied our harnesses and pressed onward. During our journey or meal times, we seldom spoke, for our lips had become swollen with frost, and opening our mouths invited the biting cold, harming our teeth, throats, and lungs. We had to keep our mouths sealed and breathe through our noses. At least when temperatures dipped below 40 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, in extreme cold, breathing became even more challenging. Exhaling formed ice, and with a moment's negligence, our nostrils could freeze shut, compelling us to gasp for air. Causing our lungs to ache as if pierced by knives, in certain instances, our exhaled breath would instantly freeze, producing a faint crackling sound, akin to distant firecrackers, scattering glistening ice particles. Each breath became a miniature snowstorm. We pulled the sled until we were utterly exhausted or until darkness fell, at which point we would set up camp, securing the sled with stakes to prevent it from being whisked away by the fierce winds, and then rest for the night. Ordinarily, we would pull for 11 to 12 hours daily, covering a distance of 12 to 18 miles, setting up the tent, organizing our belongings, brushing off the snow clinging to our coats, and so forth, was indeed a burdensome task at times. It seemed unnecessary to exert ourselves. With nightfall approaching, the biting wind, and our fatigue, it was far more appealing to lie in the sleeping bag sheltered from the wind behind the sled. Disregarding the tent. Some nights, such scenarios remain vividly etched in my memory, as my companion insisted on maintaining order and organization, for which I harbored considerable resentment towards his meticulous yet imperious demeanor. In those moments, I loathed him. This hatred stemmed directly from the death that lay dormant within my soul. I resented his demands in the name of life, those demands that were coarse, cumbersome, and obstinate. Once everything was in order, we entered the tent, instantly feeling the warmth radiating from the heater, enveloping us in a comforting embrace that chased away the chill, filling the tent with coziness. Death and cold resided elsewhere. Outside, hatred was left behind in the cold. We ate, drank, and conversed after our meal, in extreme cold. Even the tent's adequate insulation could not fend off the chill, so we endeavored to stay close to the stove. Lying in our sleeping bags, a thin layer of frost formed on the inner surface of the tent. As soon as the valve was opened, a chilling gust rushed in, instantly solidifying into a swirling mist of snow that enveloped the tent. On those nights, the wind and snow howled with a fury that echoed like thunder, rendering us incapable of conversation. We could only shout loudly, our heads pressed together. Yet on other nights, an eerie silence prevailed, akin to the stillness before the formation of celestial bodies or the desolation following the annihilation of all things. For 50 consecutive days, we found ourselves perpetually starting anew. Eswin diligently maintained a journal. However, during our weeks upon the vast glacier, his entries consisted merely of the day's weather and the distance we had traveled. Occasionally, he would mention his own musings or snippets of our conversations. Yet during the initial month on the glacier, many evenings were spent in profound discussions after dinner, which he chose not to document. I confided in him that while my compatriots did not forbid me, they did not expect me to employ silent language on an evidently allied celestial body. Furthermore, I urged him to keep what he learned from me a secret from his kin, at least until I could discuss my actions with my colleagues aboard the spacecraft. He consented and remained true to his word. Regarding our unspoken exchanges, he never spoke of them, nor did he write about them. Eswin exhibited an insatiable curiosity about my civilization and his own unfamiliar world. However, the only gift I could offer him was the language of the mind. I could engage in endless discourse and description, yet that was all I could provide. To be honest, perhaps the language of the mind was the most significant offering we could bestow upon the winter planet. Nevertheless, I could not claim that my motivations for violating cultural embargoes were rooted in gratitude. In truth, Eswin and I had reached a point of mutual reliance, sharing both burdens and joys. He remained silent. I had erred in the principles of honor. Forgive me, I could not grasp, nor could I comprehend the essence of that term. The principle of honor. It derives from an ancient word meaning shadow. We both lingered in silence for a moment. Then he gazed at me with warmth in his eyes, in the soft reddish light. His face appeared gentle, fragile, and ethereal, reminiscent of a woman's visage. Silently contemplating her own thoughts, he abruptly explained in a few words that he was in a state of infatuation and would do his utmost to avoid me. I cannot approach you, he restrained himself from saying. Turning his head away, I replied, I understand, and I fully agreed. I felt, and I believed he felt, that the sexual tension between us was now acknowledged and understood. Yet not alleviated. It was within this sexual tension that a profound friendship unexpectedly blossomed, one that united us through our exiled existence and perilous journey, deserving of the title of love. Yet this love did not stem from mutual attraction or harmony. Rather, it arose from our differences, which served as a bridge, the sole bridge, spanning the chasm between us. We had come together through our sexual divergence, and thus, we also approached each other as extraterrestrials for the first time. We had connected in the only manner possible, and beyond that, I was uncertain whether we had succeeded. That night, we spoke a little longer, and he inquired about what women were like, a question that left me at a loss for words. In the following days, we both acted with caution and restraint. The deep-seated love between two individuals can easily lead to profound hurt. Before that night, I had never considered the possibility of wounding Eswin's heart. Now that the barriers had been removed, yet our conversations and understanding dared not tread further, I found it increasingly difficult to contain my affections. Consequently, 2 or 3 evenings later, after a rare and delightful dinner, we celebrated having covered 20 miles that day. I remarked, last spring, on that night in the Corner Red Mansion, you expressed a desire to learn more about the silent language. Indeed, I did say that. He replied, Do you wish for me to teach you how to speak it? He chuckled. You suspect I might be lying. If you have lied to me, it was long ago in another land. He was an honest man, albeit one who enjoyed evasion. Why words amused him, and he said, in another country, I might share different fabrications. However, I believe that before we joined the Ackman Alliance, you were prohibited from teaching the language of the mind to the locals. Nonetheless, I would be delighted to teach you if you desire, should I possess the ability. Though I am not an educator. Are there any specialized instructors in this skill? I sensed that he understood the motivation behind my proposal to teach him the language of the mind and was eager to learn. Thus we commenced. I thought it would be simple, he admitted. We were both utterly exhausted, and that night we had to cease our efforts. Perhaps my race lacks this capability, he mused. We have plenty of rumors to create a term representing this ability. Yet when it comes to evidence of our mental transmission, I cannot cite a single instance. Perhaps we Jexans have not yet reached that level. You are far ahead, yet it relates to luck? Much like the creation of amino acids. Or perhaps drawing a parallel on a cultural level is merely a comparison. However, such analogies can lead to broader implications. For example, the scientific method employs concrete, practical techniques. The Ackman Alliance comprises nations with highly developed cultures, complex societies, philosophies, arts, ethics, and advanced lifestyles, achieving great accomplishments in these areas. Yet they have not even learned to accurately name a stone. Of course, they could learn. It's just that for 500,000 years, they have not bothered to. Some nations possess abysmal mathematics, only mastering the simplest operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. They all possess the capacity to comprehend calculus. Yet they do not pursue it. In fact, my fellow humans on Earth were so ignorant 3,000 years ago that they could not even use zero. Upon hearing this, Eswin blinked in astonishment. As for the Jexans, I found myself curious whether the rest of us might discover a capacity for foresight. If this too were a part of brain evolution, should you be willing to teach us this technique? Do you consider this a useful skill? Are you referring to the ability for accurate foresight? Of course, it is. You may have to believe that it is precisely because it is deemed useless that it is practiced. Harz, your Handera philosophy fascinates me. Yet I sometimes wonder if it merely evolves into a way of life from a paradox. We endeavored once more to communicate through the language of the mind. Until then, I had never repeated the transmission of mental language to someone who showed no response. Thus we failed once more, feeling as though I were a pagan in prayer. Shortly thereafter, Eswin furrowed his brow and stated, "I am deaf as a stone. Let us retire for the night," I acquiesced. He extinguished the light, murmuring praises to the darkness, and we both crawled into our sleeping bags. In an instant, he fell into a deep slumber. Akin to a swimmer gliding into the depths of murky water, I perceived his restful state, as though I too were asleep. A telepathic connection emerged, and in a state of drowsiness, I once again transmitted the language of the mind. Calling his name, "There Lum," he shot upright, calling out loudly in the darkness, "Erike. Is that you? No, it is Jinli that I am communicating through the language of the mind. You summoned me, but my brother is also calling. I can hear his voice. He has long since passed. You called me. Did you call me there, Lum? I doubt this is more terrifying than I imagined." He shook his head, as if to dispel a nightmare, then cradled his head in his hands. "Harz, I am sorry. Do not call me Harz. Simply use my name. If you speak in the voice of a deceased, then call me by my name." Would he truly call me Harz? Oh, I understood the reasoning that the language of the mind could not deceive. How frightening. It is all right. It is all right. Please, speak to me again. Wait a moment. No, speak. He gazed at me with an expression of urgency and fear, prompting me to say, "There Lum, my friend, there is nothing to fear between us." He stared intently at me. I initially thought he did not comprehend, yet he did. Yes, he said. After a moment, he steadied himself and replied calmly, "You speak my language, but you do not understand my language. You once said that some words I comprehend. However, I envision this as a form of mental communion. This is another mystery of telepathy, despite the lack of direct connection. Tonight, telepathy has granted us this connection. Yet in the strictest sense of the language of the mind, the verbal center of the brain's neurons has been activated, and No, 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 do not speak of it. Tell me this later. Why do you use my brother's voice?" His tone was tense. It is of no consequence. He was my dear brother, named Erike Harz Rear Eswin, a year my senior. He was destined to become the Lord of Esther. You must know that I left my homeland because of him. He has been dead for 14 years. We remained silent for an extended period. I could not discern, nor could I inquire, what lay hidden within his words. He had paid a heavy price to reveal so little. Finally, I said, "Speak to me, there Lum. Call my name." I am aware that he would assert, "An unspoken understanding has been established," or in the words of an expert, "A linguistic connection has been forged." Of course, at present, he remains oblivious to how to actively dismantle the barriers. Were I the listener, I would discern his thoughts. No, he insists, it is certainly not feasible, not at this moment. Yet, no matter how astonished, awed, or fearful he may feel, he cannot indefinitely suppress his insatiable thirst for knowledge. After extinguishing the light once more, he stammers deep within my soul, even if Jinrue speaks the language of the heart. Can he truly articulate it? Day after day, we crawl eastward across the icy expanse. We had anticipated reaching our journey's midpoint on the 35th day, April 21, yet on that day, we found ourselves far from halfway. The sled's odometer indicated we had traversed 400 miles, yet it is estimated that only 3/4 of that distance was genuine progress, rendering us capable of only a rough estimation of the remaining journey. Our arduous ascent of the Great Glacier consumed far too much time and provisions. With hundreds of miles still ahead, I felt a sense of dread, while Eswin remained unperturbed. "The sled is lighter," he remarked. "The further we go, the more nimble the sled will become. If necessary, we can reduce our rations. We have been consuming with abandon." I sensed a hint of sarcasm, wishing I had known earlier. On the 40th day and the subsequent 2 days, a tempest ravaged us, trapping us in the snow. During this interminable period, Eswin seemed to be in a stupor, lying in the tent, sound asleep, consuming little, only sipping porridge or sweetened water at mealtime. Yet, he insisted that I eat, albeit only half my ration. You have experienced hunger, he stated. I felt a pang of indignation. You once were a lord. How much experience have you had? Jinrue. We have honed our endurance to hunger to an art form, underwent hunger training back in my hometown, later studying under the Han Dalaran in the secluded village of Rosal. Certainly, upon arriving in Eranglang, I neglected this discipline, but I began to revive it in Mixi Luori and my friend. Heed my counsel. I have my reasons. Thus, he abstained from food while I indulged. We braved the biting cold of -25 degrees Fahrenheit and trekked for 4 more days. Then another tempest swept in from the east, the wind and snow howling around us. In an instant, the gale whipped up a blizzard, rendering Eswin invisible even at 6 feet away. I turned my back to him, to the sled, and to the suffocating, grayish snow that blinded me, seeking a moment to breathe. After a brief pause, I turned to look, and he was gone. The sled vanished without a trace, leaving only emptiness. I took a few steps to where he and the sled had lingered. Groping about, I called out loudly, yet could not hear my own voice. The desolate ice expanse, the snow swirling like a gray whip, lashed at me, and in a panic, I stumbled forward, for the language of the heart was frantically calling out, Selruim. He knelt beneath my hand, saying, Do not panic. Lend a hand, hold up the tent. That I complied. Yet I did not mention my temporary fright. It was unnecessary. We must tighten our belts, mustn't we? One evening, as I measured our Jisimisai rations and soaked them in hot water, I remarked. He gazed at me, his once robust face now gaunt, his cheekbones pronounced, eyes sunken, lips cracked. I in the face of his emaciated visage. Only God knows how I appeared, he smiled, saying, If fortune favors us, we shall endure. If not, we shall not. How is your luck, Selruim? I finally inquired. For us, down there signifies the south, the world beneath the glacial plateau, the land, the inhabitants, the roads, the cities. All of it has become almost unimaginable. Had I received even the faintest signal of welcome, I would have taken action. That will not do. Forgive my impertinence, but you cannot simply await a welcome. I believe you will be received, and so will the aircraft. Over the past 6 months, Karlhade has lost face. You will afford King Agawan the opportunity to make a comeback. I trust he will not let such an opportunity slip by. Very well, but in the meantime, you are the traitor Eswend. I am of no concern to you. Only at the outset. Only at the outset, he agreed. If there is danger from the beginning, can you conceal yourself? Oh, certainly. The food was ready, and we immediately devoured it ravenously. Eating is of utmost importance. We were so engrossed in our meal that we fell silent, even finishing the last remnants without uttering a word. After the meal, he said, Well, I hope my speculation is not misplaced. You surely will forgive. Forgive your candidness? I replied. Some truths I have finally comprehended. Of course, I shall forgive you, Selruim. To be honest, how could you doubt it? You know I possess no notions of pride, he chuckled, yet remained contemplative. Why? He finally spoke. Did you come alone? Why was only you dispatched? Now, everything hinges upon whether the aircraft arrives. Why have matters become so complicated for you? For us, this is the model of it. Thus, it appears that sending me alone was for your sake? Or was it for mine? I do not know. Yes, that complicates things, but likewise, I may ask you. Why have you never deemed it necessary to invent an aerial vehicle? Stealing a small plane would have spared us our tribulations. What sane mind would conceive of flight? Eswin replied with gravity. His reaction was reasonable, for there are no winged creatures on his planet. The angels of the Yomasai faith also lack wings and do not fly, merely drifting to earth like gentle snowflakes, like seeds lifted by the wind in a world devoid of flowers. As mid-April approached, we encountered a stretch of many days with calm and gentle weather. If there were storms, they were far to our south, beneath the glacier. On April 21, around midday, the heavy void surrounding us began to shift and distort. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks, as I often fell victim to my own illusions, and thus I paid little mind to the vague, meaningless stirrings in the sky. Suddenly, I caught sight of a dim, lifeless, small sun above. Then, lowering my gaze forward, I beheld a massive black mass materializing from the void, advancing towards us, with innumerable black tendrils writhing upward. Reaching out, I halted abruptly, and Eswin, standing on his skis, spun around, for we were both strapped in. What is that? He stared long and hard at the bizarre, black shapes locked in the dense fog before finally saying, "It is the cliff that it must be the Aishirhouse Cliff." We continued on our journey. We were several miles away from those colossal forms, yet I always felt they were perilously close. The sky thickened with fog, then cleared again, allowing us to see the glacial island peak rising majestically in the remnants of the sunset. A colossal conical rock jutting from the ice, jagged and grotesque, akin to the wonders of sea ice. A submerged mountain, cold and lifeless, as if it had been in a state of death for eons. If our only wretched map were accurate, the glacial island peak might lie to the north of our nearest route. The following day, we slightly veered southeast. Chapter 19. Home. The cold wind howled fiercely. Darkness enveloped us, as we trudged through the relentless ice and snow for 7 consecutive weeks, yearning to catch sight of the Aishirhouse Cliff for inspiration. The map indicated that the cliff was not far from the southern Sensi Marsh and not far from the eastern Gozen Bay. However, this map of the Goben region is unreliable. We were utterly exhausted, in truth. We were closer to the southern edge of the Goben Glacier than the map suggested, for on the second day of heading south, we began to encounter pressure ridges and ice crevasses. The glacier was not as tumultuous or treacherous as volcanic regions, yet it was decaying. There were pit holes scattered across the landscape, some several acres in size. Likely remnants of summer lakes and treacherous snowfields, where a single breath could plunge one into a foot-deep pit, with some areas riddled densely with depressions and cracks. The further we traveled, the more crevasses and ancient canyons appeared upon the glacier. Some as wide as mountain gorges, while others measured only 2 or 3 feet across, yet were profound. By April 24th, according to Eswin's diary, as I did not keep one, the sun shone brilliantly, and the north wind blew fiercely as we navigated our sled across a snow bridge spanning a narrow ice gorge. I glanced down to the left and right, only to see the deep blue chasms below. The snow blocks dislodged by the sled fell with a resounding, crisp sound, akin to silver threads striking a thin crystal surface. I still vividly recall the scene from that morning, the sunlight illuminating the abyss above as we pulled the sled. Joyously dreaming, our minds in a euphoric haze. Yet soon the sky turned overcast, the air thickened. The path became treacherous, fraught with danger, yet we remained heedless. The ice rippled deeply. I pushed from behind while Eswin pulled ahead. My gaze was fixed firmly on the sled, pushing with all my might, my mind solely preoccupied with the thought of how to quicken our pace. Suddenly, the sled jolted violently, surging forward as the handle almost slipped from my grasp. Instinctively, I clung tightly to the sled, calling out to Eswin to slow down, believing he had swiftly ascended onto the smooth terrain. To my astonishment, the sled came to a sudden halt, its front tilting downward. And Eswin was nowhere to be seen, my entire weight pressed against the rear handle as I strained to pull the sled back from the precipice. Initially, the sled remained immobile, but with my full weight bearing down on the handle. I exerted every ounce of strength to drag it, and finally, the sled began to shift slowly, only to suddenly slide off the edge. Eswin grasped the ledge with both hands, his weight now aiding my efforts. Struggling against the harness, he clawed his way up to the edge, collapsing face down onto the icy ground. I knelt beside him, laboriously unfastening the harness. He lay still, his body motionless except for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest as he gasped for air. His lips tinged with a shade of violet, one side of his face scraped and bruised. He wobbled to sit up, breathlessly whistling a low tune. A tower amidst a deep blue abyss. What? In the chasm that a brilliant expanse of azure. Are you all right? He began to retighten the harness. You lead the way, pulling the rope with the stick, he said, panting, to scout ahead. 4 hours on end. One of us dragged the sled while the other navigated. Treading on thin ice, prodding the path step by painstaking step with the stick, as we traversed through the blinding whiteness. The chasm remained unseen until we approached its edge, too late to realize that it loomed above us. Not always solid beneath our feet. Each footfall could herald an unforeseen misstep, a tumble, a jolt. There were no shadows, as if we were a uniform, white, silent orb moving within a colossal glass snow globe. Inside the globe, there was emptiness, and outside, too, was void. Yet, the glass orb bore cracks. With each tentative step forward, we risked revealing a significant fissure, a potential plunge into the abyss of the white globe. a descent, a fall, a drop. With no respite, my muscles began to numb. Gradually, I found it increasingly arduous to take a step. What is the matter, Jean Rouet? I stood at the center of the void, tears streaming down, freezing on my lashes. I fear falling, I admitted. But you are tethered by the rope, he replied. Then he stepped forward to inspect whether there were visible chasms ahead. Let us pitch the tent, it is still early. Let us keep moving. He was already unfastening the tent. Later, after our meal, he stated, we ought to halt. I believe this route is impassable. It appears the glacier is gently sloping, with ice holes and crevices along the way. If only we could see, we could navigate around them, but without shadows, visibility is non-existent. How, then, shall we reach the Singxi Marsh? If we continue heading east without veering south, we may indeed step onto solid ice. Traversing all the way to Gozan Bay, I contend that as long as this blinding weather persists, I shall not manage even 20 more steps. If we can exit the chasm area, fear proves to be remarkably useful. Just like darkness, just like shadows. Eswin smiled, his face resembling a peeling, cracked brown mask, topped with black fur, adorned with 2 dark pebbles for eyes. His smile was a grotesque fissure across the mask. How peculiar it was that daylight seemed insufficient. We must traverse without shadows. May I borrow your notebook? He had just recorded our journey that day, calculating our mileage and provisions. He passed me the small notebook and a pencil, maneuvering them around the Shafa stove. I drew a circle on the blank page at the back, inscribing 2 curves within, shading 1/2 of the symbol black, and then handed it to my companion. Dio, you recognize this symbol? He scrutinized it curiously for a long while before finally admitting ignorance. This symbol is found on Earth, on the planet Handavunet, and on the planet Shifiver.it is called Inanung. Light is the left hand of darkness. What does it symbolize? Light and dark, fear and courage, cold and warmth, woman and man. And you, Sarurim, embody both yin and yang. You are but a shadow on the snow. The following day, we trudged through the white void, laboring for an entire day until we finally traversed the fissures of the empty ground. Our food rations had been reduced by 1/3, in hopes of sustaining us through the arduous journey. We advanced eastward for 4 days, covering 18 to 20 miles each day. Then, a snowstorm descended upon us, swirling tiny snowflakes around, invading our eyes. We lay in the tent for 3 consecutive days, listening to the wind and snow howl, an unspoken, hate-filled roar emanating from breathless lungs, lasting a full 3 days. I was so frustrated that I longed to yell back at it. I communicated with Eswin in the language of the mind. Though his response bore a hint of hesitant restraint, it's futile. It won't heat us. We slept, consumed a little food, tended to our frostbite, inflammation, and abrasions, conversed in the language of the mind, and then buried our heads in sleep once more. After 3 days, the howling gradually subsided, ultimately giving way to silence. We broke camp and set out. The sun shone brightly, the thermometer reading -10 degrees in the morning. As we progressed, our strength gradually returned, walking with renewed speed and ease. That day, we continued until the stars emerged before taking a rest. For dinner, Eswin prepared a full ration of food. At this rate, we could only sustain ourselves for another 7 days. The situation has changed, he stated earnestly. To run swiftly, we must be well fed. The next morning, we awoke late, indulging in a double portion for breakfast, then fastening the harnesses and pulling the lightweight sled away from the edge of the world. The world's edge was a steep rocky slope, bathed in a dim midday light, a blend of red and white, with the icy sea, Gozan Bay, lying below. From this shore to the other, from Karlhade to the Arctic, the ocean lay frozen for 1,000 miles. That evening, on the 75th day of our journey, we finally descended from the Gobning Glacier, reaching the icy waters of Gozan Bay. Once more, we journeyed under the stars. Embarking on a long trek, the air was frigid yet refreshing, serene. The ice was flat. Without the sled to pull, we glided along that night. As we camped, it struck me as remarkable that beneath us lay not a vast expanse of ice and snow, but mere feet away was the saltwater sea. However, we had no time to ponder. After dinner, we retired for the night. As dawn broke, another clear day unfolded. Despite the biting cold, the temperature plummeting to -40 degrees, we observed the coastline extending southward in almost a straight line. With some areas rising, the protruding parts of the glacier. We initially kept close to the shore. That day, we consumed the last of the oxy grains and the final few ounces of Kardik buds. Each left with only 2 pounds of jisai misai and 6 ounces of sugar. My memories of those final days of our journey have become hazy, difficult to articulate. Hunger, while sharpening the senses, combined with extreme fatigue, rendered everything different. I was perpetually enveloped in a nebulous feeling, a sensation of liberation, of joy, of overwhelming drowsiness. It was long past dark when we stumbled into a village of Karlhide. It was a street lined with tall, black-roofed houses, snow-piled before their winter doors. We paused in front of a hot food establishment, the narrow shutters spilling forth golden light, reminiscent of the glow we had seen while traversing the mountains. We opened the door and stepped inside. We entered a warm, brightly lit hall, filled with exquisite dishes and fragrant aromas. Amidst a cacophony of voices, I grasped Eswin's shoulder tightly. Instantly, unfamiliar faces and eyes turned toward us. I had forgotten that there were living people, none resembling Eswin. Terror seized me. Eswin spoke, his voice barely audible. "We humbly request your hospitality." A cacophony of chatter, a buzz of voices, bewilderment, fear. "Welcome, we have come over the Gobning Glacier." They surrounded us, bombarding us with questions. "Please look after my friend, will you?" These rustic mountain folk, ignorant and loud. Their fervent hospitality provided a fitting conclusion to our arduous journey. They offered their hands without reservation, without tallying. Furthermore, Eswin accepted their offerings with an air of entitlement, akin to a lord residing amid his domain. A beggar among beggars, a man amidst his K.I.N.D.It is well known that some dignitaries may face exile. Yet their shadows never diminish, the delicatessen chef remarked. The chef's status is second only to the village chief, and his shop has become, more or less, a gathering place for the entire realm during winter. One may be exiled in Karlhade, while another may encounter a similar fate in Augreener, Eswin noted. Indeed, one may face exile from family, while another may be cast out by the king residing in Erhanglang. The king cannot shorten a man's shadow, no matter his desire, Eswin declared, and the chef appeared satisfied. Had Eswin been exiled by his own family, he would have faced suspicion. However, exile by the king bears little weight. As for me, I was readily identified as a foreigner, an exile from Augreener, which, paradoxically, rendered it a form of honor. We did not disclose our names to our master in Kukursht, and Eswin was exceedingly reluctant to adopt a pseudonym. Yet he could not reveal our true identities publicly. Engaging in conversation with Eswin was akin to committing a crime, let alone providing him with food, clothing, and shelter. Even in the remote village along the Gozenhai coast, the presence of radios rendered it impossible for villagers to claim ignorance of the exile decree. Only genuine ignorance regarding the identity of their guests could serve as an excuse. The villagers' precarious situation weighed heavily on Eswin's mind. While I remained oblivious to these concerns, on the third night after our arrival in the village, Eswin came to my room to discuss our predicament. Karlhade village resembled an ancient fortress on earth, with few, if any, standalone houses. However, within those disordered, towering residential buildings, commercial structures, communal land buildings, for Kukursht had no lord, and court buildings, 500 villagers resided in their own rooms, enjoying privacy and even the option of seclusion. Our rooms were situated on the top floor of the residential building, each of us assigned one. When Eswin entered, I was sitting by the fire, a warm and fragrant blaze fueled by peat extracted from the Sensi marshes. He said, "We must leave here as soon as possible." Jinrui, I recall he stood in the shadows of the brightly lit room, barefoot, clad only in the loose leather trousers gifted to him by the village chief. The people of Karlhade often found themselves half-naked or fully unclothed while nestled in their warm chambers. Eswin, having endured countless trials during our journey, had lost the robust, rounded physique characteristic of the Jessen people. He appeared gaunt, battered, and frostbitten, with a visage resembling that of a burn victim. He had transformed into a dark, hardened figure, standing amidst the flickering firelight like a fleeting shadow. "Where to?" "We shall take the old route across the border. The Oglener people will not trouble me." "Where shall we procure a radio?" "We must also find one in Saslos." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. He grinned widely. "Could we not go somewhere closer?" I acquiesced, but the thought of braving the harsh cold once more filled me with dread. For this time we were not heading to safety, but rather crossing that ill-fated border. There, Eswin might once again plunge into a life of exile, leaving me to wander aimlessly. After much contemplation, I finally stated, before Karlhade joins the Eichmann alliance, one condition must be met. King Agavan must revoke your exile. He remained silent, merely standing there, gazing at the sparks. I spoke the truth, insisting that this was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, the past 7 or 8 days, whether hitchhiking or skiing across inhabited lands, had proven to be the most arduous and disheartening part of our entire journey. More grueling than scaling an ice mountain, and more painful than the hunger we had endured in the last few days. Sometimes one must find oneself at odds with the wheel of fate, Eswin remarked, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yet, his gait, voice, and mannerisms had lost their former vitality, replaced instead by patience and determination. He had become taciturn, reluctant to engage in the language of the soul with me. We arrived in Saslos, a small town populated by a few thousand souls, perched atop the frozen banks of the Ai River. White rooftops, gray walls, and hills dotted with black from the forests and crags. Surrounded by fields of snow and rivers, across the river lay the disputed Silos Canyon, a vast expanse of white. When we reached there, we were empty-handed. Most of our travel gear had been given away along the way to those hospitable hosts, leaving us with only a summer stove, skis, and the clothes upon our backs. Thus, we traveled light, inquiring for directions a few times before gliding into the outskirts of a farm. It was a barren place, not belonging to any lordship, but rather a solitary farm under the jurisdiction of the Silos Canyon administration. Eswin had once served as a secretary in the administration during his youth, and he had remained friends with the farm owner. In fact, he had purchased the farm for the owner a year or two prior, while assisting people in establishing their homes and livelihoods on the eastern side of the Ai River. Hoping to resolve the disputes regarding the sovereignty of Silos Canyon, the farm owner personally opened the door to greet us. He was a robust man with a gentle voice, of an age similar to Eswin's. Named Sursical, Eswin pulled his hood down to cover his face as he traversed the area, fearful of being recognized. Yet, this concern was unwarranted. He had become a gaunt, weather-worn vagabond, recognizable only to those with keen eyes as Harz Selrim Il Eswin. Sursical discreetly scrutinized Eswin, unable to believe that this man was who he claimed to be. Eswin inquired whether he could find a place to hide, perhaps some abandoned or remote farm, where an exiled individual could take refuge for a month or two until the decree was lifted. Sursical promptly replied, "Come stay with me." With the communal dining hall, my friend said, a fleeting, otter-like smile crossing his face. "You must know that everyone there has work to do, and no problem. However, if you truly believe it can be arranged, I would still prefer to remain in Karlhade." After lunch, we strolled through the streets of Saslos. Despite the flurries of snow and temperatures below zero, the taverns, tea-houses, shops, and markets were bustling, resembling a theatrical performance. Ethereal and insubstantial, I had yet to fully emerge from the shadowy solitude of the great glacier, feeling awkward among strangers and continually longing for Eswin, who had been my constant companion till dusk. I climbed the steep street, heavily laden with snow, to the Trade Academy, where people allowed me to pass and demonstrated how to operate the public launch pad. The sun rose, a cold little orb ascending in the bright sky, casting shadows from every crack in the snow and every ice mound, moving westward. The road lay dim and bright, the surrounding landscape blanketed in snow, devoid of human presence, yet in the distance, a small figure swiftly skied toward me. I recognized it to be Eswin. "What has happened?" "I must get to the border," he spoke while gliding, and we did not pause upon meeting. I turned to follow him westward, but it was difficult to keep pace. As the road curved into Saslos, he departed from the path, skiing across the fields without walls. We glided about a mile north of the town, crossing the frozen Ai River. The riverbank was steep, and as we climbed the embankment, we paused to catch our breath. This frantic pace was exhausting. "What on earth has happened?" "Sursical?" "Yes, him. At dawn, I heard him transmitting on the radio. Tipa must be offering a bounty for my capture." "Cursed, ungrateful traitor," I stammered, cursing not Tipa, but Sursical, who had betrayed a friend. "I must at least escort you to the border, Selrim. There may be Ogalaner sentinels there. Then I shall remain here." "For God's sake," he smiled. His breathing remained labored, yet he stood up and pressed on, and I accompanied him, We skied through the frosted groves, traversing the hills and fields of the disputed canyon. There was no place to hide. One side basked in sunlight, while on the other lay a world of white, with only our two shadows racing across the snow. The terrain was uneven, obstructing our view, and when we were less than an eighth of a mile from the border, we suddenly caught sight of the boundary line, a few feet tall post standing in the snow. Its top painted Eno sentinels were visible on the Ogalaner side. Nearby, ski tracks could be seen, with several small figures moving to the south. There are sentinels here. You must wait until dark. Selrim, it's Tipa's inspector, he gasped, gritting his teeth, then stepped aside. By afternoon, twilight descended upon the sky, and the temperature dropped. Even in the stillness of the cave, it became unbearably cold. We could not remain still and had to move our limbs. Finally, night fell, and we ventured into the blue-tinged darkness, crawling through trees and bushes. Scaling hills with the border line dimly visible, marked by several indistinct points in the pale snow. There were no lights, no movement, no sound. Gazing toward the distant southwest, I caught sight of a faint yellow glow flickering from a small town. That was a collective farm in Ogalaner, where Eswin could use his expired identification to gain entry, at least securing a night's stay in the national prison or possibly the National Volunteer Farm. Suddenly, in that final moment, the realization struck me, understanding where he intended to go and what he aimed to do. Until then, my selfishness combined with Eswin's silence had prevented me from considering this. I hurriedly called out, "Selrim, wait." But he had already departed, gliding down the hill. He was an exceptional speed skater, and this time he did not hold back for me. He sped through the shadows of the snow. Leaving behind a long, sweeping curve, he abandoned me, charging directly toward the sentinel's gunpoint. I anticipated the sentinels would shout warnings or command him to halt. A flash of light erupted somewhere, yet I could not be certain. In any case, he did not stop, but rather surged like lightning toward the fence, and before reaching it, he was shot down by the sentinel's gunfire. They did not employ a sonic stun gun. Rather, they utilized an assault rifle, that archaic weapon which, with a single shot, unleashed a multitude of metallic shards. They fired upon him, rendering him lifeless. When I reached his side, he lay sprawled in the snow, his limbs outstretched, half of his chest obliterated, teetering on the brink of death, while his skis stood upright in the snow. I cradled his head in my hands, speaking to him, yet he remained unresponsive. He had succumbed. I held him close, crouched in the snow. They allowed me to linger for a time, then seized me and led me down one path. While they transported him along another, I was directed toward the prison, and he was consigned to darkness. Chapter 20. The Fool's Mission. Esvin, in his diary chronicling our passage through the Gobning Glacier, expressed perplexity over why his companions were ashamed to weep. Even then, I could have told him that it was less a matter of shame than of fear. Now, as I traversed the Silos Canyon, crossing into the night of Esvin's demise, I enter this frigid realm. Far removed from fear, there, I could weep freely, yet to what avail? The doctor, a serious yet kind-hearted young man, gently informed me, "You are malnourished and have been overworked for 5 or 6 months. Your vitality is utterly depleted. Lie down, rest, recline as the frozen rivers in the winter canyon, lying still and recuperating." However, as soon as I fell asleep, I dreamed of being in a truck, nestled against my fellow passengers. All of us bare, reeking, shivering, huddled together for warmth, save for one individual who lay alone by the iron-barred door, his body cold, his mouth filled with coagulated blood. He was a traitor, departing this world alone, abandoning us, forsaking me. I often awoke in fury, yet my frail form trembled with rage, and with each tremor, weak tears flowed. The young doctor remained silent for a moment before speaking. Did you not claim he had taken his own life? Perhaps I could not believe that Har Selrimael Esvin would choose to end his own existence. When I spoke of suicide, I never considered how despicable it truly was. For us, it is a choice. For them, it signifies the relinquishment of choice, an act of betrayal in itself. If the Carhadian people were to read our scriptures, they would surely conclude that Judas's sin lay not in betraying Jesus, but in his self-abandonment, forfeiting the chance for forgiveness, redemption, and rebirth through suicide. So, do you not refer to him as a traitor, Esvin? Never. Many disregard the accusations levied against him, Mr. AI. Yet, his words provided me no solace. And I cried out in anguish. Then why did they shoot at him? Why did he have to die? When it was said that the Ogrina government had collapsed, it merely indicated that one faction of governors among the 33 had supplanted another. In the words of the Carhadians, some shadows grew shorter while others lengthened. I was dispatched to the Plyfin farm by the SAF group, exposed as a liar, caught in an embarrassing predicament. Yet they remained defiant until King Agavin publicly announced the impending arrival of the spaceship. Leading to their downfall, on the very day the king made his declaration, the Free Trade faction took control of the highest authority within the 33 committee. It appeared I still held some value to them. In Karhide, a governmental collapse often implies the demotion of the prime minister, accompanied by a complete overhaul of the cabinet, though it frequently also signifies assassination, forced resignation, or even rebellion. Tepa did not linger. I possessed considerable practical value in the international arena, and having implied that Esfin was innocent, my weight upon the scales of reputation clearly outweighed that of Tepa. Thus, I later learned that even before the Elhenrin government became aware of my communication with the spaceship, he had already resigned. He acted upon the informant's word from Sekar, only waiting to learn of Esfin's death before stepping down. He failed, yet simultaneously exacted revenge. Once King Agavin was fully informed, he promptly sent me an urgent message, summoning me to Elhenrin, along with a substantial sum for my travel expenses. The city of Saslos also exhibited similar generosity, dispatching that young doctor to escort me, as my health had yet to fully recover. Our journey was undertaken via a motorized sled. I remember little of the details of our passage, save for its tranquility. We traveled unhurriedly, enduring long waits for the snowplow to clear the path, spending protracted nights at the inn. What should have been a 2- or 3-day journey felt interminable. How long we took eludes my memory, only that we eventually crossed through the northern gate of Elhenrin. Entering the deeply recessed streets, blanketed in a sea of white snow, the houses appearing as mere shadows, at that moment, I felt a resurgence of spirit, my mind clearing. Prior to this, I had been utterly depleted. Now, despite the fatigue of travel, I discovered within myself a wellspring of vitality, likely a testament to the power of habit, for I had finally arrived in a familiar place, a city where I had lived and worked for over a year. I was well acquainted with these streets, the towers, the winding courtyards and corridors of the palace, and my own work therein. For the first time, I grasped with clarity that my friend was departing this world, and I must fulfill the unfinished tasks he left behind. I must lay the foundation for his legacy. The palace gate. I was summoned to enter, to reside in a guest house. It was the Round Tower, a symbol of high honor. Rather than being merely a favor from the king, it acknowledged an already exalted status. Ambassadors from friendly nations typically resided in the Round Tower, a welcoming signal. However, to reach the Round Tower, we had to pass the corner red building. Peering through the narrow archway, I glimpsed the bare tree by the pond, adorned with frost, gray and desolate, the house long abandoned. Upon arriving at the Round Tower's entrance, I was greeted by a figure clad in a white robe and crimson shirt, adorned with a silver necklace. He was Fax, the prophet from the secluded village of Jose Held. Upon seeing his kind and handsome face, the first familiar visage I had encountered in days, I exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Fax greeted me in the rare Carhadian manner, clasping my hands warmly, his hospitality coursing through me like a soothing current. Fax had been summoned to the palace from his region of Nur at the onset of autumn. Selecting palace officials from the Handera Hermitage was not uncommon. Yet it was rare for a prophet to accept a public office. I believed that had it not been for his deep concern regarding the direction Tepa's government was steering the nation, Fax would have declined to emerge from seclusion. Out of a sense of duty to his country and its people, he had removed the golden necklace of prophecy and donned the silver necklace of a cabinet minister. Stepping into his role, where he soon distinguished himself. Since January, he had been a member of the Cabinet Decision-Making Committee, a counterbalance to the Prime Minister's power, personally nominated by the king to ascend to this high position. He seemed to be on a rapid rise, heading toward the very power seat from which Esfin had fallen less than a year prior, Ayan Karhide. A political career is often ephemeral and perilous. That is to say, I signaled for the spaceship to prepare for its arrival. When would it come? I needed to communicate with the spaceship. They required instructions. Where did the king wish them to land? It should be in a spacious, uninhabited area. I must head to a launch site. Everything was arranged swiftly and smoothly. The endless tribulations and despair I had endured while dealing with the Elhenrin government now felt like ice melting in a surging river. The wheel of fate had turned. The next day, I would meet with the king. Esvin had spent 6 months orchestrating my first audience with him. This was the king's second summons, consuming an entire lifetime of Esvin's efforts. This time, I was too weary to feel any anxiety. I descended the narrow red corridor, its ceiling festooned with dusty banners. I halted before the raised platform, which boasted 3 grand fireplaces, their blazing fires crackling and illuminating the space. The king sat hunched on an ornate stool beside the central hearth. "Sit down, Mr. AI." I took a seat opposite him by the fireplace. Catching sight of his face in the firelight, he appeared haggard. Aged, like a mother who had lost her infant, or a father bereaved of his son. "Ah, Mr. AI, your ship is about to land, is it not?" "It will, at your majesty's request, land in Aston. They should initiate landing at the 3rd hour of this evening." "What if they miss the location? Will everything be incinerated?" "They will land under the guidance of radio beams. Everything has already been arranged. They will not miss the site." "How many are aboard?" 11. "Indeed, not many." "There is no need for concern, your majesty." Before the king could complete his gesture, his hand twitched. "I no longer fear you, Mr. AI. I am truly honored. You serve me excellently. I am not your servant, I know that," he replied dismissively, gazing into the sparks, biting his lower lip. My transmitter likely fell into the hands of Saf and Miss Allure. However, once the spaceship lands, there will be another on board, and at that time, if your majesty does not object, I will act as the plenipotentiary representative of the Aikman Alliance, authorized to negotiate with Karhide and sign the alliance agreement. All of this could be recognized through the telegraph by the nations of Hain and Stybite. Very well, I fell silent, for he appeared to be lost in thought. He removed his riding boots and, using his toes, added a piece of wood to the fire, which immediately crackled and sent a few red sparks flying. "Why was he deceiving me?" he questioned sharply, finally lifting his gaze to meet mine. "Who?" I replied, returning his stare. "Eswin. Why was he so tight-lipped regarding this great vessel?" Even he himself was unaware, for prior to my arrival in Ogrenor, I had mentioned it to no one, so you both are intent on revealing this to them. He is attempting to convince the people of Ogrenor to accept your mission, having long conspired with their free trade faction. Are you suggesting this is not treason? No, he recognized that whichever nation allied with Ackman first, the other would soon follow suit, and that regions such as his, Perut, and the Isles would join before you could unify them. He harbors a profound love for his homeland, your majesty, yet he serves neither his country nor you. He and I serve a common master. The Ackman Alliance? The king exclaimed in astonishment. No, it is all of humanity. I spoke these words, uncertain if they were entirely truthful, partly true, a fragment of reality. If I were to assert that Eswin's actions stemmed solely from personal loyalty, from a sense of duty and friendship towards me, that too would not be false. Yet, that is not the entirety of the truth. It compels you to make a decision, your majesty. Otherwise, the telegram sent to you may very well fall into Lord Typha's hands, who might deliver me to the Ogrenarians, or worse, execute me on the spot, just as he had done to my friend. The king remained silent. My own life and death are of little consequence. But whether in the past or present, I bear a responsibility, a mission towards Gashin and the Ackman Alliance that must be fulfilled. To ensure success, I first signaled the spacecraft it was Eswin's idea, and indeed, it proved correct. Regardless, they would land here, and we have made our advance. Moreover, they all resemble fathers, do they not? Are they all sexual deviants, perpetually in heat? It is truly strange that they compete for the honor of receiving us. Inform Prime Minister Lord Goldstar of the kind of hospitality they desire. Be sure not to offend them or neglect them. Accommodate them in the palace wherever you deem fit, as I wish to pay my respects. You have aided me greatly, Mr. AI, first by rendering the governors of Ogrenor into liars, and then into fools. Soon enough, they shall become allies, your majesty. I know, he exclaimed, but Karlhade must come first. I nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked, how did you traverse the Great Glacier? It was no easy feat. In that desolate long trek, Eswin proved to be an extraordinary sled driver, as strong as steel, and never once lost his temper. It is a pity he is dead. I had no words in response. Tomorrow afternoon, at the 2nd hour, I shall personally welcome your compatriots. Are there any other requests? Your Majesty, I implore you to rescind the exile of Ezwin. To restore his honor, may I? Not yet, Mr. AI. Do not rush. Any further requests? None. Then you may withdraw. I too betrayed Ezwin. I had promised never to end his exile or restore his honor until the spacecraft landed. However, I could not cling to this condition so tightly that I would allow the cause he sacrificed for to wither away. It seems that even in the depths of the underworld, he could not cleanse himself of the shame of exile. For the remainder of that day, I worked alongside Lord Goldstar and others to arrange for the reception and accommodation of the spacecraft's crew. By the second hour, we took the opportunity to travel by snow sled to Estindfon, located approximately 30 miles northeast of Erhenlang. The landing point was chosen near the edge of a vast wilderness. A peat bog unsuitable for cultivation or habitation. It was early spring, mid-May, and the flat expanse lay beneath a thick blanket of ice and snow, with drifts over 10 feet deep. The radio beacons operated throughout the day. Receiving confirmation signals from the spacecraft, as dusk fell, we gazed skyward, witnessing a star descending from the heavens. The spacecraft was descending, and the crew must have distinctly seen the line of light and shadow delineating the boundary. Crossing the continent from Gozan Bay to Klezan Bay, with the peaks of Karlgavi rising majestically, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The spacecraft roared as it landed gallantly, the stabilizing apparatus descending into the torrent of water and mud produced by the deceleration rockets. Emitting white steam and surging skyward, beneath the swamp lay permafrost, as hard as granite, and the spacecraft landed smoothly, cooling atop the rapidly freezing lake, resembling an enormous yet delicate fish, resting on its tail. Presenting a deep gray hue in the twilight of the winter star, the landing of the spacecraft was both resounding and spectacular. Jose Holder's Fax remarked, "To witness such a scene is to have lived a life not in vain." Ezwin gazed at the great glacier, expressing the same sentiment in the face of death. Had he been alive, he would have shared in the reflection. To dispel the profound regret within me, I stepped up the snowdrift towards the spacecraft. The spacecraft had already cooled its internal shell with coolant. As I approached, the tall porthole slid open, extending a gangway that gracefully arched down to the icy ground. The first to descend was Langyu. She appeared unchanged, just as I had seen her 3 years prior, while for her, it had only been a matter of weeks. She glanced at me, then at Fax, and finally at the crowd gathered behind me. Before pausing at the foot of the gangway to solemnly declare in Karlhade dialect, "I come bearing friendship," in her eyes, we were all aliens. I gestured for Fax to greet her first. Fax indicated I should proceed, and so she approached, extending her right hand in the manner of our compatriots, scrutinizing my face. "Oh, Jinli," she exclaimed, "it is you." The reunion, hearing a woman's voice, felt oddly unfamiliar. According to my prior instructions, others also disembarked from the spacecraft. At that moment, should the Karlhade welcoming party still harbor doubts, they would surely find themselves humiliated. The crew stepped down, engaging courteously with the Karlhade people. However, despite my familiarity with them, these men and women appeared oddly peculiar to me. Their voices sounded strange. Men's too deep, women's too shrill. They resembled the grotesque beasts of a circus, with great apes possessing wise eyes, all seemingly in heat. Caught in a state of kinship, they grasped my hands, caressed me, embraced me. The Dr. Saslos entered. Upon hearing his gentle voice and seeing his youthful yet serious face, neither distinctly male nor female, I felt comforted. Welcomed, at ease, he instructed me to lie down, administered a mild sedative, and then remarked, "I have seen your fellow envoys, extraterrestrial beings, truly marvelous, and I have witnessed it in my lifetime." The doctor brimmed with joy, radiating courage, embodying the spirit of Karlhade, which is also the most enviable aspect of the human spirit. Though I could not share in it, to refuse would be a most despicable act. Thus, I replied, "For them, it is equally marvelous, for they have arrived in a brand new world, encountering a new kind of humanity." My tone was calm, yet it conveyed an absolute truth. By spring, in late July, when the ice and snow had melted and the tides flowed, travel would resume. I took a break from my small embassy in Erhenlang to journey eastward. Now, my people had scattered across this planet. Authorized to use air cars, Heyu and 3 others flew to the nations of Sis and the Isles, territories I had previously overlooked. Others remained in Ogrunur, with two unwilling to stay in Perut, as the thaw there would not commence until July, only to be followed by another week of icy conditions, or so they claimed. Julia and Casta were thriving in Erhenlang, able to manage any arising matters. There was no urgency. After all, the spacecraft, having recently departed from the planet newly allied with Winter Star, would still require a 17-year planetary flight to reach Winter Star. Winter Star is a fringe planet. Beyond it lies the southern Orion constellation, where no inhabited planets have been discovered. I traversed the Karlgavi Mountains, this time taking a winding road that crossed the lower pass along the southern seacoast. I revisited the first village I had stayed in, where fishermen had brought me from Holder Island 3 years prior. This time, the fishermen welcomed me just as before, without surprise or astonishment. I lingered for a week in the port metropolis of Thatcher. Located at the mouth of the Ingchi River, before walking into the Kimu region in early summer, I first traveled east, then south, across the rugged wilderness, where I beheld bizarre rock formations, towering mountains, and great rivers. With homes nestled among the clouds, at long last, I arrived at the ice lake from the southern shore. I gazed out towards the distant mountains and beheld a familiar glimmer, a soft light flickering, a white halo in the sky, emanating from the towering glaciers beyond the peaks. The great glacier stood there, majestic. Estar is an ancient place, its central edifice and accompanying structures built against the mountainside. All composed of gray stone, quarried from the steep cliffs there, the biting northern winds howled, rendering the landscape desolate. I knocked on the door, and it opened and I spoke. I am a friend of Estar Cerium, seeking shelter here. The one who opened the door was a slender, serious young man, likely between the ages of 19 and 20. He silently acknowledged my words and ushered me into the central building. He guided me to the bathroom, the lounge, and the large kitchen, tending to my needs as I washed, changed my clothes, and ate my fill, before leaving me alone in a bedroom. Through the deep crevice of the window, I could see the gray lake and the gray willows below, both situated between Estar and Stock, a desolate hamlet, an abandoned house. The sunken fireplace roared with flames, a fierce blaze that enveloped the soul in warmth, yet could not warm the body, for the stone floor and walls, along with the howling mountain winds and the great glacier, absorbed much of the fire's heat. However, times had changed. Unlike my first 2 winters here, I no longer felt the cold. Having grown accustomed to this frigid realm, he cried out sharply, his eyes wide, fixated upon me. Solf, I want to hide in the brewery. With that, he darted away, like a pebble shot from a slingshot. The young Solf, seemingly unfazed, continued to lead me onward, bringing me to the residence of the Lord of Estar. Are you the envoy Janrue AI? I inquired. I am, came the response. He scrutinized me, and I returned the gaze. Cerium was the son of this aged lord, his flesh and blood. Cerium was the younger son, while Arik was the elder. When I had previously conversed with Cerium in the language of the mind, it was the voice of his brother Arik that he had heard. Now, both brothers had met their demise. From the weathered, haggard, yet serene and resolute face before me, I discerned no trace of my friend. I could only see the stark truth. My friend was dead. I had come to Estar in search of solace, only to discover the folly of my mission. There was no comfort to be found. Why should I expect to gain anything, to fill the void, to soothe the wounds of my spirit in my friend's homeland? Nothing could change. However, I had another purpose for my visit to Estar. And that purpose was fulfilled. In the months leading up to your son's death, I was by his side day and night. I was there when he breathed his last. I have brought with me the diary he kept. If there is anything you wish to know about those days. The expression on the old man's face showed no particular change, remaining calm. Yet, the young man suddenly stepped out of the shadows. Into the dim, flickering light between the window and the fire, he spoke sharply. In Alhenrong, they still call him the traitor Eswen. The old lord glanced at the boy and then back at me. This is Solf Hars, he said, the heir of Estar, my son's son. The old lord nodded slowly, acknowledging the connection. Did you traverse the Gobnin Glacier together? Solf inquired. You and him? Indeed, I replied. I would like to hear that tale. My esteemed envoy, the elder Eswen remarked nonchalantly, but Cerium's son stammered. Can you tell us how he died? Can you share with us about other planets, other humans, and other forms of life? Note: year. The orbital period of Gishin star is 8,401 Earth Standard Hours. or 0.96 Earth Standard Years. A rotation of Gachien star takes 23.08 Earth Standard Hours, and a year on Gachien comprises 376 days. In Karlhade and Ogrina, the annual calculation progresses continuously from the base year to the present. The base year refers to this year. Each new year's day, February 1st, signifies the completion of the previous year, becoming 1 year ago. Each passing day becomes a day ago. The future follows a similar calculation, with the next year being 1 year ahead and so forth, until the year in question becomes the first year, month. The moon of Gachien completes an orbit in 26 Gachien days, and its rotation is tidally locked, thus always presenting the same face to Gachien. There are 14 months in a year, with the solar and lunar calendars coinciding, necessitating an adjustment only every 200 years. The number of days in each month remains unchanged, as do the dates of the lunar phases. The months in Karlhade are as follows: winter, 1st month Sarun, 2 Nd month Tanruin, 3 Rd month Lima, 4 Th month Anna, spring, 5th month Irim, 6 Th month Mas, 7th Th month Tuva.